What is good, people? What is good? Oh, today is gonna be an interesting episode. How we doing today, people? I see some people in the chat already. What's good? What's good? What's good? Nixon talks in the building. Primal, what's good, brother? Harmony Pill, Benaca, how you doing, brother? Hey, check your inbox on IG, brother. Get the link and hop on. You definitely don't want to miss the episode today. Motherfucker, you in it? Let's do it. Let's do it. Guys. Bernie L, what's good, Bernie L? Dr. Red Pill, I see you in the building. What's good? What's good? How we all doing today? Can we smell the roast that's about to happen? I don't know. Can you guys smell the roast that is about to take place? Because Jack Murphy has been fucking up. Poppy's in the house. How you doing? Shout out to you. All right, Poppy was good. Poppy's been itching to get in this stream too as well, because I didn't find out about this until I watched the video, that reaction video that Art Benaca did. And for those of you guys who don't know, he's going to be coming up here in just a second before we get to the video. But yeah, we won't play all of it. We'll go ahead and dive into what the hell was going on with that whole scandal, right? I saw you guys were mentioning that in the chat yesterday on yesterday's live, so we're gonna kind of cover that too as well. So he's not a, I would say red pill or manosphere guy. He's definitely manosphere because he's tied to 21 Studios, and I think he's been at a couple events too as well, or even spoken at a couple events. I've definitely seen his face around. So he's one of these guys in the greater manosphere side of things, right? For you guys who are coming from the black manosphere, welcome in the building if you guys are here. But he's more on the white side of things and the greater side of things. So there you go there. So recently there's been a controversy that went down because this man has been exposed for basically not being the alpha dog that we all thought he was, apparently. And it seems, I don't know what's going on with 2021, all right, or the end of 2021 or throughout 2021, but it seems like there's a whole bunch of fake alphas being exposed, and it's just crazy to see, and I really hope this trend continues. I really hope it does, man. The more you guys can weed yourself out so we can basically point and make content like this one here, the better. So Jack Murphy, already established as one of these manosphere guys, and for a while he's one of the same ones that preaches masculinity and all these different things, being the what I think they're more on the conservative side of things too. Actually, majority of them on that side of things are that they're very staunch conservatives. I think Adam I forgot what his name is. Anthony Johnson, that's his name. He has a hat that says that plays on the make America great again Trump thing, the MAGA thing, right? So they're definitely conservatives leaning. Nothing wrong with that. You got your own political opinions. It is what it is. However, it's just one of those things where, listen, man, if you're gonna talk about personal responsibility, if you're gonna talk about masculinity, what your ass got busted doing, all right? Listen, I don't know if there's many men out there that agree with you, okay, Jack Murphy? I really don't think so. I really think that, listen, if you like to do things with your long-term girlfriend, all right, or your long-term loyal girlfriend, as you like to call it, listen, it's fine, okay? But just understand that most people, right, when we look at this, right, guys who come into this space, especially guys who come in dealing with situations where their women have cheated on them, or they whoever it is, some infidelity have went into place, so they don't really value that. Matter of fact, a lot of guys come in here for that because they want to figure out how they can be the only man in the woman's eyes. Okay, but you, Jack Murphy, it seems like you like to swing it in a different direction, which is fine. I guess you like other guys doing your wife. That's cool. All right. We all have different things that turns it on. Listen, I've told stories about that here on this platform too as well. I've been engaged with something similar like that. All right. Listen, dudes, they like to get their wives, or girlfriends and watch that shit or whatever it is you're into. That's cool. That's cool, Jack. That's cool. However, all right, you can't then just come into a space where people kind of frown upon that, right? They look upon that as like, yo, you're kind of acting like a cuck. You're kind of acting like a cuck, bro. That's what it is, all right? No masculine man will allow their girls. I don't care how loyal you think they are. I don't care I don't care what you think they are, right? Would allow them to willingly go sleep with other men for what? For what, Jack Murphy? What? Sexual arousal, right? Is it better your sex lives, better your relationship? What? And this guy did a whole freaking article on this stuff, writing it down, and and basically got called out there, right? Because and the article was deleted, and we'll go through that too, by the way, right? Detailing the experience of how his girl is at another man's place right now, that she found on Tinder. And guys, let me tell you about sexuality, guys. I'm sorry, bro. You can't call yourself alpha. Okay, listen. If you want to go teach that stuff to guys, and guys who like the extreme end of sexual play and whatnot, that's fine. But you need to call that out, because you can't sit here and try to disguise behavior that people would generally look at as not very masculine as something that's that you can sell to young men and have them eat it up. There are too many simps out here. There are too many people hurting. It's time to teach some real shit. So in the video in question, let's go ahead and get behind it. Oh shit. Might as well get the freaking get the guest of honor in the building here. Guys, in the building, we got our Benaca. How you doing, bro?
What up? What's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. Yeah, listen, I didn't even know this controversy was happening. We got Poppy in the building, by the way, so we'll let him up as soon as we get the video started. But I want to get your take on how you found out this, because you you got to let me know about this. And at first, I was like looking at him like Jack Murphy, like I vaguely heard of this guy, right? I don't really know. I don't really know much else about him, right? I know he was with 21's conventions, and I know he has some association with 21 Studios, but other than that, I didn't really, he seemed like one of those bland, vanilla manosphere dudes, right? But then you showed me the reaction video, right, that you did, and I'm watching it. I'm like, oh, Jack, Jack, this you? Oh shit! And the way that he got outed, was crazy, because you could tell that hurt him. But how did you come across this, man? Go ahead.
All right. So the reason why I'm familiar with Jack is because I follow like conservative and right down the middle type of content creators, such as Tim Pool podcasts and others, right? And then so he was on Jack was on this show with Elijah Schaefer and Sydney Watson. So everybody's taking super chats, so they're just reading it out loud. And so they bring up the article which he wrote like 6 years ago. So to make for the backstory, he was married, right? And then he got divorced. And so then of course, like
that chick was his wife.
Well, the current chick that he was cuckolding is now his current wife. Yes.
Oh God.
Yeah, but beforehand he wasn't a sex deprived marriage and all that stuff, which he wrote about it. So when that's the whole thing with the red pill rage, right? A lot of guys, when they actually get off of a relationship, so they now look at women as in like, I'm gonna punish you by effing the crap out of you. So they just like try to run through women as much as they could and try to fulfill that fantasy, that thirst that has been deprived from them when they were in a relationship. But here's the thing though, right? Here's the problem with this. Listen, I'm not trolling him because of the cock holding or all the other crap that he did, right? Whatever you do, that's your business. I don't care about that. But the problem is, like, a lot of these guys that claim, especially in the red pill space, right? They claim that they want female modesty. But that's not really what they want. Because if you want female modesty, right, then you would actually be very highly critical of a woman that's on, let's say, OnlyFans, or show nude pictures of themselves and whatnot, right? So you would bash them, call them all type of hoes and bitches and shit like that, right? But yet you would be willing to actually show pictures of a woman that entrusted you with, like, let's say, her selfies, nude pictures and like that. You're willing to show your boys. So that just proved that you don't care about women modesty. You only care about being in control of female sexuality. So that's why. So now with Jack Murphy, so he's at that stage where he's like, well, my wife wasn't, I wasn't in control of the sexual relationship within my marriage. So now I'm gonna be in control of that. That's why he was bragging about, like, being a dominant male, having
Yeah, like they have
doing
the
a whole
weird
bunch of stuff.
look, got to shave the head, grow the beard out, look
Yeah,
as
all
tough
that
as
stuff, right? So you
possible.
gotta look alpha.
I've always suspected dudes that look like that have that kind of archetype. And you know what I'm talking about? Those dudes that look like
Yeah.
overly like try hard militant types, right? And then you have these like, cute, petite, sexy girls. And I'm always just like, yeah, bro. Yeah, she like brothers.
Yeah, I know. But yo, it get worse. It get worse,
He
right? But
likes
here's the
brothers
thing.
on the low.
Here's a funny thing, right? Here's a funny thing. Because I understand Jack. I understand him because when you come to the red pill space, right? And being a fuck boy, that's a young man's sport, right? It's like, when you're on your late teen or early 20s, you're just like running through chicks and whatnot. And I'm pretty sure like some of us have been passengers on a few trains, right?
Yeah.
So then now when you come into a space where there's a lot of younger men, and then you now try to show how much alpha you are, and the best way to do that is by going overboard. See, like, see, guys, you see, this chick do whatever the hell I want her to do. That's why, I make her bang Max for Tinder, everything that I want to do.
I got her with Tyrone.
Yeah.
I linked them both up. They in my other apartment right now because I'm great value, okay?
Yeah, exactly, right?
And I just texted her, and she texted me back, and she said she's going to be all right tonight. Don't wait up.
Yo,
Y'all young
Jack,
kids out there, this is how you do it.
Yeah. Jack, listen, if you're looking, bro, I got no beef with you because I got my application on Tinder. So if you ever need some extra time, you want somebody to actually keep your girl company, I got her back, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hey, Jack, what you're doing is absolutely noble, bro. All right, so just send your girl's Tinder link over. All right, brother, and I will help you fulfill your mission. Listen, I've done that before. So listen. As someone with already prior experience of doing other dudes' wives, all right, I will. Dude, it's crazy. Here's the thing. I always find it weird because, like, even that scenario that happened, right? They weren't married, but they were dating, right? And I talked about this before. I don't know if you were on that. That was when we were talking about Andrew Tate. Oh shit, this is like deja vu all over again. But the whole BDSM and whatnot, we got into like the whole freakiness, right? And yeah, I was surprised that dudes out there that actually don't mind or they actually like they're seeing their girls be with other men. That scared me because throughout that whole encounter, dude, I for sure thought I was gonna get stabbed. I was gonna get killed. Something was gonna happen because there's no way this dude, and he looked like he could pull bitches, right? He's not having any problem in the relationship. I'm in there. They're freaking their banter going back and forth was like they looked like they were pretty chill and healthy, but I'm like, yo, there's something wrong. Why is this dude okay with this shit that's about to go down? We're sharing drinks, brother. You don't know the next 20 minutes I'm about to go in that room with your girl. Like, what's going on? Like, am I gonna go in there and get robbed? Like, what's happening? Right? So then I realized, okay, most guys like that. Now, for me, is that something that I would do if I have a girl? Hell the fuck no.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna be real. No, listen, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not you that go catch me in that situation. Hey, if you cool with that, I'm gonna slide right in. It's cool. But listen, I'm just being real.
But see, this is the problem, right? Because a lot of the people in the red pill space, it becomes like a group of, smell my finger, right? Like when you were a kid, when you were like young, you finger pop the chick, and then your boy don't believe you, so you be telling him to, you smell my finger type of thing. So that's what a lot of these guys in the red pill space are going through, because then I try to prove to one another, yes, I get bitches. You haven't get laid for a while, but I prove it. So that's what they're doing. It's like a penis measuring contest.
A one-up
right?
type of thing. Yeah, it's weird how it's just so strange how these guys do it too. It's like it's so different than Fresh with that whole 1,000 lay count.
But here's the kicker, right? Here's the thing that messed up. Now imagine the whole point of the red pill space is to create to reshape society, right? To kind of make, let's say, divorce laws and laws that lean more towards women to make it more fair and balanced, right? But now imagine a lot of these so-called red pill conservative guys, right? They try to run for office, try to change the laws that benefit men. And then now they have to go through your background and see the type of efforts that you've been going through to see your moment of your red pill rage. And then they're going to have it on full display on people and be like, hey, see, don't vote for that guy. He's a misogynist. He's a toxic man.
Is that how he got caught? How he got caught was on that show, right? How did he get how did that article come about? He was writing it just to do a blog. Did he own the media at the time? Because up until this time, I didn't really know. I knew he was part of the whole manosphere thing, but I didn't really know like Jack Murphy or what exactly he did. Like, is he what was he?
he used to be one of those red pill coach. Like he used to like coach men. You have to pay him like $100 a month to be part of the subscription stuff like that.
One of them.
Yeah, he was one of those. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay,
So then,
hey Jack, I see again.
Exactly, right? So then now making that transition from being a red pill coach and all that stuff to now being veered towards politics. So now he's trying to clean the image, but the internet's forever.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, wow, that's crazy. Bernie L, thank you for the $5 super chat. Instead of putting Jack Murphy on blast or dox him, he should be a man and open up to that. And he put the business in the street. Jack Murphy docs Jack Murphy. Is that what you meant in his post? Because that's what hey, listen, he doxed himself. That's what he did. He put the article out there and decided, hey, I'm gonna run for office. So I don't know if that's what the whole reason why he was going around or why he ended up on was it Sydney what's her name again?
Sydney Watson.
Sydney Watson, yeah, and I know I've watched some of her videos too because she used to do a lot of manosphere type content. I used to think she was one of those chameleons on the greater manosphere side, that comes in and just says all the good stuff. But it seems like she's really rocking and rolling out there. So she's got that show with this dude. And let's go ahead and get to that video, man. I want to get the reaction video, show these guys what in the heck we're talking about, because some of you guys may not know who Jack Murphy is. It's okay. It's one of these older manosphere guys that want to stay relevant. So we'll go ahead and help them out with that. So let's go ahead and do this here.
Cold winter of
Let me know if y'all
Minnesota,
can hear. Put a one in
freezing
chat
up
if you
my
guys can hear.
buttocks, with one question entering my mind. This question might be the question of the century. Is Jack Murphy an alpha? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Art Benaca. Welcome to my channel.
It's so embarrassing just watching myself.
For those of you who are not too familiar with Mr. Murphy, Jack Murphy, he's the author of the book Democrats to the Poor.
Oh, God damn it. All right. Hold up. I wanna go back to that little bio thing. All right, perfect. Go ahead. What's good, Poppy? I don't know. Somebody wanted me to pause it?
Yeah, how you doing? How you doing, man?
Oh, no, go ahead, man. However you want to do it, man.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and do it. Y'all, if you want to pause at any point in time, let me know.
All right. Democrats to the Poor. However, he had gone through a divorce and he was joined the red pill community, and of course he too became a red pill coach. Thus, from Mr. Murphy, for $100 a month, he can teach you that you can become an alpha male.
That's funny.
Money was flowing, articles was being written, and throughout all this period of him being a red pill coach, Mr. Murphy had written an article called, God damn it, I forgot the name of the article. I'll be right back. The article was entitled Cultivating Erotic Energy from a Surprising Source.
Hold on.
However, during the interview that he had,
I gotta go back to that.
From a surprising source. However,
hold on, y'all gotta read this with us. All right. This is the article he wrote right after he sent old girl to the dude she met on Tinder's house. Today I sent my adoring, loyal, hot young girlfriend of 2 years to have sex with a stranger from Tinder. When I first read that, bro, here's what I thought. First of all, if you had to send somebody that's hot from young to Tinder, she probably has been thinking about that. I don't know. She probably had an influence in that. and that whole loyal thing. I don't know where that comes from. Like, why would you add that in there? Today I sent my adoring, loyal, hot young girlfriend of 2 years to have sex with a stranger from Tinder. That don't make sense, bro. That don't make sense, dog. Like, come on. What are we talking about here? So, dog, you just admit it. You admit it. Somebody either convinced you to do something like that, or she been cheating. Something.
Here's the funny part, right? For him to think that was actually his idea to do.
Right, because this doesn't sound like his idea.
Right?
This does not sound like his idea at all. Today, I sent my adoring, loyal, hot young girlfriend. Come on, dog. Who are you trying to fool, brother? Come on now.
From a surprising source. However, during an interview that he had with another fellow YouTuber, thus this question had came up on Super Chat about what is to talk about the article about being a cook. Thus, of course, being the alpha male that he is, he reacted. Just like every red pill alpha male tend to react when confronted with the truth. Siri, roll that shit.
Please clear up the cuck article you wrote.
I am not going to talk about
Again?
this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? F you for bringing this up right here and right now. Why are you doing this to me?
I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was.
Well, just use a little bit of common sense.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. F you.
Heartfelt.
Heartfelt.
Elizabeth.
Thus, as you can see,
hold on.
Mr. Jack Murphy.
Hold on. I pulled up the actual the tape too as well, so I want to watch it after. Because y'all gotta check out the rest of his video. Give me play a little bit of it. Y'all gotta, because we gotta get y'all over there, sub to the channel and watch the video, bro. Because this shit was hilarious. But the way he reacted to that question, dog. You know that shit hurt. And then I gotta go back to the statement you wrote in a little article. Nigga, was that really your idea? Jack, it wasn't your idea to go ahead and let your girl go bang some dude she met on Tinder. I'm sorry, bro. If it hurts you that bad, you ain't a man, dog. You ain't a man, bro. Like, I'm telling you right now, that's not how you react. That's not how you react.
I gotta play devil's advocate here. Right? So this dude is like what, on his 40s and stuff like that, right? It's hard to keep up with them 20-year-olds. And then, he's all jacked up, probably take some type of supplement, injecting type of supplement, the type of supplement that build all type of muscles except one particular one.
Yeah.
So then therefore it's like, I can understand the dude needs some help. We can't just fault him for that.
Listen, I get it. You need some help, but you can't then go ahead without helping yourself, then turn around and start selling $100 a month coaching programs to help other dudes. To help them do what? To make more simps out here? This is the exact same shit we're trying to combat, dog. You're making more simps out here. We don't want dudes like you, all right? We want to build strong, masculine men. Listen, hey, if you want to talk about agent provocateurs, that's him right there. Officer, arrest that nigga. That's dude coming over here and trying to get all these young men to turn to the world of symptom. And we refuse, Jack Murphy. Get that shit out of here. I want to know what you coaching, dog. I really want to know, because listen, I think that emotional reaction says it all. It says it all. That's what it tells me, dog. He was hurt some kind of way when that went down. He had to have been hurt. Like, he probably laying that pipe right now. Shit.
You know what I want to know, yo?
Fuck.
Yeah. What is it? What is it?
Yo, I want to know if like how's his academy going? if all the people sign up to his little course, like
knowing the day and age that we're in right now, where people just freaking are the loyal simps. They don't care. You can tell them the truth and it just never mattered, right? They'd probably still fuck with them. Let's just be real. Let's just be real. The people who lie, they win, I guess. Listen, listen, I'm telling you, find dudes that come in and say, listen, I've been married for 2-3 years, all right, and I let my wife go all over Tyrone. Yes, absolutely. Tyrone, thanks to Tyrone, our relationship has never been better. Whenever I can't get it up, you know, it's not the blue pill, the blue magic pill we all know, Viagra. No.
I'm still alpha.
We go and listen, because sometimes, all right, I have more alpha than a Viagra pill. All right. And what is more alpha than a Viagra pill? We got to get good old Tyrone in here. All right. Tyrone does it better than any Viagra.
And I enjoy watching.
Lord, listen, there's just no, listen, it's going to be hard for guys to respect something like that, real talk. But the guys who don't respect themselves, they're the ones who are going to go in on that Jack Murphy nonsense and, you know, what would you call it? Try to think that that's masculine behavior. And it's not. It's really not, bro. We got all these dudes out here pretending to be freaking men. And it turns out like you're doing all this. And just admit, listen, if that's you, bro. That really is. But don't come out here and act like you some kind of man, dude. Because I'm going to tell you this. Dudes that do that, they just don't get respect, period. It's the same thing that we talk about these OnlyFans broads when no one wants to date them. All right, listen, girls would love to date you because then they can have the best of both worlds. Look at this idiot. He lets me go to another apartment with another dude I just matched with. Can you believe he lets me does that? Come on, man. You're falling for these goddamn traps, bro. You're not happy. You were never happy with that decision, and it shows in your fucking insecurities, bro, when you got brought up that question. And the way he got pissed off at that girl, right, Sydney, that was wild to me, dog. Like he was damn near ready to fucking attack her.
Oh, dude, things got worse. I'm gonna make another video about this. There's some videos out there of him allegedly inserting some stuff on his butt or being pegged.
He's look, bro. I'm telling you, dudes that do that shit, right? That they act all like the, you know, conservative military and stuff like that. They're the same dude that let their wives get hit by Tyrone on the side, and the same dudes that be like on some weird, kinky, like nonsense, dude. Like I won't doubt it. Bro. I'm always sus of those dudes. I'm always very sus of those dudes, bro.
Man. Yo, yeah, it got worse.
No, so like I want to play. We're gonna play a little bit of this. I want to play that whole because I found a 4-minute clip of it, and I want to get to Sydney I keep want to call it Sydney MGTOW.
Sydney Watson.
Is Sydney Watson? Is there Sydney MGTOW? There's someone named Sydney MGTOW. There's not. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of a different channel. But Sydney Watson essentially kind of does her breakdown of what went down, like what her thought process is, and I want to get into that reaction too. I want to get into all angles of this. All right, then I want to turn into a discussion about A, these fake alphas. All right, B, lessons on who you're getting your freaking marching orders from, and C, okay. Let's actually have an honest conversation about it, right? Why would someone like Jack Murphy think that that's something okay, right? I mean, Art Benaca kind of basically mentioned that, like most guys, maybe that's something that they, could do on the side, or like alpha the other dudes. But is that something that guys actually really like? Is that something that there are a bunch of undercover dudes out there who like to let their wives get hit on the back end by Tyrone? Like, if y'all out there, I want to know, because I'm gonna slide y'all my Tinder profiles. just let me know. You got a good old strong strapping Tyrone over here. We ready to rock, baby. All right. So we gonna get into that too. Listen. The fact of the matter is where this is coming from, because I've actually had real world experience with this, and that really shocked me, and I genuinely want to know more. Let's get it.
We had turned from an alpha male to an alpha bitch. Yes, the way he went off, it was impeccable. Of course, we found out this article was scrubbed off the internet. But
he
however,
took it down.
With VPN, you could actually get yourself into some stuff. So, as a petty motherfucker that I am, I'm going to have to quote you some of these things that he said about in this article. And I quote, when my girlfriend and I decided together that I'm going to her whenever I want.
What were you censoring there? What was this? I didn't read this.
The R word. Because he said something like so he was talking about like a rape fantasies and stuff like that. So he wrote down in the article when him and his girl decided that he was gonna quote unquote rape. I don't know if I should say that, but rape her whenever he wants. Yeah, exactly. So
wow, but it's not like a forced thing. It was just like a
No, it's like a
little
fantasy, like a fantasy thing. Type of thing.
girls do like that because I mean,
Yeah.
what is it? There's an article about that where girls fantasize about the deepest, darkest stuff on pornography stuff on the internet, right? They talk
Yep.
about like rape fantasies and stuff like that. But the part of the reason why that is because I think women are starved for masculinity, and that's a problem. They are starved for masculinity, and a lot of guys are too gentle out here. So, like, a lot of women fantasize about it. In this case, they overly do it by watching aggressive pornography that over exaggerates that because they're starving for it, and that's a problem because a lot of dudes don't know how to be men nowadays. So that's part of the reason why this. And I want to actually have that conversation too, because like there's a rise in people doing choking and experimenting with other things too as well. So listen, Jack, you just feeding into the whole thing because there's nothing masculine about that. I mean, the whole fantasy and whatnot, that's fine. But the whole sending her over to Tyrone and having her get banged out, that's not masculine, bro. That's part of the reason why she's starved for masculinity. That's probably the reason why y'all talking about this kind of fantasy right now, because she senses there's no man at home right now.
Man,
she got the money.
I'm just saying, bro.
She got the money from him and go get the dick from the next guy.
Hey, it's called compartmentalize.
Exactly, right? Well, hold on. Let me read a little bit of it. When he's like, when my girlfriend and I decided together that I'm going to grape her whenever I want, that appearance of non-consent gives us extra erotic energy. Certainly, it's about bridging a gap, as it were, and it inherently contains a certain anonymity to it. It turns her on like crazy. I love it. Healthy, vigorous sex, and it does include. Hold up, let me see if I can get this. What is it? Violence and aggression, power dynamics often at the core. That's very interesting, Jack. Marquise 912, thank you for the $10 super chat. Our Benaca lives in his truck, can't be taken seriously. Well, serious enough to be on our platform. So, I mean, I don't know what you want me to do. I'm taking this pretty seriously. I don't know about you, dog. This is pretty serious. Because Jack Murphy considers himself a leader of men. So we gotta check that, especially now that is he actually trying to run for office? Is that real?
No, I mean, I'm not sure that he is. Or I mean, he's more in the that political sphere right now. So maybe in the future that he might, but that kind of destroy any type of chance that he might have.
Dude, are you kidding me? First of all, you're coming from the manosphere space, not just the manosphere space, the red pill manosphere space. The red pill. Okay, the red pill. I don't know about y'all, but the red pills had gone through some reputation adjustments over the years. Matter of fact, over the past couple months, thanks in part to Myron Gaines and Fresh Prince CEO. I appreciate y'all doing that, by the way. But the red pill name has been kind of thrown in the mold. I hadn't forgotten you about Donnie Boy Shop. But listen. You coming out of the red pill space, the manosphere space, and you already know the kind of reputation we have, and then they come in talking about having an article talking about freaking healthy graping. Listen, it's not gonna look too good for you, dog. The Democrats, the liberal guys that you call liberal feminists and whatever, they'll eat you up. The dumb dudes will actually eat you up. All right, so I'm sorry. You better hope your lawyer. God, this is bad. It's really bad.
And then he also wrote a quote, just like my girlfriend knows that I wouldn't. I know that she's not going to leave me for some guy that she met on Tinder.
Hold on, I gotta read this. All right. So, but we decide in advance what is okay, and what we have is an established code of conduct. It is suspended disbelief. This disbelief allows us to create a gap to close. It creates a space for us or for desire to reach out to the other person. Yo, this is fluff. This is fucking. Wait, you're having aggressive sex. Just say that. I mean, what else is there? She's getting turned on. Is by definition really. I mean, it's a fantasy. It's just aggressive sex. That's all it is. It's not grape. It's really not. I mean, you can call it a fantasy or whatever it is. It's just aggressive sex. And guess what? Chicks like that. And why? Because a lot of women nowadays are starved for masculinity. And why are they? Because of dudes like you, Jack Murphy, sending your girls over to the Tyrone's out to get banged out. All right? That's why she wants you to do stuff like that to her. All right? Listen, the reason why you're getting clowned for this stuff, bro, the way you reacted to Sydney, the way she asked you the question, and the crazy thing was it wasn't even her question, dog. It was a super chat question. So somebody else who was watching that stream was on your ass, and they already knew what the fuck it was all about, and they just wanted to make sure that you knew that. And the crazy thing is, as this controversy started to grow, I realized that this dude was also on Tim Pool.
Yeah.
Who was also on Tim Pool recently? I don't know.
He will try to clean up the mess and stuff, basically.
Oh my God, this is interesting. I wonder what Tim Pool did. Tim Pool had a response to that, or no?
Like Tim Pool was a little bit, mild mannered. Like he kind of whatchamacallit. Tim Pool didn't really get to the bottom of it. He kind of gave him a pass, basically.
That's expected. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, if you got to guess, I mean, that's what it is. Marquise 912, $10 super chat. Thank you. It's hard to take a man seriously when he doesn't bathe every day. Why are you worried about another man on the platform, dog? Like, what's your problem, dog? Are you listen? You can troll me, but don't troll my guest, dog. Come on, dog.
Listen.
Personally.
Oh no, listen, dude. This dude is he's one of my favorite supporters. So
for real? Oh, perfect.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's very amusing. I'm like, please, like, why are you paying a troll? At least pay to troll me. Let's do that.
Listen, I own real estate in this dude's head. So
yeah. I mean, clearly, bro, he just dropped $20 just to talk.
I know. Martin, drop another one.
Hey, drop another $10. Listen,
super
I
chat,
got
man.
an event
Keep
to go
coming.
through after this. We'll make it happen, bro. I can use the tip buddy, bro. No, but I appreciate the super
I'll tell you. Listen, I'll tell you a quick little backstory about this dude, right? So
yeah,
he's one of those guys who he claimed to be married. I'm talking about like the one that's your super chat, right?
Okay.
He claimed to be married and stuff like that, but he's really into like he's kind of living vicariously through the red pill content creators, like the single dudes and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I guess in a way, like he kind of feel trapped in his own marriage, and the only way to actually live the pump and dump lifestyle that you always wanted to is through these other guys. But it's kind of difficult for him. He's about like 400 pounds, and he probably haven't seen his penis for a while, so it's kind of hard for him to be that F-boy. So then now every time, like let's say you criticize the red pill space, like the fresh and fit and stuff like that, so he put a cape on for them and be their greatest groupies. So that's why he come after me, and he come after like people that criticize those who he fantasized to have their lifestyle.
Wow.
So there's nothing personal about him. That's who he is. So wow. That's why I love him though.
Hey, I appreciate you supporting the platform, brother. Like
exactly, I love the support, man.
Thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. No, it's funny, man. Like, cause that's what it is. This is the part of what you just said, and this example over here is what we're talking about. This is why when chicks say that they're starved for masculinity, and I'm not talking about you, Marquise, but guys who do stuff like that, like their actual seriousness. Because we've had trolls before that have come on this platform, and they will super chat just to let you know, because you're talking about Andrew Tate, which is similar to kind of what this is going on. If you want to talk about like what do you call it, the grape kind of fantasy, the BDSM kind of a rough play kind of thing, that's them dudes over there, right? So you criticize their dear leader, the Tate Jesus and whatnot, the stands and breaks come out, because to them it's like telling them Santa isn't real. But look, bro, we got fire right here, so we're getting ready to roast some chestnuts on an open fire. All right, let's go.
Oh, this is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stuff indeed. Thus, being such a poet, being such a nice writer, a red pill coach, why on earth would he be preposterously mad about such article? I have some theory on that matter. First of all, coping. Imagine yourself a 40-year-old man. Midlife crisis hitting. But you got yourself a 20-year-old woman. She's young, she's attractive. You can get to high-five your boys. About how beautiful she is. Nice curvature is on top. However, there's one problem. Her ass is too horny for your stamina. You can't keep it up the way that you used to. Thus, as a red pill coach, you find yourself taking a lot of blue pills.
Drop another one, Marquise.
Oh my God. Dropped another 10 on
She
me.
not-
Hey,
Drop
hold
another
up.
10, my dude.
I appreciate you, bro. He said you triggered because you're mad because he reminds you of your reality. A grown man not broke. Wait, how do you know he's broke though, dog? Like how do you know that? See, like we can't be pocket watching out here like that, dog. Like listen, pocket watching fake people, but like how do you know? How do you know? Yeah, like literally, he's not coming up here talking about money, bro. The only person bringing that conversation up is you. I appreciate the super chat, though. Don't get it twisted. Hey, keep them coming. You got more? Hey, keep roasting them.
Hey, Marquise, by the fact,
Keep
man,
him coming,
he's very
Marquise.
broke. He's very broke. Yeah, he is.
Yo, you know
Hey,
what's funny, right? Yo, you know what's funny, right? Because a lot of time we talk about like how women are gold diggers and stuff like that. They usually get impressed with guys with money and the cars and all that stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of these dudes, they actually behave the same way. They are just as groupie-ish as these females. Think about it though, right? What a lot of these guys usually come when they come to your channel, when they try to tell you that you're talking shit about Fresh and Fit, they say that you broke, you ain't got as much money as them. Fresh and Fit got in the limousine and all that stuff, all that crazy stuff, because to them it's like they are so caught up in the illusion of riches, the illusion of money and stuff. So they act just as the groupies that they criticize. So they are gold diggers. Except that,
I'm telling you right now, look at that. I'm telling you, that Andrew Tate video I put up.
I'm just confused, man.
The amount of hate that I got on that video just from them stands, it was crazy. And it was I laugh at y'all because y'all are funny. I'm gonna listen. I'm not gonna stop. Like it's not gonna stop. Like right here. Hold on. I just want to show y'all the comments. Like just to show you like people.
This dude is letting his chicks go to the club.
Do you obey?
So end up with all these chicks just stuck in their house sitting.
He actually did another video he came out with, and I want to react to that on this stream too as well. I want to because this dude, I believe Andrew Tate is a goddamn psychopath. like this man needs to be kept far away from your son, as far away from him of them as possible, because this dude is legitimately crazy, bro. Like real talk. He should not be teaching any dating programs whatsoever. Let me show y'all this comment, dog. This is how crazy it is, right? So Tate is a triple OG certified, right? Tate is a walk-in receipt. Absolutely zero room for or material for calling him out on anything, right? And the video I called him out on, and let me know you guys in the chat watching right now if y'all want to see that video. I still got receipt. It was him smacking up some broad in a room, right? It was being videotaped, and that was the reason why he got kicked off. And we tried to have a conversation about, hey, because everyone's saying it was BDSM. All right, cool. Let's talk about it, dog. But then you're saying that he's a walk-in receipt, right? Look at that. Look at hold up, let's do it. This was all a role play. Look at the article. He was kicked out of British show, and I dropped that in this video too as well. But when if y'all see that video, you'd have second thoughts. But he's like, look at this. They think they're doing something when just making him look like more of a G. How? Like
crazy, bro.
Like it does. This is how crazy. This is how crazy this guy is. Tate is legit. He's trolling you guys for this very response. This was the one that killed me. I'm like, wait. So he's trolling me for this very same response that we reacted to 3 years later after it was already dropped from him being exposed back in 2017. So this was a multi-year trolling plan, right, for him to go ahead and troll us in 2021 because he magically knew that was going to happen, right? That, hey, Dukendon's gonna cover this video, all right, in 4 years from now. All right, I know it. You sound just like oh God, I can't.
He told it to the future.
This is why. Hey, Marquise, let me pull that post back up here because I got to make a comparison to your people. All right, I got to make a comparison. This is what you remind me of. Like these comments, all of them. This is. There's no different. Exposing something that isn't true, but we caught him in 4K or 380p. Yep. So no, it's true. These guys, like, they will buy into that philosophy, and because they spend so much goddamn money, so much time invested in these platforms, they begin to like eat up all this stuff that they say as gospel, not in disregarding some of the other stuff that they do or they talk about. It's like, what in the hell? Your heroes are frauds. Let's just be real. That's why I tell y'all all the time, I ain't shit. Nobody else is. They all wake up in the morning and take a dump. They wipe their ass. It's just which one? Is it the left or the right hand? And then we move on with our day. We all do the same thing. But when y'all come in and deify people on the goddamn internet, not knowing what the hell they're all about, I'm going to tell you how he got rich and the reason why he's not telling y'all all how he got rich. He got rich pimping OnlyFans broads. That's all it is. Baby. And y'all don't even have the goddamn wherewithal to even talk to a woman. He's talking to you about business and all this stuff. The only goddamn successful business he had was pimping out broads. And that's the easiest freaking concept because what? Sex sells, bruh. What are you? You're not bringing anything new to the market. You're not doing anything spectacular. You're getting a bunch of broads, and then you're having them basically sell their bodies digitally, and then you keep a profit.
In Miami, baby.
In Miami. Who you trying to fool? But the guys, they're never going to be able to replicate what you've done because they can't talk to females. All they do is come up here and talk about money, 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 money. That's all you got.
Well, that's why they live. That's why they live vicariously.
It's crazy. Y'all sound like goddamn idiots, and that's why I can't help but to laugh at y'all. Because you guys are willingly making yourself look like clowns. It's like, stop it, bro. Get some help. Drugs are bad. Stop injecting these pills, dog. There's just too many pills out here, okay? Just relax, all right? Take the reality pill. Okay, I know I said stop taking pills, but this was real, okay? Because it's going to force you to live in the real world and understand that in the real world, when we see niggas like Andrew Tate doing shit that they're doing, when we see brothers like Fresh and Fit, Donovan Sharp, and some of these fake dudes like Jack Murphy doing what they're doing, you have the wherewithal to understand that these motherfuckers are frauds because you live in the real world and they don't. It's that easy. But y'all fall for the lies. It's so funny. It's so funny. And instead of having that ability to critically just, okay, my hero's a lie. Now I got to move on and do something else. No, you accept the fact that you've been lied to. And you dig into your own bullshit. And you wonder why these guys who run these platforms don't even respect you. You think Andrew Tate respects you coming on camera, call you a loser? You think he respects you? Coming and say, hey, you will never get a broad as long as you live. And y'all eat that up and say, yo. Thanks for beating me, master. Thank you. Yeah, I could do better. That's what you sound like, bro. Come on.
But dude, the reason why they follow this guy religiously
this
is
nigga.
Listen,
Marquise, what do you say? Hey, listen. You know what? Hey, let me know right now in the chat. I'm gonna let y'all make that decision, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you want us to cover Andrew Tate. And I'm talking about the spicy video that he don't, and some of these other dudes don't want you to see. If y'all want to see that, put a 1 in the chat and we'll cover it. All right, you guys are part of the show. You guys in the chat. So if you guys want to see this covered, we can do it. Just let me see them ones. All right, but Marquise, thank you again for the $20 super chat. He's saying, say what you want about Andrew or others, but it works. I'm from Miami. You can't fake that success hold up. Ooh. Okay, let's rewind. I'm from Miami. You can't fake that success if you could. Everyone would be here. But bringing art to reality is worth every penny as long as the money stays black. I'm good. Hey, shout out to you, brother. But it's very easy. All right. It's very easy to fake shit on Miami. It's not that hard to take out a line of credit, go rent a Lambo for a week, all right, and drive around acting like you got it. All right. Listen, people live off renting these days.
From Miami. Ask him where he's from. Miami.
Hey, put it in the chat.
Speaking of faking, right? I got a video I'm gonna be doing about this Atlanta like a reality star, right? He actually took on some PPP loan, and he's going to prison now for like a good 5 to 10 years.
It's crazy how these guys would believe that. Look at that Hush Puppy, right?
Yeah,
Hush Puppy comes on Instagram, did that Miami scene. Matter of fact, did it multiple times, right? The Lambos, the G-Wagons, the freaking courses, all that stuff, right? The hopeful post you see on this freaking channel or page talking about you can be rich too, right? You just gotta follow the success tips and the proven methods that I have, and then come to find out he was scamming business owners all over the world, baby, from Nigeria and his fellow Nigerian to another, bro. I am very, very sad at what you did, dog. Like, come on, bro. That is a freaking embarrassment. But that's how it is. That's where they get their money from. So yes, say what you want about others, but yes, they scam. All right, and it's not that hard to just admit that. All right,
Dude,
your heroes are fraud. It doesn't matter how they get the money. It's just they're frauds. Go ahead.
You know what's funny, right? Like what I'm seeing guys like Marquise is showing is that like it's the same thing that the gold diggers fall for, right? The jewelry, the cars, and all that stuff. And that kind of tells me if Marquise was a chick, he would have spread them cheeks for him.
Yeah.
That's why he always bring up the whole money factor like that, because he's like, oh my god.
This guy says Satoshi Nakamoto, right? It is the fake Bitcoin guy, and you know what? That's a crazy thing because these guys, you lump them in with the crypto, all the stuff. You guys are even getting scammed on those cryptos. These guys who are shilling these cryptos, they don't know what they're shilling, dog. Matter of fact, most governments, media's, financial analysts don't understand crypto. The people who understand it are the ones who are scamming you, who are rug pulling you, dog. Y'all are buying in the tokens, looking for the next 1,000% increase, 2,000% freaking valuation, all these different things, not realizing that you are just buying into hypes. This is all tulips. And for y'all to don't understand tulips and what that reference means, go read a goddamn book because it's based on reality. People bought tulips because they thought tulips were worth more. I'm talking about the plants were worth more than their own houses. Because everyone was buying into the hypes. And when the freaking rug got pulled, everyone got stuck holding useless, worthless tulips. All because somewhere along the line, somewhere down the road, someone at one point found it valuable and then sold all these idiots a bill of goods. And mass hysteria took in. We are in the period right now of crypto mass hysteria. Everyone who is broke and got shit are looking for a quick way to win because they're saying niggas on Instagram coming out with Dogecoin millionaires. What do you call all these little pod coins and whatever the fuck it is. Y'all don't understand what you're investing in. You are slowly losing money you can't have. This big crypto crash that y'all had, that we had, should have been a wake-up call for all y'all. Because the majority of the time when everything was going up, everyone was selling. I knew people who was taking out fucking boatloads of debt to just go ahead and buy in because they wanted that $1 million increase. They wanted that growth. That's you. And then you get stuck holding the bag. You ain't rich, dog. And for those of y'all who have your money sitting in those accounts, it's called unrealized gains. All unrealized gains, unless you have the cash in hand, all right? Unless you take it out, you pay your taxes on it, and then you take it out of the system, you don't have shit. You're broke still. Your money's just sitting in there waiting for another platform to do something with it. In this case, they'll just take you over the head with the fees. Y'all don't get it, dog. You're idiots. You're freaking. This is why most of these people don't respect you. It's easy for these influencers to come up here because that's what all crypto is. If you really look at it, it's all, hey, I'm going to start this little token, right? It's going to cost me $200 to do it. Listen, I've built like 3 of those already. It's not that hard. It's literally you just go in, change the code, and you upload it, right? You pay a little bit of a fee with it, right? It depends on what the token you're using. Not token. What do you crypto use to pay the fee? You pay a little fee, and that's it. You create a token. You create a token like that, and then you just get some celebrity guy to go ahead and hype it up and tell us the next big thing, and then boom, all you idiots fall in, thinking that's the next biggest money-making opportunity. Every single motherfucker right now in the manosphere space, I'm telling you right now, they don't know shit about what they're talking about in crypto. The niggas that do know about it are the ones that don't know about it, or admit the fact that they don't understand crypto, because that's really what it is. It's a big melting pot right now that no one understands. There's no regulation, and guess what? It's easy for scammers and people who want to pretend that they're rich to come in and scam you. You know how easy this shit is? We all want to sit there and talk about you acting like you. We want self-awareness, people. That's what we want. And we want to do our best to be able to help you guys get there. But not understanding how the financial system works, you buying into this trash, thinking it's all about money, all about this, all about that. You're wrong. You're just wrong.
Yo, Duke.
Dummies.
Duke,
no,
Duke.
Go ahead.
The reason why money is the first thing they actually have to bring up is because they are morally bankrupt.
They morally and probably actually zero cash in hand.
All that too. But the thing is, like, they don't understand that there is more to life than just money, right? And that's why you don't see guys like Zuckerberg or all people that are actually rich. They don't walk around with all these jewelry on and all this other fake crap. A lot of people that really have money don't go out there and brag about how much money they have because they don't need to. But these guys are so they are a lot of times, right? They try to trick these idiots by giving the illusion of wealth So then, therefore, now you have more people investing in them. Like, oh yeah, he got money, so he must be telling the truth.
Right.
And then when you bring that out, it's like, oh, you hate me because you got money.
Yeah, like think the money is some kind of validator. Y'all don't realize how easy it is to get scammed. Duke, stop hating. Fiat currency is just as cap as crypto. Our money is not based on gold or anything intangible. Yeah, no shit. But fiat currency is actually based in something. It's based with oil. It's based with oil, and it's right now currently the world reserves currency. So there's at least some level of security with it. And you take your goddamn money to the bank, you deposit it, guess what? You're protected up to $250,000 by the federal government. The federal government is still trying to figure out rules for crypto. All these platforms shutting down and all people losing their money. Whoa, that's better? Listen, it's not perfect. And even the crypto, y'all even listen, this is how tone deaf this comment is, because you're saying it's hating. People haven't had real world market adoptions for some of the crypto that's out there right now. There isn't real world market, at least on a large scale, right? Because they thought Dogecoin was going to be it, but everyone's flip-flopping right now, right? There's no real world market, especially these tokens, these utility tokens, and these goddamn what do you call it? Environment tokens these guys do, right? Well, it's for the community, and every time you invest in it, 1% gets given back, or whatever the fuck it is, right? There's no actual real world value. Now, some companies out there, they're using Bitcoin, they're using Ethereum, right? Ethereum is actually one of the better ones because you can do stuff with, you can build applications on top of that would work, and that has potential, but that hasn't been fully realized that yet. The full potential of crypto, what that can be, and we're not even there yet. We're still in this weird melting pot. You want to know where it is? This is how smart people think. People who really understand money. This is no different. The era of crypto we're in is no different than the .com era, when everyone came out with websites. Oh, invest in this website. It's going to be the next best thing. It's going to be next Facebook. It's going to be next Amazon. It's going to be next Google, right? Everyone, listen, it got so bad that everyone bought something that had just had a .com in it. It could be bang.com, and people invest billions of dollars in it. Right? Even they got corporate entities to buy into that hype. Why? Because tulips, nigga. Tulips. It's the same thing. We are at a point in mass hysteria. Now, I'm not saying that out of this huge soup, there isn't going to be like an Amazon of the crypto, right? Or like the token world. And the thing is, I use crypto, but as a general term. If you guys want to be smart, use coins or tokens. Right now, all y'all are buying the tokens, which actually don't have any monetary value. All right? You guys think it's all crypto because, oh, this is going to go. Tokens don't have monetary value. They don't, all right? Coins do, like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, right? Ethereum's not really a coin. Those have actual usability. See, y'all don't know that. You just call it crypto and think, oh, I bought this life token over here, so it's gonna go up. You best believe it's gonna go up. Yeah, it's gonna be next thing. I'm gonna be rich, man. I'm sit there and wait for that money. You're stupid.
You explain it too long. All you have to say is, at the time your barber, your next door neighbor was telling you about crypto, you're too late. Okay, that's all you have to say. You too late.
I love this by Primal Studies. Yeah, it's based on the faith of the U.S. government. Absolutely, right? And the U.S. government, we know it's all fraud. But you know what else is fraud? These other companies that are coming in and rug pulling all these other dudes buying into these token hypes, right? Look at Dogecoin. Dogecoin is gonna hit $10. Dogecoin is gonna hit $1. Dogecoin is gonna.
I made money on Dogecoin.
Yeah, right. But here's the thing. You were smart because buying stocks, trading currency, trading all these stuff, it's no different. Like, especially when you're watching the screen, you're watching people's emotions. All right. We know that people are going to get greedy and people are going to hold on because they're seeing the growth. And that's the thing. Y'all get fooled by the unrealized gains thinking, I got all this money sitting in here. You ain't pulled shit out, bro. You ain't made nothing because tomorrow, boop, bam. And then what? You got nothing. Remember that guy that made $1 million off of Dogecoin? Go ask him how much money he has now because he chose to left his money in there. Yeah, it ain't $1 million right now. Y'all are weird, bro. Like, get off with that. See, it's people who don't really understand finance, who don't understand money, that come in here, and it's easy for y'all to get fooled by this. You're being scammed. All right. Now, in the next 10 years or whatever it is, right, there's gonna be a clear project winner out there. And that's what the real underground projects that are actually happening right now. But y'all don't really know about that because you're buying into the celebrity endorsed hype. Like, majority of tokens you're hearing right now, it's all celebrity endorsed hype to scam you. The real projects with the real nerds sitting in the basement trying to work something, they're working on that. But y'all won't hear about it because it's not flashy. That shows how materialistic, how easily fooled you guys are with this materialistic stuff. Y'all don't get it, man. That's why it is. Coming up in this world, like, knowing that I got my kid and whatnot, I'm glad because she's got to come out and compete against y'all. Oh, we gonna win. We gonna win because y'all already proven that y'all easy to be fooled. So they all talking about, oh, don't have kids. Listen, if you get the mindset and you know how to raise your kid right and you understand the world for what it is, and you realize the majority of these people are fucking dummies and buying anything, your kids are gonna be straight. Your kids are gonna be straight because these people out here right now, y'all some great value fools, man. Like for real talk. My bad. I went in. I just had to because I try to keep this channel about dating. I don't really talk about like finance a whole lot, except for the new shows we're going to be coming out soon. But it's crazy to see all these different things because that's the biggest argument that they have. Oh, we talk about finance, we talk about crypto. You're not talking about nothing. You're not talking about nothing. Crypto is nothing. Look, go if you guys actually track wallets. Look who owns these wallets. Some of these tokens you guys are buying, man, just trace and do your research. Stop buying because you think things are going to go up. This is the same kind of problem that's affecting you all into finding actual productive lives. You're listening to people without doing your own research. Come on. I don't have to show you my money, all this. If anything, that's more disingenuous. As a real person, understanding what it is, listen, I will tell you this. The more you try to prove to me up here, the more I investigate because I don't believe what I'm seeing.
Well, it's kind of similar to any time somebody keeps telling the world that, every time somebody keeps telling others like, oh, I'm alpha. You're like, right. A king that keep reminding others that he's a king. He's no king at all.
It's crazy. And Shannon Bryson says inflation is going to hit everybody, but not saying crypto is the only goddamn hedge. And you guys aren't even buying into the right cryptos. Yeah, you think Dogecoin is gonna freaking outpace goddamn Jesus, man? There are other asset class out there that you can invest in.
Yeah, like there are other tangible assets, like properties and stuff like that.
They're properties. I actually own physical. Now I'm not on a Peter Skiff's level or anything like that, but I have actual physical gold, silver, metals, precious metals, store of value. Right? The purchasing power that I have, that I purchased my silver and gold with, that's going to stay there. It's not going to move. Great hedge against inflation. There are other asset classes that are safer because some of y'all right now, especially some of you guys who are getting older, and it saddens me because I actually did financial planning. And the biggest problem I had, especially people in their 30s and up, they don't know this stuff. They don't have actual plan. And they don't realize that when it comes to this, especially when you get up in that age, time is your only asset. It's really it. The time for your money to grow and grow exponentially. And you guys are losing all that into like secure investments that could actually help you start planning something. And you're dumping it all into crypto. That's dumb. Because by that time, by the older you get, it's going to be harder for you to make all that out. It's going to be harder. Y'all don't realize that. You're literally only about 3 to about 5%, or maybe 10% if you're crazy, should be in riskier portfolios, in riskier aspects of your portfolios. That's it. Some of y'all putting 50, 100. It's crazy. Smart people with real money, 3% risk asset class.
It's supposed to be 10.
All right, I got a question for you. Right? So the manosphere or the red pill space was created in order to bring awareness to certain issue that has been going on, especially with young men. So now, what are some of the subjects you think that the manosphere should prioritize in order to elevate man as a whole, instead of just talking about pussy all day?
I think actual sound. If you want to talk, are you talking about the finance or just general?
Oh, either from finance to computer relationship skills, as well as all the valuable stuff.
Duke's reciting hairline. What echo are you hearing?
That's a crazy name.
I know. I love it already. Hey, I got a natural receiver. Hey, don't be surprised. Middle of 2022, I show up cue ball like Anton Daniels, and I join the ranks of those dudes. All right, you can't be high value unless you ball. All right, so we getting there. We on our way, bro. Don't worry about it. I'm getting
it's an echo going on. That's what they're saying.
What you guys hear it? Is it whose end is it? Is it when I talk?
I think it's when I talk.
Is it when you talk?
I think.
Yeah, I mean, I used to hear it. But yeah.
Squared Away says, Duke, I only have 3% in crypto. If I lose, I'll still be okay. No, that's actual sound advice that you should. And I don't hear anyone, especially some of these manosphere dudes, and y'all know who you are. I've watched your channels talking about I'm only gonna talk about crypto now. I'm only gonna talk about finance and money and all this stuff. I watch your channels. Y'all ain't talking about this. Y'all telling, oh no, just invest in crypto, buy this course, buy this thing. Let me show you how to do it. And some of them, it's crazy. Some of them are even buying into groups that pay them monthly, so you can buy the same crypto at the same time. Some of these dudes who run these groups buy them at, like a little chat where they send out the chat. Oh, buy this crypto, and you got to pay like $100 or $200 a month to do it, to be part of that group. They're selling that on Instagram. Like some of these, I'm not saying the manosphere is doing it, but some of these coaches are. But if we want to actually talk about advices that are going to help young men, we need sound financial advice, like stuff that's actually going to not telling at least for that's tailored. Let's do this. Tailored sound financial advice. So if we talk about young cats, right, teaching them how to actually the different investment vehicles. For instance, index funds. Index funds are one of the best investment tools that young men can make. How many of y'all in the chat right now even know what an index fund is, right? How many of you guys even know what that is? Right, mainly when you buy in, right? You see what I'm saying? Right, your risk is kind of mitigated, right? Yep. You keep the highs, you don't lose the lows, right? Versus the variable. These different
You're talking
things,
about like a Roth IRA.
Yeah, like a
like
Roth. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So these different things, if we actually start breaking it down and running, and the only person I know that's tailored to do that, only people I know that could do that are probably Anton Daniels, and because he talked about it a little bit when he was on the show, and Pocket Watching with JT. Those are the only two people I know that can speak on that, because Pocket Watching was an actual CPA. So that's like that's a level of that's up there. That's up there. Y'all don't know who a CPA is. CPA is real.
Yeah,
they are real. They're up there. So I know he knows that, and on top of that, I know he has the networks to do it. Right. So that's sound financial advice. We listen to those guys. I do come up here. Yesterday, starting talk about Pocket Watching was a fraud because he called out Grant Cardone. No, he was right. Grant Cardone's on some snaky shit. I'm not saying that he actually invests in literal fraud, but Pocket Watching with JT was actually smart to call that out. That's the kind of nonsense that you guys buy into. He's literally getting the accredited investors to buy into debt. That's what it is, and expecting the cash flow from that debt to to repay the goddamn loan. But there's other things that could really turn those tables upside down. We need actual sound financial planning for these young men, like a path to even a path to home ownership. Home ownership is going to be something in the near future that's going to be out of reach for most of you dudes right now. Most of you dudes right now existing in the chat who are going to be watching this on a replay, literally home ownership is going to be something that's going to be out of your window. If y'all right now are not really thinking about how you can get yourself into a property or buy some kind of land, doesn't matter how expensive it is, or even try to find a little area of land, just put your feet in and just wait to see what happens. So at least you have something. You don't really know. And that's the best bet against inflation right now. A physical, tangible asset. You can see, you can touch, you can feel. It's not something you got to watch on your phone, on Robinhood. Not something you got to speculate about. Sound advice. We got to stop with this get rich quick. That's not how it works. Y'all buying into these damn hypes, right? Oh, be a man. You buy this course, it's gonna be fine. Be a man. I'm gonna come into this program, it's gonna be all right. No, man, this shit's a process. Everything here is a process, all of it, and you got to be able to. And the biggest part of it is you, because you got to be able to put in the work. All y'all just want to be rich for the sake of being rich. That's not.
Here's the funny thing, though, right? Here's the funny thing, because like a lot of people want the world to change, but they still want to remain the same. Yeah. So that's why you have so many excuses as women are not acting right, or society's doing this, doing that. Yeah. And then instead of look into the mirror and find out the things your shortcoming and improve on that. So then you think that buying a course for $100 a month is somehow some dude who like other people pegging his wife is gonna be an alpha male or something.
Rodrigo Garcia, don't fall into that trap. I see a comment over there. Gold had lost 3% of its value. Like in 15 years, you are basically losing more money than you're holding in cash. Gold is artificially being suppressed right now. Literally, if the price of gold actually kept up with inflation, gold would be about like more than $1,100 or $1,500 per pound. It'll be way more than that. It's artificially being suppressed and there's a reason why. Because we're off the gold standard. We're off fiat now.
Yo, dude.
I think like what
you gotta
since Nixon, right? Nixon took us off the gold
Yeah,
standard.
Nixon took us off because we were spending too much in the war, and all the other countries, they said, hey, listen, I know y'all spent more, y'all got in reserves. I want my money, I want my gold back. I want my gold back. And the U.S. said, nope, we're just dicks. We ain't giving you shit. I know we said we'll keep it for safekeeping, but it's ours now. That's just how it is. We're the bullies. We're the bullies. We came in and just took their gold, and now we got it all locked up and said, here's all these paper we can print and win. Right now, don't get me wrong; it is still solidly backed by something, and it's losing its value over time, right? But doesn't mean that there aren't actual other vehicles out there. Once you understand the concept of money, it's easier to understand where to put it. It's when you understand how it flows, how these guys print it, how the velocity of money affects the economy, you would understand where to put it. So it's really that simple. Don't fall into that trap. Because, like, at some point, if the fiat were to crash, guess what? Countries, like even the dollars, they're going to need something to peg the new system to, right?
Yep.
Why not digital virtual gold? Say, okay, we'll raise the value of gold here, right? And then officially peg maybe a certain percentage of the dollar to it. Maybe we got a gold crypto coin, right? So crypto still has its value, but it's not realized yet. Y'all buying into tokens that don't make sense. There are projects you can literally go on Fiverr. I want y'all to who think crypto is the greatest thing. Go on Fiverr right now and type in token. Right? Go on Fiverr and type in token. I bet you find a bunch of dudes out there charge you $100 to make one, and you go find your celebrity. All right, go find you one of these great value males to promote it for you. All right, and the Simps gonna buy in. And that's how easy it is. It's not that hard. It's all just code. Like I'm saying, these guys talking about fiat money. Like these guys are literally digitally printing their own value. So look what's going on with NFTs right now. Come on, bro. We're all being taken for a loop. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. Marquise 912, $5 super chat again, bro. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much. He says he's speaking facts, 100%. Tell Art he could buy a house with like 5 to 8% down with the FHA loan. I even got a problem with that. The FHA, yeah, it's easier for people to get into houses, man. But like, listen, 3% down, 5% down, that's not enough, man. You need 20%. 20% keeps you above water. You know, because when the market
here's the funny thing, right? Like when you actually when you get an FHA loan, there's you have to pay some sort of insurance. I think until you actually get the value to 20% into the house as equity, then you'll be able to actually remove the extra money you actually pay in a month.
No, there's a lot more restrictions on it. So that's the thing. Go, just put it. And then put your money right now. The money you were supposed to, invest in a house as a down payment. Go put that in some kind of money market, something that you can earn some safe interest in, right? But you're not going to use right away, but like a medium to long term. I think money markets are good investment vehicles, all right? Now the interest isn't as high, but it's variable depending on what bank you're into. Go put your money in that, stash it, keep it there. And when you're ready to buy something, invest in something, your money is going to grow a little bit. Now it's not going to be as wild as crypto. But you don't have to have any of the headaches. That's what we're trying to say. Say what?
Like when you
go ahead, Poppy.
Like when you do index fund, you got to pick the right ones too. Like some ETF, it give you 10% at the very minimum, 8% per year, maximum like 12%. You all depend what you put it on. I mean, I'm learning as I go.
And that's the thing that's lost, right? Because people don't realize how much percentage they should allocate for. Y'all are even talking about crypto, don't even know how to even allocate your portfolio properly. Do y'all even know what asset allocation means? Do you know? Talking about crypto. That's all I hear when these guys talk about money. Crypto. What? So what? It's so general and vague, and it's so easy for y'all to be scammed. Some of the biggest scammers right now are the ones who are running these crypto projects, bro.
NFT too now.
And NFT now. And when it came out, here's the thing: NFT actually has real world value. I can see that, especially for some of these artists and artists, rappers, and entertainers. They want to do something with it. It's got some value, but just like everything else that's new in the crypto space is the Wild West. Just like the .com era, right? Everything with NFT in it, people are just gonna invest in it. That's what people are thinking. They're looking to take financial advice, by the way.
I guess in a way, I kind of understand why people are interested into these things, right? Because Poppy said, by the time the barber's telling you about it, it's too late, right? So then everybody's trying to find a place where they can actually grow their income as the dollar continue to depreciate in time. So then now it's like when I knew about crypto, right? When I knew about Bitcoin, I was in England. Had I invested in Bitcoin then, I would have been all right. Right. So it's that fear of missing out where a lot of people now they actually overdo it.
Yeah, it's bad. And here's the thing: there's gonna be such a huge overcorrection of this. It's gonna be bad. Like people who really invested in it and they lost a lot of freaking money. They're gonna be very distrustful of any of these systems. And guess what that's gonna do? It's gonna leave that kind of system, right? The new crypto system y'all were so passionate about, to the elites, because the poor people and the people who got fucked over don't want to deal with it anymore because they're gonna realize it's all a scam. Now realizing no, it wasn't a scam. You just fell into FOMO. You fell into fear of missing out. That's just all it was. So it's going to swing back, and it's going to swing back. You see, like in years to come, people are going to hate and distrust the crypto market. Similar to what we're doing with stock markets right now. Similar to what we're doing with the US dollar. It's the exact same thing. People are going to be distrustful because you guys are abusing the system, not realizing it.
Actually, I made some pretty good money in the market. Especially right as the Rona kicked in, because a lot of people they were afraid, they took their money out, and that's when I'm like, what? Let me just drop some money in there. So by the time the economy bounced back, so I was able to actually get a pretty good return on it.
No, absolutely. It's one of those things where, but you got to be smart about it. You're not doing it based off emotions. Like for me, I'm gonna say I don't own crypto. I own crypto, right? I got some Bitcoin. I got some. I'm definitely in Litecoin. I
only got like 3 of them: Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then Dodge, Dogecoin.
So Dogecoin, I kind of buy and sell just on a whim. Like I'm just like, when I look at them, because I kind of just. It's not that I lost faith in it, but it's just like I just see where it's kind of stagnated a little bit. So I'm not really too keen on Bitcoin, but I use those. Huh?
You see, everybody keep hearing the echo.
Everyone keeps hearing the echo.
Yes, sir. I think it's R or me. I don't know. I don't even hear it from me.
All right, let me mute myself real quick. Y'all go ahead and chat.
I'm kind of hearing it from Poppy, and I'm also hearing it from you as well. So it's the two of us. But not
probably gonna drop out and come back in, maybe.
Yeah. But hey, listen. I gotta get going. I wish I could stay for the whole freaking stream, but I'm gonna bounce right inside of that. I might jump back in, but I might jump back in. But for now, I'm gonna get going, and then once I'm done with work finally, because I was just taking a break. Once I'm done with work, then I might jump back in if you're still on, and then we could talk a little bit more about some of these quote unquote alpha male.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be in it because the next video we're gonna react to is Sydney Watson's the actual scenario that went down, and then Sydney Watson's reaction to it. And then we'll get into it. But he said, "Hold on, I got more art jokes." Hey, come back when he comes back. He said he's gonna come back, Marquise. Okay.
Oh, he misses you already.
He misses you already. Yeah, man. These guys. Dude. This is why I don't get mad at trolls, because they end up becoming your biggest supporter. And so I love people like that. Hey,
listen, Marquise is the biggest groupie that I have, and I love this dude, man. He's awesome. He's one of my biggest groupie. I'm not talking about like because he's fat, but because he's one of my biggest groupie.
Yeah.
But anyway.
You gotta. These fanboys are the greatest, man. The best to give.
Hell yeah.
The gift.
So shout out to you, and I'll definitely come back to make sure that he continues to super chat, because we could make some money off of this dude.
Absolutely, bro. We $50,000 up already. You kidding me? Bring them art jokes over here. All right, take it easy, brother. So listen, y'all don't get this crypto stuff, man. Y'all don't get it. It's so easy right now. You are in the Wild West. Everyone buying into the hype right now. You are in the crypto Wild West. Say what?
They made all their money out of people that don't know what's going on. That's why. And that's what I'm saying. At the time you start hearing talk about, because look, I'm gonna give you an example, man. I got into Dogecoin. I know it was a piece of shit thing, right? But I got into it before that shit was like less than, it was even half a penny, bro. And I'm mad at myself because I didn't got enough. I only got a couple meals, bro. And I made like like 4 bands. So I didn't make nothing crazy, but I was like, man, I don't believe it. Yo, I got less than a half a penny. That shit went all the way to 72 cents. I made a killing. I just didn't have enough. You see what I'm saying? I pulled out. I left like a little couple thousand there. I'm like, man, I'm gonna leave this little 1,000 shares there real quick. Man, that shit haven't moved, but I don't care. But I already made. Nigga, I put in like $200, and I made like 4 bands.
You've made initial your money on it, and you
Bro,
bailed out.
I made like 2,000%.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
no, that was I made pretty money too. Like people who caught it, they caught it. They made money. But the thing is, everyone who's looking at that and realize that, oh shit, I missed the boat. I could have been a millionaire. I could have had an extra, $10,000 in my bank account. Ah shit. Well, let me go ahead and jump into this crypto. Let me go ahead and jump to that crypto. Let me go ahead and jump to that and that, and then they end up getting scammed because they let the fear of missing out take over, right? And then on top of that, this is another big plague that has hit the manosphere space, and it's quickly taken a hold of that is really going to lead a lot of young men into problems. And I really think that that's why I applaud what Pocket Watching is doing, calling out some of these fake financial gurus, making you guys aware of it. But it is taking a grip in the manosphere space. Fresh and Fit, they talk about this all the time. Donovan Sharp talks about crypto. All these different red pill guys are coming out and they're talking about, oh, crypto. They're shilling crypto. They're all shilling crypto all of a sudden. When did Donovan Sharp become a crypto expert? If Donovan Sharp was a financial advisor right now and said, give me $100,000, how many of y'all would let him do it?
Everybody.
It seems like people would, which is the crazy thing. It seems like people would. So all these people coming out shilling crypto, not knowing what the hell it's all about, this is how you lose. You lose to people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. The blind leading the blind. There's going to be a correction. There's going to be a big market correction coming soon. A big one. The soft one we saw with crypto the last year summer, was it this year? Last year summer. There was a big correction with Bitcoin, and now it started to come back. I think it was this year. It's going to be worse. This was just a little dip so institutions can buy in. This right here was FUD. That initial dip was FUD. So now the institutions have bought in, right? Goldman Sachs, all these other guys. What's the big one? The big company, right? That's made Fidelity, right? They're already now, after that crash, all of a sudden they magically made crypto an asset class, right? When they were beating the market down to the point where Bitcoin got to 30,000, right? Kept going. And they beating out all these big institutions coming in, taking the money. All y'all dudes got caught holding the bag because the crypto wasn't going up in 2 months, 3 months. All y'all was on Facebook, all y'all was posting all that stuff like that while y'all were selling because y'all were highly leveraged. These institutions were coming in because they saw this as an opportunity. And all of a sudden, as soon as crypto started to go up, Fidelity, all these different big banks, these big goddamn networks started coming out and saying, yeah, now we're officially listing crypto as an asset class. But it's not these dumb tokens y'all are buying into. It's the real shit. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, some of the other ones.
So ADA, ETH.
You see what I'm saying? People don't get it. Y'all don't get it, dog. It's so Rob back here. What's good, Black Light?
What's good, bro? What's going on, Poppy Blanco? What's good? What's up with everybody? Great conversation y'all having, man. I had to hop in this bad boy. What's up?
Hey, welcome, man. You know we had to get it. N1C. Good to see you, brother. I don't know if you're a brother or not, but I'm assuming you are. Thank you so much. If you are going to pay attention to anyone talking about crypto, listen to people that actually know how it works. Otherwise, it's people just jumping on the fad. No, that's true. A lot of people in the manosphere space right now are manosphere goddamn crypto grifters. Crypto is a big grift right now, and y'all don't get it. Everyone's like, what's the next coin? What's the next token? What's the next coin? What's the next token? And then y'all getting rug pulled left and right. There are literally channels on YouTube making a killing right now. Not off of crypto. No, off of telling y'all, off the super chats, what the next hot coin is going to be. That's literally it. Every single day, there's a new hot coin.
Guaranteed. That's a good question.
This one is guaranteed to blow. This one's guaranteed to go up. And then it's like, yeah, you get rug pull a day later.
That's a good question, bro. That's a good question. What makes a great cryptocurrency investment? What makes a good cryptocurrency? Like, if I was to ask y'all, like, what would be your strategy? How do I look at a good blossoming cryptocurrency? How would you guys answer that question?
First of all, I'll look at what is pretty much already established by people who are generally validated in that particular space. I'm talking about industry guys, like people who, like, what's that guy's name? The guy that did Ethereum, that coded it. what's his name?
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
Vitalik Buterin.
Yeah, that's it.
Vitalik Buterin, right? And, you know, helped with the Ethereum and whatnot. So guys like that who are in the space that are coming in and saying, hey, listen, this is going to be the next thing, and this is what we're doing, this kind of project. I'm going to look at him because he helped with Ethereum. So, and Ethereum is his big thing right now. So he's an authority in space. And on top of that, I look at the utility and the usability factor of it, right? I look at what kind of coin is it? Is it something like Bitcoin where this actually you don't have that widespread adoption, but it's being used here and there. And it's more treated now as like an investment class than anything else. So it's like, okay, we just put it in invest. So what am I looking for, right? Am I looking for something with more utility in it? Do I have to be part of a network, right? What network or community do you want to be a part of? And is it worth me, investing in their platform tokens to be able to utilize whatever it is, right? And this is where I see what have value, because I can foresee platforms even like YouTube where, you got to get your own, it's completely crypto wise, right? You got to come in and you change your real world dollars into crypto tokens, and you go ahead and support the platform that way, interact with how you need to do that. So there are platforms that are similar to that exist, but I need to look at the usability aspects, not just from the money making standpoint. Go ahead.
Facts. I just wanted to say that I'm jealous because you're doing a wonderful job of multitasking. Your mouth is giving such great information, and my forehead, my hairline is only acting as a do-rag rest, but yours is in the chat dropping some jewels. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, my receding hairline right now is on fire, just like right
bro. It's that brain. That's why it's receding, because that brain power is just burning that top level off right there,
brother. It's everywhere.
It's crazy. He said that you should always read the white paper, and I think that is that's literal right off the top. Great information. You know what I'm saying?
Right? And people don't. That's the crazy thing. Receding hairline. No one reads the white paper, and sometimes when you read the white paper, realize how long your money's going to be trapped in there for, what the project plan is, what the horizon is, what's their 2-3 year plan, is this project even viable, what's their real world usability or marketability, all these different things. And when you read into that and you have those, all you got to do is take, because when I trade stocks, right, and just when I'm talking about companies, right, I'm a what do you call a fundamental investor, and I also do technical analysis too sometimes, right, depending on, I use both, but like the companies I'm actually invested in, like I use fundamental analysis. And what fundamental analysis is, I'm looking at their cash flow. I'm looking at their balance sheets. I'm looking at their statements to make sure that this company is going to be healthy for the next 5 years. I'm sticking my money in it.
Now I got a question for you. Do you pay attention to coin burns?
The burn rates? Yeah. You gotta pay attention to the burn rate. That's important. How much will your coin be worth? Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got a whole different strategy, bro.
Well, the reason why I said that is because according to some recent information, I think they said only about 1% of Bitcoin is still remaining in wallets on exchanges. So that means that more than likely, after a price correction, Bitcoin is probably going to skyrocket for a while, and it's probably going to be a lot more difficult to get because the circulating supply, the way that you look at that, the circulating supply is decreased. So that means that there's a higher scarcity. And when it comes to dealing with regular economics, it's basic supply and demand. If the scarcity is high, then that means that there's going to be a higher demand, especially if crypto adoption is increasing over time. You know what I'm saying?
And people don't get that, right? So like a lot of times they don't realize that some of the burn rate for some of these places, like it's not, it even goes towards devaluing your token rather than helping it appreciate. It's the same thing. It's the same. The fundamental aspects of principles of money still apply, right? If there's more in the system, it's going to be worth less. If there's less in the system, it's going to be worth more. That's just what it is. Same thing with Bitcoin. There's only about like 90 million, 80 million in there in total existence.
No, it's only
Bitcoin is always, I believe, 21 million. Anytime there's a Bitcoin,
I was overstated, right? So 21 million, not even a lot. So it makes sense to justify the price. Dogecoin, I'm sorry, will never reach $10. Dogecoin will never reach $100. It's not built for that. That's not how it will forever stay there.
I had an argument with somebody.
How much money it's going to take to go towards that valuation? And you see people on YouTube, you see people on some of these influencers and the man, Dogecoin is going to be real. I'm investing in Dogecoin right now. Y'all got to buy. Do you not? You don't know how money works fundamentally. That's what it is. Like literally, you come in here talking about I know money and because I'm investing in crypto. Literally, the same rules still apply. Supply and demand. Economics.
Supply and demand. Yeah. Supply and demand. It determines every market that you're in, any market, regardless if it's drugs, or if it's if it's money supply or if it's precious metals or whatever. Supply and demand always dictate the market, and that's the factor of purchasing power parity, inflation, all of that good stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to block somebody, bro.
You gotta what? Who you gotta block?
I have to block somebody from my Instagram. I remember because she had the nerve to argue with me that Dogecoin was gonna hit $50,000 a pop. Yo, to remind you, this is a girl that work at the bank, and I'm like, darling, that she won't even reach $3.
Oh no!
I'll tell you what.
She was like, I'm not gonna listen to you. My banker's homie's telling me, a financial advisor telling me this. I'm like, yo, it's impossible for Dogecoin to reach that kind of money, lady.
If your financial advisor told you that, fire him or you're lying.
I swear to God,
one of those two. Yeah, she's capping, dog. Because no advisor would tell you to fucking do that, and they won't tell you. There's no because they understood how economics work. It's impossible for Dogecoin to do that. Even though what's the other one? It's not SafeMoon. What's the other one that has
SHIB?
SHIB.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, it's gonna hit a penny. You just watch. Okay, I'm watching. I'm watching. KS, thank you for the $5 super chat. Guys like Madoff and Ponzi, they go after the desperate who make rash decisions instead of in-depth decisions. Absolutely. Like Blacklight said and Poppy said, by the time, listen, there's something called, institution investors and then retail investors. Okay. Institution investors, they're the ones who own and invest in a lot of the institutions that you guys hope to make money on, right? They're the guys that you want, some of the guys you call the hidden hand or whatever the hell you want to talk about, right? That's there. They're guys that collude behind the scenes, right? Politicians, you lump them in the same boat because they're lawmakers and they're part of that shit too as well, all right? That's part of the institutional investors. They're insiders. They know what the fuck's going on, right? Not saying retail investors, that's you guys, me,
that's
everyone
us,
not in that club, right? Not saying that we can't have our wins, but we basically, if you're winning, you're eating off the plate that they left over. Otherwise, the system is not designed for you to win. By the time your retail knows what's going on, these guys already know it's too late. And these guys sell off.
Listen, look. Instead of talking about
crazy, dog.
look. Instead of talking about Fibonacci for beauty standards, how come Kevin Samuels don't talk about how to read bar charts with Fibonacci? I had to do it.
You got to do it.
I had to do it.
Because the things that and I'm not to be fair to Kevin Samuels, I don't know if he actually really knows that or is just that's like a talking point, right? Because with the manosphere, there's a lot of talking points. Fibonacci sequence, as long as you know what it is, then I guess because you can map your face and everything's symmetrical and beauty is. Listen, I do believe that what he's saying in terms of symmetrical beauty and whatnot. But listen, bro, what is a Fibonacci sequence? How are we going to apply? How can young men apply the Fibonacci sequence in their actual lives when they're judging beauty? I don't think that's a thing. Niggas look at ass and they look at the tits and they make the decision. That's just how it is. You can't.
Yes, you can. You just got to.
Most guys out here.
How Fibonacci works. You start by 0, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100, 120. So you got to start at 0, right?
You got to start. I guess you start at 0.
If you do the calculations for Fibonacci, it always is in a spiral, and you can always be guaranteed that a woman's going to spiral out of control at some point. So there's that.
And you know what's so crazy now about
you can.
Here's the thing that's so crazy about the crypto market right now that it actually has me worried, right? The fact that guys like Elon Musk, right, especially with Dogecoin, since we're talking about that, right? You imagine how pretty much even Bitcoin now he has an influence over. Like if you can tweet and change the market of the goddamn coin that fast. Why
remember McAfee was doing that when he was alive.
Like you're scamming the system, dog. Hey, Elon. Hey, I wasn't born yesterday. I know what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing, bro. That's what it is. They're scamming the market, dog. His tweets basically moved Dogecoin. When he said he was going to adopt it for Tesla, boom.
But check this out, though. Here's the thing. Did his tweets cause the movement, or did people's lack of understanding of how markets work cause the movement? Because that'll cause a correction, because there's no evidence of any type of improvement in the value other than the fact that Elon Musk said, you know, this might be nice. So then a bunch of people who don't understand crypto happen to see it on Saturday Night Live or some late night TV show. The reach is out more to more people, so more people go out and buy it. They don't see an immediate value, and then they sell it off and put it into other short-term investments. You know what I'm saying?
You remember that what's that what was that show with people, the bunch of people with the numbers on their back, and they had to do these weird games and whatnot, Squid Games, right? And somebody came out with a Squid Game coin or a token, and that shit got rug pulled like a mug. But what ended up happening though before it got rug pulled, how people bought into it, the mainstream media bought into that Squid Game hype, that Squid Game token hype. They got fooled themselves. What chance do you have?
You want to know how to make money? Pay attention to what politicians are getting voted into office, and pay attention to what they have mutual funds and investments in, because they're always going to pass laws to try to make their businesses thrive. So pay attention.
Nancy Pelosi got called out on that investment thing, right? And she was basically like, "Oh well,
no,
I don't think we should take away that law. I don't think we should. I think we should just keep it the way it is, right? Because we like to keep our stocks inside the trade. Because how is it as a politician making an average $100,000 a year come out a millionaire? That doesn't make any sense. Look at that. What's that recent politician that got in from New York? That one chick, AOC, right? Came in there talking about she was broke and all that, taking pictures on a staircase and whatnot. Look at me. And all of a sudden, she got in the office, got a new outfit, all of a sudden gotten money, getting all that. So how y'all making that? What's happening? Because y'all have insider knowledge, part of this institution that I'm talking about. Because governments and corporations.
It's funny that you mentioned that. I just received a text message like early this morning telling me, my boys telling me what option calls Nancy Pelosi was buying for next year. I don't know if y'all can read. Can you read it?
No, I can't see that. Oh, okay.
Let me see.
Wow. Jesus.
She buy option calls. That's the kind of shit I be playing with.
Yeah. Do what they do.
Exactly. And trust me, they know something that we don't know. They're in the inside, bro. They're in the inside.
Yeah, they're part of that institution I'm talking about. Like, and that's what I'm saying. By the time the news gets to you average dudes out there, right? The average dudes that don't like to be called average, yeah, the big guys that know you average, they treat you as such. All right. So the fact that they know that you guys are buying into it, they bail. When the retail investors know what's going on, meaning your guy at the barbershop or so your Uber driver starts telling you about what crypto to buy into, I'm not listening to you, bro. I am not.
What?
You don't
Everything
have
is
no
based
knowledge
on behavior.
whatsoever.
Everything is based on buyer behavior. See, this is the same kind of talk that goes into that whole red pill thing. Yeah. Like Primo said the other day, past behavior is the most accurate indicator of future activity. So, people invest in other people in the same way. I could be with this individual and chill with them for a minute and I can get XYZ out of them. And then I got to get out because they crazy. I got this inside information from talking to some friends or paying attention to some Facebook posts. Information is currency, bro. Information is the new kind of money.
Real money. That's been the real money, realistically.
That's why they call it data mining. That's why these companies like Google, they call it data mining, because they're looking for that valuable golden piece of information.
Your data is worth more than all this cash in the goddamn world, because if they can know you better than you know yourself, they're God. No, that literally. That's it. That's literally the whole point of algorithms, AIs, and everything that the conversions that we're experiencing right now. There's big conversions into a singularity. That's what this is. Right. The next thing to go is the financial system. And once we figure out how to globalize that, it's a wrap, dog. That's it. You globalize the money system, it's over. And don't tell me it's not in the works, because it's in the works. And I think crypto is going to have a big hand in that and bringing that to reality. That's just real talk. So y'all gotta understand, like y'all listen to people that don't understand the game and don't understand the game from a deeper level. And you just come in and they just show this shit. And no, that's how they get rich. Because what benefit is it to you for you to be successful? Because that means everyone is going to be successful, and that raises the level of average. That's the thing y'all don't get. Y'all don't like to be called average. Y'all want to be outside of that. I mean, here's the thing. If these guys are telling you, oh, all these guys can do it, just buy this course. As long as you buy this, you can do great. Listen, if the tide of average people rise to about $100,000, everyone's making $100,000, guess what? $100,000 becomes a new baseline, becomes a new minimum, right? And then the standard gets raised. It's a never-ending game until you hit fucking what? Nothing, because it keeps going.
Yeah,
there are people that are always going to be better than you, and it's okay to be average. Just stay in
Most
your goddamn lane.
Anyway. Most of us are average.
See, but that's the laws of nature. Right there, what you just described is basically the mathematical formula or mathematical representation of the laws of nature. You know what I'm saying? Because as long as the increasing demands are continually increasing, then to have an average survival or average understanding, you have to keep track with what it is that is increasing as far as understanding, being competitive, understanding languages, amounts of money, different things like that. Every number is constantly balancing itself off. This is one of the reasons why they want to have that universal basic income of $15. You know,
that's happening.
Yeah,
not even universal basic income, but like, no, not the. I think that's like a minimum wage increase.
Minimum wage increase.
The minimum universal basic income. I think these. What do you call it? What do you call the stimulus check? That was the test.
Yeah,
I think the stimulus check was a test for that, and it's successful. And it made it. I think they're going to start implementing that, but they're going to figure out how to make. They've already done that to direct deposit that right into your bank account. So now it's already in there. It's ready to go. So once they really start implementing, once the economy starts going, and they're trying to get more people in control, right? It's one of those things where it's like, all right, well, now we can literally just put this in your bank. All right, don't worry about printing. Don't worry about anything. We're just gonna put this right there. You're gonna spend it right from your card or right from your bank account. No need to do anything else. Just put it right there. And we do it on a monthly basis. You don't question it. You don't know where the money's coming from. It's just there. Now that we have access to your bank account, guess what? We can probably just tax your shit too. Oh yeah, take taxes right from your bank account. You give us access to one of the personal informations you have, which is your bank. Then we can do whatever we want. Yep. We own you now. We own your life. Now, you want to get gas? Maybe not. Maybe we'll block that. Oh, you want to get food? Maybe we block that too. Y'all don't get it, bro. This is all just stepping on top of each other. But y'all not ready for that nonsense. You're not ready for it. That's all you know. It's conspiracy. N1C, thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I'm a brother. Oh, shout out to you. That's another brother right there. Hey. Happy New Year to you too. Happy New Year, y'all. Stay safe out there and focus on improvements in 2022. No, absolutely. One thing I would agree on Kevin Samuels on is the year. Let's make 2022 the year of self-awareness, because I think that's what's going to be the big combating of what's going on. Jose Rosario. So I get it. I know we tend to be all over the place. We were talking about Jack Murphy. Let's get back to it then, I guess.
Speaking of Jack Murphy, did you guys take a look at the Sydney Watson video that she just put up?
We're about to do it. I want to put that up. So we want to put up the one where the incident happened, right? And then we're gonna go into it. Because I have that video already queued. Let me pull this up right here. And it was so weird when this guy did it too, because it was crazy. It was crazy. Like, it's out of nowhere. And y'all see the context here real soon. It just didn't make any sense. And you tell me that didn't hurt him.
We've already been told that this show's been hard to get advertisers on.
Yes.
Get out of town.
That is why the super chats mean a lot to us.
They're the advertisers
supporting us.
Thank you.
Because you guys are the advertisers. That's why we try to get through all of these and read all your
comments.
comments.
I got a few
Even
more.
if you're trapping me. No, I want to read this one first. Because I started it. I'm going to finish what I started. Anamorphosis says, Elijah, and I apologize for this in advance, Jack. Asked Murphy about the article he wrote about literally cuckolding his wife. I wish I was joking. True alpha.
Wow, you went there with that. I have absolutely no comment on that other than to say that whatever people's perception.
All right, so that was that initial video that we watched, the Winter Fox 10. Y'all just really go on an hour-long tangent to crypto. Yeah, we did. It's just, hey, listen, I'm telling you right now, we just, because here's the thing, crypto is such I would say complex. It's complex because we make it that way, but it's there's so much to it that, like, when you hear some of these manosphere guys promote that, you understand that it's just another one of these grifting just cancer that is being brought into the community that really no one understands but a few people. And I'm not saying that a few people because they get it, but a few people because they actually have the technical and the professional background to at least understand it. Because even nowadays, people with professional backgrounds don't get how crypto works. That's why there's scams all over the place. The government doesn't know how to resolve it. So when you see the crypto guys talking about the same thing, you gotta throw some stuff out. But we're gonna have a great value, a separate great value stream on it. We're all gonna get our suits on. We're ready to go. We'll talk nothing but money, baby, and then show you why these guys are scamming you. Let's go ahead and keep going. But yeah, this was that article you read earlier in the stream, and this shit's about to be funny because this is the first time he got asked that, and we'll see what happens now.
Perception is about that. It's 180 degrees wrong, and it has nothing to do with people think what they're thinking it to be today.
Are we talking about sex right now?
Do you know what cuckolding is?
I totally thought
It's
you were
where
reading...
you get a chicken and you hold it and
no,
you love it.
I just blanked out for a
You
second.
make more chickens.
I just blanked out for a second.
I support you having chickens.
We
I
don't
have
kink
chickens.
shame.
I like chickens.
If you have a hen house, that's great. That's you should have your own eggs. Great.
We don't
supply,
kink shame.
Great for protein.
You are here does not kink shame. I want to bring that out that we do not kink shame. If you don't want to have, if you hate women, don't want to have any sex at all, that's your lifestyle. Or if you're a nude model, that's your lifestyle.
You can in fact be you can be both at the same time.
Or if you want to sleep with trans Elijah, Ellie Schaefer.
Literally,
if you want to breed,
if you want to have sex with my ankles, maybe Kes might allow it.
Dudes are weird, dog.
Brian Schultz says, "Merry Christmas and happy first."
5 minutes later.
Right, and Dad said, unfortunately, the proliferation of technology leads to authoritarian collectivism. Future looks gay. Merry Christmas, Sid and Jack and Elijah.
Mr. Dick and Bowles says, "Hey Jack."
See, that's what she does. She does this. Like she reads it like that's normal. Like it's not even. She's not even saying, "I'm not gonna skip the name." She just goes, "Mr. Dick and Bowles said."
Could you please clear up the cuck article you wrote?
I am not going to talk about
Again?
this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? Fuck you for bringing this up right here and right now. Why
Me?
are you doing this to me?
I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was.
Well,
Like
just use
what in the hell? Like what's wrong with you, dog? Like who reacts to that? Like who reacts to that? Like this is, and clearly it's one of those things where I don't know if she knew anything about it. And
Yeah,
I've seen
man,
some of her
listen.
content. She seems like she's a sharp chick, so I'm sure
Yeah,
she's like
that-
she knows what she's doing.
She knows exactly. She knows exactly what's up. She follows all of the people that follow him. So I'm sure she got some tweets or heard something or something popped up on her YouTube. And the thing is about Cindy Watson, I don't agree with all the things that she says because she's way off base on a lot of stuff in my opinion. But she's not an idiot. She's extremely intelligent. So she knew exactly what time it was. She was throwing some little digs that last time, some little undercover stuff. But my thing is. This is just bizarre in my opinion. What do you think about it? Like this?
No, I know it was very bizarre because we were talking about earlier how this shit. We clearly he wasn't okay with that whole because y'all were talking about the article. It was the cuckolding, right? Him sending this girl off to go get banged out by Tyrone or Chad in a separate hotel room, and then talking about grape fantasies and stuff like that. So clearly he's a little bit disturbed with that. But the thing is, if you want to even go 48 laws of power in this thing, right? Because some of the guys that talk about like masculinity and understanding mind games and shit like that, you could have tell that this was an obvious ploy. This was an obvious ploy, dog. Because here's the thing: someone who's asking the question, even if you didn't know that she was up to something, like at least handle that shit with some professionalism and go backstage. But you literally outed yourself as one of these fake alpha dudes that get in his emotions every single time he gets triggered. That's what it is. In this case, something that was dearly close to you that triggered you, and you couldn't hold it together.
Well, my question is, he's the one who originally put this information out, right?
Yeah.
So my question is, what's the difference between when he put it out and the purposes of him putting it out and now? Like, okay, so you had a whole article written about it and somebody asks you about it now, and now you don't feel the same way about it that you felt when the article was written. Like, I don't understand. Like, what was the purpose of the article?
It has to be so the article, and I think I have some what do you call it? Some receipts here too. I'm gonna try to pull up here. But essentially the article was about him with him writing about how he sent this loyal girlfriend off to another man's house that she met on Tinder. And he was trying to spin that off as some kind of masculine, I'm so alpha dog. I let my chick that's loyal to go bang another dude she met on Tinder. That's how alpha I am, dog.
There's so much package right there.
Y'all don't know nothing about being a great value male, because as a great value male, I let my girl get banged out by Tyrone at the hotel. Y'all ain't got that yet? Oh, y'all ain't at my level. Y'all ain't never close to my level. Nah, that's what he's all about. And he's embarrassed about it because it's embarrassing, dog. It's embarrassing. Let's just be real.
How is it not embarrassing the first time? Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm so
think probably
confused
wrote it
by this
before,
because
though.
like I don't understand. Like I don't know, like did somebody like trick him into thinking like that's the thing to do? Like there's so much to unpack here with this whole entire situation. Like this is just this is beyond
No,
crazy.
it's crazy, man. And I think what Art Benaca was saying before is that I think that's right because these guys try to outdo each other, right? They try to out alpha each other, and then it just gets weird and pathetic. That's what happens when you're like, oh, okay, I'm alpha because I slept with 30 girls. All right, somebody else comes in, I slept with 100 girls. And
It
someone
sounds
else
like
comes
his
in, I
girl.
slept
It
with
sounds like
1,000
his
girls.
girl. It sounds like his
Yeah.
girl is out alphaing everybody to me. Like
Yeah.
that. It sounds
No,
like
you
it's out
You
alphaing
see
everyone.
every photo
Yo.
with this dude and his girl. She's always right here in front, stone face, and he's in the back.
Yo. Yo, you know what I think?
Hey, you don't believe me? Look it up on Google, dog.
Yo, I think like he probably wrote that article before he became an alpha coach, and then he never
think-
knew that he was going to be an alpha coach, and then now that came back and bite him in the ass. That's what I think.
That's
When did he wrote the
true.
article?
It was a while ago. I don't know exactly when.
when he became that
but
coach.
let me. I think I can find it on Instagram here. We can go ahead and
Bingo.
release
That
this.
will tell you the time frame.
So what was
Because
he
when wrote the
coaching
article,
by?
he was like a normal guy. Probably he was like, shit, nobody cares about me. But then he
Yeah.
figured out the internet is easy to scam motherfuckers in the internet. He became
But
a super alpha coach, and boom.
Yeah. Because now he does that. I don't know if he does it on Patreon or whatever the hell, but he charges 100 people $100 a month. Not 100 people, but $100 a month for like whatever coaching program he's selling. And I don't know. Because the thing is, these coaching programs these guys have is so vague. It's so vague. Help you become what? A master of what? This guy isn't proving anything. If you prove anything, it's proven that he'll help you get your wife over here with the Tyrones. That's what's gonna happen, right?
Hey,
So,
you remember
matter of fact,
Tyrone?
go buy his course. All y'all
I'm-
great value males out here, go buy his course. Bring your girls over here.
Do you remember the real Tyrone? I'm here to fuck your wife, long dick
Yes,
style.
sir.
Like that shit
I'm
really happening to
Tyrone.
his ass.
Yeah, he's from Jersey though. He's from Jersey.
What if they did an I'm Tyrone skit with like Tyrone actually having his wife in the damn video? Like that shit would be
Right.
funny as hell.
It'd be
They would do it for the right price.
No, they will do it. They will freaking do it. But it's just the fact that the reaction, man, you could have definitely played it a lot better, man. If you knew it bothered you and she's got that smirk on his face, this is the Donovan Sharp smirk right here, the Donnie Boy smirk, right? Remember we were talking about this is when you see the smirk, you know you're about to be trolled, right? He should have took hey, because Donovan Sharp was part of 21 Studios or 21 Conventions, all right? And I know this dude was there, so it's like, bruh, you should have recognized the smirk. This is an obvious troll, and you fell for it. Like, you didn't see it coming, Jack. You didn't see it, like. It was right there. Clearly, she did it once, and then she did another time. I mean, come on. This is crazy, bro.
A little bit of fucking common sense.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Elizabeth
Heartfelt.
Harrison says, gonna miss the show, but have a good break. IHTAC, what's that?
She did not just say she don't know what THC is.
He said
What?
fuck her hard felt, and he ain't even doing that shit to his motherfucking wife. He telling somebody else to do it.
Norfolk says, Sydney, you're looking easy great tonight. Thank you very much. Try to think says, Lige, just buy a damn house already. And
Through on the sleigh. We're very, very happy to have had that. Anyways, Sydney, do you want to close us out?
you want me to fuck it up one last time?
Yes, last time. Mess it up.
Guys, we will be back in early January. We will miss you, and we do hope that you guys have a really, really, really happy and safe Christmas and a happy New Year as well. And we will be, on our own socials as well, so you can always follow us there. As we like to say here, life is in fact a lot of bullshit, and unfortunately, you are here, and so are we. And we will see you in a few weeks. Well, have a great rest of your evening. Have a great weekend, and a merry, merry Christmas.
Damn. That podcast ended like Jack Murphy's wife with a bang.
Right?
Boy, and she likes it too.
Beta male.
Jeez.
Yo, he ran out of that bitch.
He ran out that bitch, bro.
He gonna cry when he get to the car.
Yo, what's the white running back that Tampa Bay used to have? Mike Alster. He looked just like Mike Alster.
He was gone.
He gonna cry when he get to the car.
He got that freaking mad, and he was gone. This was sad to see. And this guy coaches men on masculinity. We see how he interacts with women. right? Apparently, lots of young dudes in the red pill space.
The cucks or the cuckolds, or which side is it that he's? Which side is that motherfucker coach?
Whatever community y'all a part of, listen to Jack. Just let me know so I can slide y'all my not my Instagram, my Tinder account. I'm gonna slide y'all my Tinder account. Just let you know where the Tyrone's at. All right, so. This is bad, dog. This is bad, and this does not make you look good. Oh, you're like, bruh, what's wrong with you, man? You could have at least had some freaking TV etiquette. You don't know what TV etiquette means? Even though it's on YouTube, it's a serious business, dog. Understand that. Even if, look at Jordan Peterson, right? Remember that one chick that came after him on that feminine stuff, and how he like basically handled it. You could tell he was pissed off during that interview, but he handled it where basically pretty much threw it back at her, right? That's the same thing, bro. Take a page out of that book. It seems like you didn't. You got butthurt because you know what you was writing was weird, and that was it. You got called out on it. You got mad. Like storming off and looking beta, dude. It just doesn't look good. So I want to see what what Sydney had to say, because she had to address it, and it got her about 5 million views, or not 5 million, 500,000 views on it. So a Primal. We got another Chad in the house. Okay, hey, Primal, welcome to the stream. Hey, listen, if you want your if you want to be able to get into a community where married women, of alpha men, so-called alpha men, are looking for Chads and Tyrones, I think we got to find this community, bro. What are your thoughts?
Where do I sign up? Is there a wait list? Is there a monthly fee?
I got a question. This part right here, is she practicing Jack's wife's face?
I'm telling you, right? At the moment that Tyrone Thunder freaking rod of just ecstasy. That's what it's feeling right there. The kind of pain Jack Murphy was feeling when he got asked that question, that was the look on the face when he realized he had some D that she couldn't go back to.
That's bad. That's so bad. That's what? There's nothing normal about that, or writing an article about that, or just there's nothing normal about that whole situation. Like, I don't know how you could even conceptualize anything revolving this situation and think any of it is going to turn out good, including going on a podcast on a channel that has like 1 million subscriber follower base. And then, having somebody like Cindy Watson, who's she's a social media influencer on YouTube. Yeah. She's got like 600,000 subscribers. She's pretty popular.
Yeah.
He didn't think like anything bad was possibly gonna come out of that. Like,
which is dumb. Which is dumb, clueless thinking. Yeah, they could have expected this. Like, he could have honestly expected this. I can't believe that he didn't. Right. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, which makes sense, right? Because guys like that, especially when they're conservative thinking, and they're thinking that it can just out alpha anything. It's one of those things where you got to know what environment you're coming from, and the way you tailored your content, talk about great fantasies and stuff like that, going on a platform like that. Of course, you expect them to call you out. They're gonna call you out. It's just how that shit is, man. And you gotta be aware to do that. And when you're in that situation, you gotta be able to handle it properly. I didn't even like it to when I went on what is it called, that one show the other time, right? When I was going back and forth with Edward Anderson and whatnot, right? Like, it was one of those things where I went in there not knowing what the hell was talking about, what's going on, right? But when I went in there, I could have easily when they had the other people coming at me and whatnot, I could have easily literally been like, oh, you guys, you guys are, cried on the platform and said, whatever it is. But, you handle it with etiquette and you do it back on the back end. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So you handle that shit. When you're on there, you basically have a conversation, you make it happen, you extend your points, but you don't fucking sit there and just start going with tit for tat and like telling, oh, fuck you. And once you start doing that, telling someone to shut up or do that, then you've lost the argument.
Yeah.
And I mean, here's just another classic example. Look at how all these big alpha tough men react whenever they get any kind of criticism or conflict. They have no emotional control.
No, that's true. I mean, we saw that with Donnie. We saw that with Myron. We saw that with all these different guys coming out. They don't know how to control their emotions. Yet they try to pretend like they're these, what do you call it? These alpha dogs, these stoic alpha men, right? I don't know, you got to handle yourself, or a man, or masculine, or alpha. It's like, no, y'all got a bunch of beta angry energy bubbling underneath the surface. You're not alpha or nothing. That's not what that means, dog. That's literally not what that means. You guys don't get it because you're learning from dudes who don't have that problem fixed. Let's see what she has to say, though. Anyone has anything to add, Primal?
I want to know. I want to see.
What up?
You got some feedback, Echo.
You guys,
Poppy and me.
Is it from me or hold on? I think it's because I have this other window opened up and shared. But let me because I think while the video is playing, it won't do that. But let me see here.
You heard me in echo.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself while it's playing. Let's see what Sydney has to say.
Life is weird. Here we go.
I don't need to hear that.
Jack Murphy, and the show was going really well up until the end when I was reading super chats, and I read one that referenced an article some years ago, and he got very upset and swore at me. And then at the end of the show, he got up and briskly walked away. Like I said, I will play that clip now, but for those of you who want to see the full episode or think there's more context to be had from watching it, I will link it in the description box and also give you the timestamps that are the most relevant so that you don't have to find them yourself. So yeah, here's the clip in question.
Mr. Dick and Balls says, "Hey Jack."
See, that's what she does. She does this. Like she reads it like that's normal. Like it's not even. I'm gonna skip the name. She just goes, "Mr. Dick and Balls said."
Could you please clear up the cuck article?
I am not going to talk about
Again?
this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? Fuck you for bringing this now. Why are you doing this?
No, I didn't know what it was.
Well, fucking common sense.
Jeez.
Yeah. Fuck you. Heartfelt.
Hey, that's even twice the speed, dog.
Have a good break. IHKC, what's that?
I literally was just coughing. It's just an inconvenient.
So since this incident, a couple of things have happened, and while I decided that I wasn't really going to or say anything about it, just sort of let it run. Things have been said that I think misrepresent me and my actions, and I would like to things up. A general of thumb that I don't really like participating in drama, particularly when it comes to creators or whoever, simply because I really think it just detracts from what I do, which is to make content that hopefully can expose people to new ideas or change their mind, or in the really long run, promote right-wing values and hopefully in some capacity be able to change the direction of the country that I live in. But when people say things about me or about a situation that I'm involved in that are blatantly untrue, or things that paint me in a really unreasonable light without defending myself or giving me a platform to come back at you and set the record straight, that is the point where I feel like now I need to say something. And that's what
What were they saying about her? Do y'all know what they were saying about her? Because I'm gonna tell you this: after watching that clip, it made him look bad. So were they trying to say she was some kind of agent provocateur? Is that what? Is that
honestly, I don't know what they were saying about her, other than the fact that she was just reading the super chats.
Because that's what it seemed like. It seemed very, unless she like planned the whole thing and like sent the super chat from herself and then read the question. Right?
Nah, there's another stream going on right now.
Chat.
I forget what that girl's name is, Brittany Venti or something like that, I think. And she was allegedly streaming, interviewing the person that super chatted that whole thing that started this all up.
Really? You think it might have been coordinated? Somebody want to take this dude down?
I don't know.
I don't even think he's that important right now. Like, so why would him of all places?
There's people trolling him and making videos and stuff like that. But I mean, I think it was the same type of situation that happened with Fresh and Fit and Timcast IRL. Somebody just sent the super chat and they read it. You know what I mean? Like, and
that's true.
Jack had a chance to react.
Somebody did send a super chat of to Tim Pool for that when he was talking about that. He's like, I just got to bring this up and read it. Yeah, that's true. Like, people want to know the truth. It's funny how these guys are calling these frauds out, man. And I like to see that on other platforms. Just super chat and ask them a question. Winter Fox, I see your question. There was a bunch of stands that were attacking Sydney. Okay, I mean, it makes sense. The stands up, and that's the thing. Goes to your earlier point, Poppy. These guys ain't gonna look at this and change. They gonna look at it and go defend their goddamn hero. That's what it is. These guys literally are incapable of looking at the fact that they were fooled, and then they just double, triple down. This is the strategy. So that makes sense, because that makes sense. It makes sense that their stands are the ones that are sending the hate, because as soon as you make a video criticizing their dear leader, they're coming after you. Everyone's coming after you.
But you know why?
That's par for the course out here. Come on.
True. Go ahead, Bobby.
I think the reason why they don't got no choice is because they already invested on the man, so they cannot bring themselves to say, "Oh, this motherfucker is a fraud." So even if he is a fraud, we got to ride with him onto the wheel for love. I think that's what it is.
That's true.
It's like when your father, like your father's a piece of shit, nigga. Like it ain't like you can do anything. It's your father. You might as well ride with him. So
no, that's facts.
That's how it is with his people.
It's just weird, man. Like, and then Benaca, he says Temple. He said he tried to put the blame on her when he was on Temple. Of course. She ain't there to defend herself, dog. She ain't there, so I'm gonna put the blame on her. Hey, listen, man. No matter which way you look at it, the internet is here to stay, man. And whatever you put on there, men and women, y'all got to be understand. Whatever you put out here, y'all thinking momentarily. Y'all need to think long term. Like it's gonna be forever, man. You just got to make sure the message you put out there, it's who you are. Be prepared to take it down, because I'm gonna tell you this, or be prepared to own it. Because I'm going to tell you this, man, it's forever. You all live a digital footprint. Even if you think it's deleted, people still have copies. People, especially if they think it's juicy enough, they will hold on to that motherfucker. That's how it is. That's just how it is, man. It's wild. Be careful what you put on it. If you're talking about, like, what do you call it, OnlyFans and all these stuff like that, it's going to hurt somebody one day. Maybe not you right now in the moment. You think you're great, but at some point in time, you'll feel that shit. It'll be there. Don't worry about it. Hold up. What's going on with audio?
Creators or commentators or whoever, simply because I really think it just detracts from what I do, which is to make content that hopefully can expose people to new ideas or change their mind, or, in the really long run, promote right-wing values and hopefully in some capacity be able to change the direction of the country that I live in. But when people say things about me or about a situation that I'm involved in that are completely untrue, or things that paint me in a really unreasonable light without defending myself or giving a platform to come back at you and set the record straight, that is the point where I feel like now I need to say something. And that's what we're going to do now. So Jack Murphy went on Tim Pool's Timcast IRL a couple of days after the incident happened with me on You Are Here. And due to the volume of comments and super chats and questions about what had happened between us, they addressed it on the show.
Well, people are mad at you for yelling it.
We can talk about that. Yeah, for sure.
I think they're using, a lot of people don't like the article. A lot of people are using it because they're mad at you, but I think the anger comes from you yelling at Sydney.
Right. So here's what happened with Sydney. So I'm sitting on the show and we're talking and joking about reading super chats where people are building like gas chambers, and she's reading how chamber that didn't kill all the Jews that I was supposed to kill. It's like insane, the super chats that she reads. And so I'm telling her this whole time, I'm like, hey, you might want to read all the super chats before you read them out loud. Right. A little bit of a warning. And then she asked me the question about the article and I answered it politely. I deflected. I was like, that's not me. It's 180 degrees from whatever that article says. And I'd really rather not talk.
You wrote it. What are you talking about, dog? You wrote the article about like healthy graping. That was you. All right. It's seductive, erotic, whatever the hell. Answer for it, bro. Own it. Oh, that's 180 degrees. Not me. I'm not that guy. You wrote it, dog. You thought it was sensual. You thought writing an article about your girlfriend or your wife getting banged out by Chad or Tyrone from Tinder. You thought that was great at the time. So own it. Stop.
You know, Jack Murphy ain't his real name.
It doesn't even sound like a real name, dog.
No, well, I think Jack is the first name.
That makes no sense.
I think Jack is the first name, but he's got a different last name. And the reason why I'm saying that is because he tried to throw a little shade. You know what I'm saying? With all that stuff he was saying, he had some little coded BS in there to try to like, and immediately, if you pay attention, when Tim first asked the question, he immediately jumped on addressing the issue with Sydney instead of, I think, what everybody wanted and was waiting for him to do, which was address the purpose of the article and his justification of his activities in general, because that's what everybody wants to know. Like, can you explain this? And what he wanted to do then was talk about how Cindy has these behaviors of doing other things, which, I mean, it is what it is, but that's not what you were asked. And you know that's not what you were asked. He was just on some bullshit. So
he's
I just
deflecting right now. He's actively deflecting right now. That's a problem. He's deflecting this whole thing, which is like, bro, like you got caught red-handed, bro. Like that's just you.
Red-handed,
just own it. There's nothing wrong with it. Listen, your stands are gonna support you and follow you no matter what. And there's a huge community out there that likes to be cucked by their wives. Okay, that's fine. You can be a king of cuck. It's just you gotta own it. Just own it, dog. Stop trying to say, oh, 100%, that's not me. 180 degrees, that was my past and whatnot. Own your past, dog. Don't run from it.
But I shouldn't have cursed at her. I should have just used amused mastery and just like laughed at her and dismissed her. But I didn't, because I had set a boundary and she crossed it. here's my boundary. Please don't cross it. And then she crossed it. And I told her that I didn't like it. Did I use the right words? No. Should I have cursed at her? No. And did I apologize to her for that? She apologized to me for putting me in a bad spot.
Jesus.
Did Elijah? Yes. Did Elijah and I go out for dinner and drinks? Yes. Has Sydney and I talked afterwards? Yes. So I don't understand why everybody's so white knighting simping for her. She can stand up for herself.
No.
Look,
no, I will not let you use.
God, this guy
language.
sounds so
I
weak.
will not
He sounds...
let you use shaming language.
I think
Oh my
Sydney.
God.
I think Sydney might have reminded him of his wife, and he got like a moment of temporary insanity, like a little bit of rage, like he ain't like Cindy like bucking up on him, being out of control, and he just like flipped out and lost it. Especially if that's the whole psychology behind that cuck
reminds
phenomenon.
him of the woman that hurt him.
Yeah.
Jesus. These clowns are so goddamn weak. It's just tragic.
Wow.
Like, what the hell, man? Get with the program. You're supposedly being a manly man, not an emotional little bitch. Like, this is ridiculous. It's embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
This is why we got to call it out. So for those of you guys who thought, oh, tear another black man down, hey, no, we don't do that here. We're equal opportunity over here. Jack Murphy, right here, buddy.
Funny.
This is your dude. This is bad, dog. But no, it's not a little emotional outburst, bro. There was definitely something to it. And to be so comfortable just cursing her out like that, bro, that's wild to me. Bro. Like, I won't be surprised if hey man, somebody dig deep enough. There's some, physical stuff going on down there. I don't know. It's just a weird, odd reaction that someone would have to a question like that, especially if something you own. If anything, this has been an opportunity for you to use your media game and literally use your words to finesse that shit. Like, oh, I wrote it for a different crowd of people, some guys out there. I noticed, who are trying to reach a larger crowd at the time. Whatever bullshit you have to sell. Anything but cursing at the girl and storming off like a bitch.
Like
who
does that? Who does that? A child. It's childish. It's childish behavior. That's exactly what it is. That's what an angry 12-year-old or 13-year-old would do. Like, that's what I would have done when I was 12 and I was mad at my dad. I'd be like, well, fuck you then. Like, that's what I mean. This is pathetic.
I want him to explain the situation. Like, forget all that Sydney Watson shit. Motherfucker, why did you do that article? That's what I want to know.
Like, I can't do anything but shake my head. Like, this is some leader of men? I'm just like...
Oh, but this is a lot. This is what we see, though, from a lot of these guys. A lot of these guys who are leaders of men, this is what we end up finding out. They're the exact kind of bitches that they rail against. This is why nothing in this space gets done, because we're being led by dudes who literally haven't dealt with their issues. These dudes haven't dealt with their insecurities. You say one negative thing about them, they lose their goddamn minds because they don't really have anything. Listen, man, we've been trolled over here to oblivion, so much so that the trolls got tired of us. They got tired of us because we don't give a fuck. That's how men handle their shit. That's how men handle their business. They just hit the punches and keep rolling because you don't give them energy. They die or they come join your gang. That's just how it is.
Or you take the criticism. You take the criticism. You say, you know what? Hey, that's something I did say in the past. And you know what? Here's why I thought that way. And after some time, my thoughts or my views changed and I evolved and I became something different. That's how you take criticism. Like, not go after yourself. I'm out of here. What is this? This is pathetic.
I think primarily you're right. And what you see, and this is a common pattern with this kind of guy, right? What he tries to do is pretty much distance himself from the responsibility and accountability of what he wrote. He's saying, "Oh, it was 180 degrees, not who I am anymore." It's I'm not. I told her not to talk about it. All this, she brought it. Like, literally, what? Just own it. And then what? If someone's calling you, cue ball, you're bald, right? And you say, okay, I'm a bald dude, right? I'm going the whole Dwayne Johnson look. What's up? Then what? You've owned it. You've called the devil by its name, and now you own it, bro. Can nobody do shit to you now? You control the narrative. Right now, you've lost control of the narrative because you let the emotions get the best of you. Now, it's open to interpretation. Now it could be because of the way you stormed out. It could be you cursing her out. It could be due to a number of different things. We're all speculating now because you've lost control of the narrative. You're over here playing catch up. Man, people don't understand this shit, bro. It's so easy. But y'all fall for the traps because y'all listening to dudes who don't get it yet and haven't lived. This is why I tell y'all spend time in the real world, because these dudes teaching you, they haven't.
Right.
Resolved. And in my mind, to me, this is such a nothing burger in my life. I am so focused on so many other bigger, more important things that peeping and chirping away at me at this are just so.
It is true that Jack reached out and apologized to me. It's also true that he and Elijah caught up for drinks so that Elijah could better explain what had happened, resolve the situation. Again, I think it's important to note, and I want to stress this, that Jack thought that I was out of maliciousness, which again, I don't want to put words in his mouth because I don't know what this is, just what was told to me. He thought that I was doing it deliberately, that I was trying to dredge things up and potentially embarrass him when that's obviously not the case. And I just don't operate like that. That's not what I do. I also want to highlight that at no point, not during the show, not before the show, not at any point in the entire time that I have known Jack, has it been told to me that A, this topic existed and this article in question existed, and that was off limits that we couldn't talk about. That was not stipulated.
That might be open to interpretation. This might also be damage control for her too. Let's just be real.
Hit the stop the cap button.
The biggest, dude. I wish I'm gonna program that in here, bro. We gotta get that. Listen, when we got all this, we got some new tech coming. Don't worry about it. Next video we put out, well, I would say the next one, but the one right before New Year's or after New Year's, y'all gonna see the studio. Y'all gonna see some stuff. But literally, she listen. We all know. Listen, Sydney. We get it. No matter what you say, how you try to come on here and defend yourself, these simps are not going to believe you. These guys are tied at the umbilical cord through their daddies, which is Jack Murphy. That's their daddies right now. So they're going to come to you. They're going to come to defense. They're not going to believe what you're going to say. They're going to them. And this is crazy because it's also, women in this space, right? And how men view them, right? And like, listen, I don't care if you got 600,000 subscribers to some of these simps, man. You're a girl who's just trying to make their hero look bad. That's what it is. And we know how girls are here. We know their conniving ways. It's just not going to work. It really isn't. But I'm glad you're making this because we can comment on it and, make super chat money, I guess.
That was not brought up to any of us, not to me, not to Elijah, not to Brandon. This was not something that any of us knew about. So when these questions started cropping up, this was all new information to me. Jack said on Tim Pool that he made it very clear that he didn't want to talk about the article in question and that he made that expressly clear to us, and we brought it up anyway. Here's a clip of him saying that.
A lot of the people, a lot of the super chats we got about the Sydney Elijah thing are people genuinely being like, I don't understand what that was. What happened?
With Sydney?
Yeah, they're like, what happened with that? What happened? But we addressed it.
Well, yeah, when people clipped it, where all they see is me saying, cursing at her. But they didn't see the whole thing where I was like, let's not talk about that after I've addressed it. And then she brought it up again.
However, this was not said to us at any point during the You Are Here episode. Here is a clip of that for you.
Because you guys are the advertisers. That's why we try to get through all of these and read all your comments. Even if you're trapping me. No, I want to read this one first. Because I started it. I'm going to finish what I started. Anamorphosis says, Elijah, and I apologize in advance, Jack, asked Murphy about the article he wrote about literally cuckolding his wife. I wish I was joking. True alpha.
Wow.
True.
Wow. You went there with that. I have absolutely no comment on that other than to say that whatever people's perception is about that, it's 180 degrees wrong. And it has nothing to do with people think what they're thinking it to be.
Are we talking about sex right now?
Yo, what does that mean? That's not taking accountability. That's not taking responsibility. That's not being a man. You're literally caught running away.
Yeah, what it means is I'm not going to address it.
I'm just not going to talk about it.
Because if you go back and listen to what he said what people think about it is incorrect. But at this point in watching this, nobody has said anything about what anybody thinks about it. The only thing that was read was a question, so nobody could have had an opinion to form, which is why the question was being asked.
Exactly.
Like, this is nothing but wordplay nonsense, babble trying to get away from talking about it.
Black, you brought an important point, though, which we were just talking about earlier. No one had an opinion formulated of that yet, but they did after they saw how I reacted to it. This is how you let the fucking narrative get away from you. You reacted to it, so people were like, oh, it hurt. Oh, there must be something there. Now I gotta go pry in. It's the psychology of people, dog. If they see like a bully, right? They name calling you, right? And they call you every name in the book, but they call you that one name, right? Maybe they call your mama crazy, right? And it just got you. Guess what? The fact that they got a reaction out of you, they're gonna keep doing it because that's what works. So you didn't have to say shit, Jack Murphy. Your action spoke louder and clear. That's what it did. Like, that's dumb, dog. But that was on point. That was on point. Black Light. That was on point what you were saying because it goes right in hand. Like, yo.
Do you know what cocoding is?
I totally thought
it's
you were
where
being...
you get a chicken and you hold it and
no,
you love it.
I just blinked out for a second.
You make more chickens.
I just blinked out for a second.
I support you having chickens.
We don't kink shame.
I like chickens.
If you have a hen house, that's right. You should have your own eggs. Great.
We don't
supply,
kink shame.
great for protein.
You are here does not kink shame. I want to bring that out that we do not kink shame. If you don't.
Hey,
wanna
Don,
have
can you stop it real quick?
That's your lifestyle. Or
yeah,
you can in fact be. And you can be.
Like, if she wanted to be an asshole right there at that point, right there, she just could have went all in on the topic. But she took the little sarcastic route where she was, throwing a little bit of shade, in my opinion. But, she kind of just handled it and didn't say too much. Now, the thing is she's probably thinking in her head, okay, this person is asking about this situation. If I get another super chat that's asking about this, I got to kind of ask about it because I can't just turn down these super chats because this dude is uncomfortable. We're running a show here.
Yeah. No, yeah, and that's equivalent to when y'all were sending me this stuff about some of these content creators. There's some of them that we'll cover and stuff like that. It's just like, yeah, bro, like especially some. It's not like the one I put it on a tier list, right? If the guys on the panel, y'all send me stuff, I prioritize your video versus someone who just came in and looked at that. So if I come in like okay, but Poppy sent me a video, let me go check it out, right? So that's the thing. So you put it on that tier list, and and I get what you're saying with her, where it's just like, all right, well, listen. Like everyone's asking this question now. I gotta do it. You're sending me this video. You're my day one. I gotta cover it, bro. Like I gotta cover it, right? So now, if she's saying that she's hoping for that question again, yeah, that made sense. It made sense because now people saw how you kind of skirted it because it's non-reaction when he was saying that people were. How he vaguely talked about it. Right, because that was also a clue into me and say, hey, there's something more there. Because he's like, well, people are trying to associate it with me in the past. Whatever people are saying, it's not me anymore. I'm no longer that person. 180 degrees. I'm like, okay, well, now I want to know who that person was. Now I actually want to know what article it is. What is everyone talking about? What is it that you don't want to be like? You see what I'm saying? If he would have just took that and owned it right then and there, it stops the convo. It stops the conversation right there. Y'all put your hats on. Put your intercommunication hats on, all right? Interpersonal communication hats on. Let's get it on right now. I got mine on. That's easy. If it's something you're uncomfortable, don't run from it. Embrace it. Tackle that shit. End it. Control the narrative. So this guy, he had multiple opportunities to do that. The first time he had the opportunity to do that, and honestly, he should have reasonably expected that kind of question to come up, especially on a big kind of platform like this, right? And then B, you got asked the question the second time or the first time. The first time you skirt away from it. You run away from it. You didn't answer it. You kind of distance yourself, right? The second opportunity came and you dropped the ball. Like, y'all got to understand, man, when people come at you with certain things, when people come at you, like, literally there's a motivation behind it. And you got to put yourself in their shoes, and how would you react to it?
You both at the same time.
Or if you want to sleep with trans Elijah, Ellie Schaefer.
Literally,
if you want to breed
if you want to have sex with my ankles, maybe. Kez might allow it.
Something to note here too is that Elijah and I read all of our super chats. It's the one thing that we do on the show. I think it makes a lot of our viewers really happy. I really get a laugh out of reading them, and we read all of them, even if they're mean, even if they're funny, even if they're very loving and kind. Because at the end of the day, I mean, we like engaging with the audience, and so anybody who comes on the show should know in some capacity that we will be reading the super chats. Now, Jack makes mention in the Tim Pool episode that he highlighted to me that I should be reading ahead or reading the super chats before I read them out loud. Now, again, if he was saying that in reference to the fact that he wanted me to avoid super chats about this article and about cucking, then that wasn't made clear to me. That was not something that I picked up on at the time. That was not something that I knew he wanted me to do.
And to be fair, he did not make that clear in that video either. He just said, I'm running away from it. And he didn't make that clear. That's just what it is. So that she's speaking facts right now.
A mind reader. I also want to highlight too that you guys are sneaky, and the way that you often get me to say really messed up stuff is by writing things in a way that when it's read phonetically sounds like something totally different. So I will actually note that because super chats and comments on YouTube do restrict some words, the way that some of these super chats were written and spelled was not immediately clear to me as I was reading them. Now you can argue that's because I am a giant dum-dum, and you might be correct. I don't know.
And I get it. I mean, look at Duke's receding hairline. You see what I'm saying? Like, look at that. Look, you see that? Oh, no. Hey, what's good, Alicia? Right? You see that? It's got a picture of me and whatnot. You see what I'm saying? right? People do this all the time. We got trolls of fake Fresh and Fit. We got trolls of fake Donovan Sharp. We got trolls of fake lead attorney. We got trolls of all these people coming in, right? So we know this happens.
We gotta take a vote. We gotta take a vote. Which troll can be from Donovan Sharp or Fresh and Fit?
Oh, that's true. Like we got to. Well, I think the Fresh and Fit trolls have either all converted or they've left the platform. I really think so. And my analytics, I'm looking at it kind of convinces that, especially the past couple months. I'm just like, that makes sense. And because we haven't had trolls in the chat, we haven't had that.
Tell me that's a Fresh and Fit.
I think that was Fresh. Oh, this guy's Fresh and Fit.
Donovan Sharp, they all they don't want the back and forth.
That's true. It's got to be the Fresh and Fit crowd. I know Andrew Tate crowd for sure because they're right there. Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, these two guys are right there. They share the exact same stance. Matter of fact, guess what? Because Fresh and Fit has OnlyFans broads on there, and these dudes super chat them. Andrew Tate and his brother both also run an OnlyFans business that made them multi-millionaires. Yeah. So their customer base is the same people that watch Fresh and Fit. Is it that obvious or is it not? No, I'm asking the panel.
Yeah, man.
That's a great hustle. It's the same model that drug dealers use. You know what I mean? They make sure that they get a bunch of people addicted, and then they take that area over and just sell it to the people that are addicted.
That's what it is, man. And this place is oversaturated with simps, which is good, right? It's good because then healthy guys like us can, show you the right way. But, it takes a lot of work and a lot of grind so you guys can eventually see the truth. But, we're here. We're here. We're not going to coddle your feelings like these guys, but we're here. We'll be all right.
The common theme I see is you're echoing all three of us.
Jordan Peterson, you said that men need to, quote, grow the hell up.
Oh, wait. This was the interview, though, I was talking about, that Jordan Peterson one where he handled it massively. Let me go back to the other one, though. I don't know why it went there. Hang on one second. Let me mute myself real quick if y'all want to carry on.
Yeah, I guess here's the thing I noticed. They're all out here with their hand out. They're all asking you to subscribe. They're all asking you to pay for their service. It's all a grift.
Is that as I'm reading that, I'm trying to.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's just having a bunch of echo feedback on.
Can you guys still hear the echo? Oh my god.
Yeah, I heard it when Primal was talking.
I think it's the screen sharing that's doing that.
Yeah. Can you hear the echo?
I'm muted.
I don't hear an echo on my end.
I'll try now.
Through them, trying to knowledge, and their comments
There
are.
we go. Better.
Read.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Anime Daniel or Amy Daniel says it's echoing badly.
Play musical mics.
Right.
It's not me.
All right, let's do that.
Test.
Let me know if you guys still hear it.
Good now.
Oh, it's because I'm not muting when I play. So do I have to mute when I play the video for StreamYard? Is that how it works now? Well, let's mute.
Sometimes I don't put two and two together with what I am reading, which Jack referenced again on the Team Pool episode.
So I'm sitting on the show and we're talking and they're joking about reading super chats where people are building like gas chambers and she's reading out loud like, how did I build this gas chamber that didn't kill all the Jews that I was supposed to kill, right? It's like insane the super chats that she reads.
However, Elijah actually explained it like this.
Full-on Holocaust denial super chats, and she reads it so innocently. And it's like and it's always something that's like it's a horrible, and I'm listening, just laughing. Like she'll be like, how is it then that if like
are we gonna do the ovens and the cookies?
Yeah,
now?
no, she'll read something so innocently.
Can't hear you, Duke.
Did he just get caught putting words in another dude's mouth? Really, dog? Really, that is not what he says. You're literally doing what we complain about women doing. Like you're literally misrepresenting the argument to make yourself look good. Oh, they were talking about Nazis and all these crazy super chats about Nazis. And all he's talking about, like, no, she just reads awkward shit. Like straightforward, like dick and balls.
And he specifically used that because, again, like the people that actually know what time it is, they know what his real last name is. So that's the reason why he specifically honed in on that. And, like the kind of crowd that that Cindy Watson hangs around in, it's kind of easy to, instead of again addressing the situation that Jack created for himself by writing that article in the first place, he can kind of deflect. That's a good targeted deflection technique. Like, I'm gonna just throw this on you and hopefully people will be distracted, but it didn't work.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. This is this is crazy.
Should I get there? But they're so good in Getter. They'll be like, I love carpentry and building things. I built a wood door for my shower, but the steam still got out while I was showering. How could wood keep steam in the shower and keep the gases in? And she'll read it. She's like, I don't know. Maybe like she'll like respond. Maybe like a different type of a glass door. And she just like moves on. And I'm just like,
I do want to add here that the shower thing has only maybe happened a handful of times because I am getting better. I see you. I see them beforehand, and I know. But also, too, something worth mentioning is that I just don't hang out on these parts of the internet. So when people make these comments or they say these things, it goes right over my head. Half the time, the jokes on the show go right over my head. I don't know. Maybe.
I kind of believe her because she seems like a very quirky person, like very quirky, awkward. You know what I'm saying? Like, doesn't get a whole lot of references type of girl, right? I maybe she might be playing it off, but she's got that. I don't know. What do y'all think?
Yeah, she's sarcastic. So like my thing is she probably did catch it, but like I said, I think she was trying to do a little bit of internal damage control on Jack's behalf, and then when the second super chat came, she just had to go ahead and do it.
Yeah, because I know part of it people might think it's on purpose, but then again, we don't know. Because like the more I'm watching her and like just listening to her talk, I genuinely, and I've seen some of her content previously, I genuinely think that she's definitely like I wouldn't say naive in a way, but like definitely like what do you call it? The quirky.
She's a troll. Like she just straight up trolls.
Yeah,
she's real smart. She says a lot of sarcastic stuff. You know what I mean? She knew exactly what time it was.
Okay.
I'm just not clued in. So I'll say here that reading super chats about cuckolding and cucking one's partner just seemed like regular trolling to me, and I did not know what they were in reference to. I also apologized in advance in this next clip to Jack before I read the first super chat in this situation because of its content. You know, Elijah and I put up with a lot of trolling and a lot of, you know, silly inside jokes and things like that, but not everyone is prepared for that. So I wanted to basically highlight that what was coming might be weird or uncomfortable. Again, I did that because I thought it was trolling, not because I knew of the context behind it. As you can see, he responded fairly well in good humor. There was no context given to us at this point. I want to highlight as well, again, that he didn't say that this was a topic that was off limits, that he didn't want to talk about. There were no boundaries set, as he likes to say. Elijah and I made some jokes and we moved on. Someone then asked a second time, and the incident occurred. I was obviously very confused. I initially did not know if the anger was being directed at me or the super chatter. I initially thought it was the super chatter. And then I realized the anger was being directed at me, the swearing was being directed at me, and I was just sort of like, what? I've seen a couple people say that they wish that I had been more assertive in the moment, but like, guys, at the time, I was really shocked because I had not expected that. I didn't know what was going on. I was very confused. And then when I cottoned on to what was happening, my initial thought was, okay, don't understand this. Not entirely sure what's happening here. Best to finish the show and then deal with this privately. When the show did end, Jack got up. I made an attempt to apologize or to at least ask what had happened and what had made him react that way. He told me to go fuck myself, or he said go fuck yourself, or he said fuck you again. I can't remember which. And then he left. At that point, Elijah went to go and talk to him to see if the situation might be resolved, and that is when they went to go and get drinks. Jack then apologized the next day. We had a conversation about it where we came to the understanding that the situation was just a unfortunate misunderstanding, and it just seemed done and dusted at that point. I said to him that I wasn't going to make a big song and dance about it. I didn't have any intention of commenting or making things worse or doing anything that might exacerbate the situation because, again, guys, I hate drama. I don't want to be involved in drama. It's not helpful. It seemed as though he thought that I was doing all of this to embarrass him, which you guys obviously know is not the case, and I've already stated that. And I also want to say here, too, that we have had so many guests on the show so far in the short time that it's been running, and not once have I ever gone out of my way to denigrate or embarrass somebody just for the sake of doing it. And I will note, too, that I've been sat opposite people that I really don't like as people. And I've been sat opposite people whose ideas really, really rub me the wrong way, whose ideas I never, ever want instituted in any capacity because I think that they're corrosive. And yet in those situations, not once have I attacked them or embarrassed them or gone out of my way to be hurtful and unkind to them, because that is not the kind of show that we run. That is not the kind of person that I am. And that's certainly not the kind of person that Elijah is either. At no point during our show was I trying to trap him or judge up his past. I mean, obviously, he successfully did that himself. So naturally, when I watched the Tim Pool episode, I was just really disappointed. The way it appeared, at least to me, was that blame was being shifted. And in addition to that, to help that blame shift, lies were being told.
Okay, so that's the thing. So hold on.
We're operating from a place of resolution.
Hold on. So you have drinks with him afterwards, right? So he didn't. So when they stormed off, the dude went to go talk to him. They straightened things out. Then they go out later for drinks, and then they hash it out. Then he goes on Tim Pool afterwards and then says, no, the guy was talking about Jews and stuff. I told him not to bring it up, and told a completely different story. Wow. This is
right.
bad.
And I just wanted to Sue Mitchell. She said she's the furthest thing from a troll.
See,
in my opinion,
I lean towards that too. Like I'm split. I'm split because
my thing is,
I do get the media game. I don't know. Just seeing some of her old stuff when she was just sitting there and like, you know, she sits in front of the camera, she's just talking. I didn't know she even had a TV show. Like I didn't know she was on the Blaze. That's how long ago I used to watch her.
She's been on a lot of podcasts. Like she's been on podcasts with Zuby. Like this individual that says watch the content. I've been watching Sydney Watson's content for a long time. Like since the quote self-segregation video, which I think came out in about 2017. And I've checked out some of her tweets because, like I said, she retweets Zuby a lot. And you know, she gets into that whole conservative versus liberal debate and, you know, Second Amendment rights and all that. She's real right-wing. She's Australian, you know what I'm saying? And she moved to the United States. So the thing is that that's the way that I feel about her. I feel that she's sarcastic, and sarcastic's not a bad thing. She's real witty. You know, she comes with some, you know, some pretty intelligent.
Yeah, think she's witty, but I genuinely don't think conservatives are that smart.
Well, you know, the way that I look at it is like I some conservative things I agree with, some liberal things I agree with. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not a totalitarian type of person because I think it's all nonsense anyway.
Yeah, when
but
people lean to one side or the other, it's just like, listen, man, that's how that means you bought into the talking points. Like just go be your own person.
Right. Well, the thing is, too, when there's a definition, and you guys could take your own time and look it up if you don't believe me. It's called a super troll. And a super troll means somebody that's very intelligent and they use sarcasm and wit to say things in the comments to stimulate thought. So when I'm saying that she's a troll, I'm not saying it like, you know, she's just saying stuff out of the top of her head. I'm saying it because I'm talking about the specific way that she does her content and addresses certain comments and issues. So
like that Bill Maher, because I think he's if anything super troll. I think Bill Maher's a super troll.
He's like super severely misinformed about reality.
But he's witty as fuck, and he's like, I'm sometimes like, is this dude stupid or what?
Yeah. And he brings on some pretty good idiots to make him look smart.
It's like, well, are we being is this a joke here, dog? I think we're the joke, dog.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. You know,
okay.
So there's that. You know,
so I mean, I can see that her, you know, basically all, but I don't. But what if she's doing it? She's good. I would say she's good. I would say she's really, really good because, like, I mean, even just watching like the way she reacted on that show after he cursed her out. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, it's really, it all just seemed like I won't say a perfect storm, but a perfect storm of coincidences.
Yeah, and she probably didn't expect him to take it harder than she herself did. You know, like usually women don't expect the man to freak completely out because the man is supposed to be there to kind of even the situation out when women do that. So she's probably looking at him like, oh, okay, I see why you're cuckolding. Okay, sorry, my bad. I really hurt your feelings. My bad.
I see why your wife left you. But like, hey, listen. For some of y'all conservatives that come after me, because I know y'all listen. I'm not literally saying that. I'm just saying I'm attacking the fact that, listen, just don't buy into one ideology, man. If you look at some of these guys that full gung-ho into this whole conservatism, I mean, they're just the opposite sides of liberals. I know with the exact same shit they complain about these liberals or even the liberal feminists, right? You're a liberal feminist. This is what they do. Y'all do the exact same thing, just on the other side. Matter of fact, Trump, if you want to talk about super trolls, Trump is the biggest troll that exposed every single person that calls himself a conservative, right? Because this man didn't have Christian values, didn't have any of those values, came into the space. Every Christian conservative was like, oh, he's sent from God. Someone was talking about he's the second coming. That's how crazy you motherfuckers are, bro. And y'all still this damn echo chambers to the point that someone like Soul TV 84 could say this nigga could be president before this year's up. Hey, you got it one more day, dog. You got one more day till this dude's president, and it's you got to pay up somebody. And I'm like, Soul TV, don't take it hard.
Well, those same people that called those same people that were calling people crazy they called Kanye West crazy for the whole 777 thing and all that weird stuff, but that's literally the same stuff that they get off of that Q board and all of that stuff. It's the same stuff.
Like the QAnon exposed all y'all frauds, dog. Like y'all don't conservative value, because that was the thing. Even before when Trump was starting to get his up and whatnot, because I'm like, yo, when this guy said before he ran, he's like, if I was gonna run for anything, I'm gonna run as a conservative because conservatives are idiots. And there's a reason why, because y'all so desperate for stardom, y'all so desperate for having somebody to be your guy that you would just jump at anything. Oh, look, a black guy is saying the things that we like. Oh, let me jump on that. Oh, look, a white guy's gonna be this. Oh, he's our savior and messiah. Like, y'all gotta chill. Y'all gotta freaking chill, bro. Like, y'all need to analyze these talking points that you guys are listening to and compare it to reality. Because when you do it, you guys are no different from the left that you guys rail against. Y'all just in a different tribe. They think they believe something different. That's why people who get into this politics stuff, like, I'm like, y'all just, this is just a bigger form of tribalism. Conservatives are lying to you. Liberals have been lying to you. They're still lying to you. It doesn't matter. Even the stuff that you talk about economics, yeah, you want to talk about policies, that's a different story. But overall, has your life changed? No, it hasn't. Matter of fact, it's gotten worse off. So miss me with that bullshit, dog.
Right.
Go ahead, Rob.
No, I was just gonna say, like, they've even politicized the disease. Like, this is all the work of conservatives and liberals. Like, it's so dumb. You know what I mean? Like, how do you polarize and politicize a damn disease? Like, it's so bizarre. If you look up this term called post-truth politics, like we literally live in the post-truth reality. Like, post-truth was the Oxford 2016 word of the year. And it basically means that people live and they actually validate their reality through talking points and repeated stuff that they see in a 24-hour news cycle and in a 24-hour social media cycle. And they have no ability to distinguish actual fact from their subjective reality. And it's just crazy to see it play out in real time.
No, it's impressive how it was politicized. Like, to take something that is just a thing, like it's a bug, right, and to make it political. That's actually really impressive.
Right.
But
Like,
I feel like we're in that day and age where almost anything would be political now or politicized now. I think we're in that day and age where, like, because these guys don't realize how much of a tribe they're in. Like, each side thinks that they're the free thinker, they're the new wave, they're bringing new ideas. It's like, no, you guys are just copies of the same thing. You're no different. Like, literally, that's probably why you hate each other, because y'all see aspects of yourselves.
They all laugh at us at the end. They all laugh at us at the end.
No, they can laugh, but in the end, like, okay, think about this, right? The liberals were saying, "Oh, you guys, you getting the bug and whatnot. You go ahead and get the boosters, you get your shots and everything, right? And you get your shots, and then come to find out, you're still getting sick." Conservatives like, yeah, I told you this shit's a hoax. You guys should never believe this. Oh yeah, and then it turns out people are falling death and right and dying. It's like, listen, man, listen. It isn't that hard. This is really not that hard, okay? Look at the statistics, right, from the credible people, like the people on that are talking about this issue, not the people who you guys are writing books and songs about. What is his name? Fauci. What is that his name? Fauci.
Oh yeah,
Fauci. Yeah, everyone's like worshiping now, like, because his word is law, whatever it is. Instead of listening to plants like that, right? You actually do your own goddamn research. Look at the death rates. Look at all these different rates, and then compare. Am I in that high risk category? Am I the kind of person that's more likely to get sick of this? If so, then let me go ahead and take the necessary precautions. Let me get the shots. All right, let me go put the mask on and go about my day. If I'm a younger, healthier person that doesn't fall into those stats, then it's the risk is mitigated, but it's still up to me to go out there and live life. But the fact of the matter is, you guys are imposing your own ideas on the other side, and it's stupid. It's a mixture of both.
And isn't the crazy thing that I've noticed, not to like take this off on another tangent, because I know y'all had the crypto.
I mean, we're pretty much almost done with her video, but like, I think go ahead.
Just what's the first question people ask if somebody gets sick with the bug and even gets ended because of the bug? What's one of the first questions? Well, did they get the shot? Isn't that the wrong first question? Like, isn't the first reaction supposed to be like, "Oh man, that sucks that they passed away"? Not, "Oh, well, did they get the shot or not?" Like, how has that become the default question of, "Oh, well, they didn't get the shot, so they deserve it," or, "Oh, they got the shot, but they still got sick"? I don't understand. How did that become the default position? Am I off base? Am I missing something?
here goes my issue.
No, you're not.
What happened to like the epinephrine pen shortage, and how about like diabetes and heart disease? I mean, those exist too.
It's crazy, man. It's all forms of, but here's the thing: it's all forms of common sense gone, right? You see in this isn't cognitive dissonance. It's infiltrated every aspects of society, even down. We see it in the manosphere. We're all grouping up, and we're not all, and that's why they would look at channels like us and say, "Oh, you guys, especially balanced perspective, saying, oh, well, you're saying this, but then you're also saying that. You must be a fake. You have to be a fake because why are you buying this as just one idea? Why would you listen to one idea and then also see the other idea as valid? It's called thinking. That's what it is. I can hold different ideas. Just because I can agree or see the point on one side doesn't mean I have to fully jump in and submerge myself and say everyone else who's on the other side don't have any valid points because they're there. That's wrong. That's how you limit your thinking. That's how you limit your mind, dog. And that's what we see people do. Oh, you don't believe in this guy's dating philosophy? You must be a simp. What? No.
Dude, you gotta highlight this comment because A, the name is gold, and B, just the trolling level is 1,000 for Pookie Ray Ray. You gotta look at Pookie Ray Ray's comment.
Oh Lord,
what you last night?
He said he says me last night. Yo, the condom broke, but don't worry, boo. I got the Moderna.
That's some 9,000 level troll right there. I love it. Yeah.
That is 9,000 level troll, man. No, that's the thing. Hey, I got the Moderna, girl. Oh, you got? Oh no, everyone knows the Pfizer in town right now. You got to get your Pfizer, dog. Go get your Pfizer and then come over here. That's what it is. And the thing is, like, if it's not that, they move the argument goalpost to something else, and then it just becomes a fight about that. These guys are not freaking consistent. They're the biggest freaking hypocrites in the world. And I'm not talking about Sydney. I mean, she could catch the smoke too if she wants. But I'm talking about just every person that buys into these paradigms where you either for something against it. It's you motherfuckers out there that are out there ruining societies. That's it. Y'all need to talk about the problem with society. Hold up a goddamn mirror because y'all are the ones that are doing it. Stop falling to these ideologies, bro. Think for yourselves. That's it. And the best way to do it is listen to other perspectives, but you have to do it with an open mind. So you can listen to conservatives. No one's saying it's wrong with that, right? They have some valid points. Go listen to the liberals. No one's saying you're wrong. They have some valid points, but then make up your mind.
Leo, I got a merch idea for you. I got a merch idea for you.
Let's hear it.
Get like an animation a version of Mike Tyson with a mask on a shirt and say, I got the jab.
Got the jab, right? It's like Mike Tyson right there with the freaking Oh man, no, it's ridiculous, man. You gotta stop buying into these. And it's crazy because there's these two factor dichotomies, man. What do you call it? What, either you're on the right or you're on the left. You're the Republican, you're a Democrat. You're the for the shots or you're against the shots. You're either for black women or you're against black women, or you're for dating. All these different paradigms, man. You see it infiltrate in every aspect of society, and it's at the point it's just getting real sad. It's getting real sad that human beings are being reduced to this kind of simplistic thought process. I thought we were better than that, but you can see how easy it is for people to get fooled. It really is.
I guess if I said that I don't think that we're better than that, I guess that would be like what in the black pill realm,
right?
Like that.
Right. Like the fact that even some spaces in a manosphere, because you have a balanced perspective and they call you a liberal feminist, that just means that you're far gone. And real talk, if that's the end conclusion to your goddamn to our conclusion to our argument, then clearly you're not intelligent enough for me to have a conversation with you. You're really not. You're not at that level to process a complex freaking just thought right there. You don't want to process it, so you default to your original whatever it is. What do you call it? Talking points, right? Oh, right. This person believes something different. Feminist, liberal. It's like, are you crazy?
Yeah, but yo,
whatever happened to balanced perspectives? What happened to that? What happened to reasonable common sense thinking? Like, what happened to common sense? What happened to it?
If everybody is chemically imbalanced, what does a balanced perspective mean? What does it matter? How's it going to help if everybody's imbalanced?
Hey, that's true, man. That's true.
People is crazy, bro, because I remember when Trump was the president, Trump said, like, you got to bring, like, some bleach and shit like that. And people were actually doing it, yo.
Wow.
Like, you know how crazy you gotta be to be drinking bleach? And then they blame him. Oh man, the president, you idiot! You shouldn't be drinking bleach. Like, I don't have to tell you that. I don't care the doctor tell me that. I ain't drinking no goddamn bleach. Okay, like, come on, man.
It's people like that. They put warning labels on glue, right? Because you got that one chick that put super glued her hair and shit like that. Like, how did you not know that was not like? How did you not know that this was gonna be the consequences of the outcome that you're choosing? Right?
Well, you know, I don't understand. I don't understand how Jack Murphy, if he's a Trump supporter, how he didn't pick up on any of Trump's techniques. Because, you know, when Cindy Watson asked him about the cuckold question, he could have done like how Trump does when people ask him a question. So, President Trump, what's the plan for the next 5 years? The wall is going up. The economy's great. Like, you didn't answer shit that I just asked, but it sounded good. And, you know, they just moved on to the next question. Like, he could have did some shit like
up. You see what I'm saying? Here's the thing. We're in stan culture right now. That's what it is. The real culture is stan culture. Everybody's looking for daddies. That's what it is. Everyone's looking for mamas and daddies. We are officially in stan culture. And 2021, like, I love the super chat. NYC. This last couple years feels like one giant psyop. It's a giant psyop because we've all been indoctrinated in the stan culture. Everyone is standboying for someone else. That's what it is, all right? If you're not part of a stand by now, you better go find you one because that's what everyone's doing. No, that's real talk because we've gotten to a point where, and I don't know if it's a fault of technology, right, that has made us not have to do more critical thinking, right? Because we have all this doing the thinking for us. So people then graduate that to, okay, well, let me go ahead and just listen to other people and take their word as gospel, right? Because I'm not, whatever they're saying, it sounds factual. So I'm just going to rock with that. You see what I'm saying? Versus, okay, what this person is saying, okay, that's interesting, but let me hear what's going on over here. It's no different when we talk about the Pookies and Ray Rays, right? Shout out to Pookie and Ray Ray in the chat right now. All right, the Pookie and Ray Rays. Maybe you can back me up in the chat, Pookie and Ray Ray. All right, when we talk about the Pookie and Ray Rays in the neighborhoods, right, not intermixing with other racial cultures, right, to be able to learn something out of it, right. They always want to stick to black folks or stick with the people in their hood or in the communities, right, not growing or doing anything, right. That's basically what it is. Because I can go into the white community, right, and learn some certain aspect. I can go to Latino communities, I can learn something. I can go to Asian communities and learn something, right. I'm able to move around, and I'm not limited by my surroundings or environment. I'm able to open up that, right. But for certain people, they like to close themselves down, try to be with all the people, and not go out there and be cultured. It's the exact same thing when we talk about politics. You're sitting here listening to all conservatives, and all you're doing is eating conservative bullshit. You're going to end up like Solo TV 84 thinking that Trump's going to be president tomorrow. And it's not going to happen, dog.
That's funny as hell. That's it,
dude, bro.
I'm
sorry, Zolo. And we got one more day till you owe somebody $1,000. I'm gonna keep clowning your ass, dog. This is not gonna stop. The fact that you said this, bro, as an OG of the space, dog, I don't know what else to tell you. You deserve some good old fashioned clowning for that, Solo. So unless you come out with some kind of traction or something, you a clown, bro. He's not gonna be president tomorrow. It is what it is. And this dude double down, triple down on this shit. That's how you know that the whole Trump goddamn conservative freaking talking point is goddamn dangerous to everybody. You come out here out of those rabbit holes thinking like that. Oh, yeah, somebody says a Duke's receding hairline says Solo is on the crypto grift now. They all are, dog. They all are talking about any one of these manosphere dudes right now. I'm drawing it in the sand. They get into crypto and they're talking about shilling crypto. Look into what they're shilling. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. Hands down. Because if they did, they wouldn't. Some of these projects they're promoting, it's not. They don't know what they're talking about. Anyway, it's a grift for them right now. Because what? The talking about modern women doing this, modern women doing that, that talk is dying out. People are coming out, they're creating talking points against that, right? So now we got to jump into the new thing. And what's the biggest criticism? Oh, we always talk about women, they're bad, women are bad. No, we talk about money, finance, and crypto too. These guys don't even talk about crypto. They don't want to level up, right? Donnie Boy, you said that about the black community, right? Not the black community, the black manosphere. Black manosphere only cares about drama. They don't want to talk about crypto or anything else. I talk about that. I want to level up. What are you talking about, Donovan? Where's your history talking about crypto? What is your success rate? This is a grift for you, just like every one of them that follows you. It's all a grift. My bad. I had to go in a little bit on that.
No, you was on fire, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Get your shit off. Get your shit off.
Yeah.
I had to, when you see this, and that was a good comment, man. It's funny how they're all on this crypto grip. They're all lying. They don't know shit about money, bro, except for the guys that actually have it. Like I'm talking about like pocket, and I'm not talking about having in terms of money, but like they have the credentials. Pocket watching with JT is a goddamn CPA, so he knows when someone's on some bullshit. He's a fucking accountant, for Pete's sakes. Let's just keep it real. So just because he's not out here flashing the money, he's not out here flashing Lambos, he's not here doing all that stuff, don't make him nothing. If he's saying that, yo, these projects these guys are promoting, it's a fraud, there's probably some merit to that. And probably he's done the research. That's just how it is. A lot of people who are promoting this stuff, Hush Puppy, guys who are, what's that guy was on Fresh and Fit? Bandman Kevo. These guys, they don't know what they're talking about.
But you know what's funny? JT Pocket Watcher, he's a licensed financial advisor guy. He will even tell you what to do. But the guys that doesn't have no financial background tell you what to do.
Nothing. You know what's funny? Oh, and they do this by, this is a financial advice. This is a financial advice. All right. But I would buy this crypto over here. It's the next hot thing. Okay. This is going to be the next thing for our community. You get like, come on, bro. You trying to fool?
Like your boy Mr. Organic doing, like he getting people into gambling and stuff like that. He didn't even gamble.
Yeah.
I was watching that the other day, yo.
No, it's all a grift. They're all that's the thing. And this is why I came out with the Monday series, why men are selling and not winning, right? Because you notice it's like the constant grip. As soon as they're done selling and promoting the hell out of one thing, they hop to the next thing and they sell and promote about a hell out of that. Watch 2022 at the start of that, it's all going to be crypto. That's what all these manosphere dudes are going to be talking about. It's going to be like the main talking point. Oh, crypto this, crypto that, buy this, buy that. Oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm flexing here, I'm doing that. Not realizing the money they're making is coming from you, trying to figure out what the next hot thing is, because they don't know what the hell it is. That's going to be the next big grift 2022.
Right. I got a good question for you. How do you identify, say, for instance, you're somebody that's involved in cryptocurrency or you want to get involved in cryptocurrency. How would you be able to tell somebody that's authentic versus somebody that you don't trust their discernment?
Pay attention to the kind of analysis they talk about, right? Are they trying to get you emotionally invested in the actual project? And you'll see that with them. What I mean by emotional investment is they're always talking about the upsides, right? The monetary upsides. Oh, you can make this, and because that's what a lot of these grifters do. And guys who are actual authority in it, they actually talk about the usability and the actual fundamentals of the goddamn project. Like looking at the white papers, going over the studies, going over what the viability of this project is going to be about, the real world applications, things like that, right? And they do these AMAs, right, where you meet with the founders or the owners of the projects. They have these little powwows where they're going over the progress or they're going over what the actual product is all about, and then you make your decisions off of that. But the guys that go real in depth and not trying to get you emotionally invested, and emotionally invested, not just monetary speaking, but some of these feel good things, right? Oh, it's for the community. Oh, we're gonna do this for the kids. Oh, we're gonna do this for to save the teddy bears or whatever the fuck it is, right? If they're trying to get you emotionally invested in it, it's a scam. Investments should not be emotional at all. It should never be an emotional move. If someone's trying to say, "Oh, get in this right now," because listen, I just made 100% on my return on my investment, bro. You better buy into this right now. You're getting emotionally invested. That's you're getting emotionally hyped for it.
Right. No, I agree.
That's one way I would make my discernment. I don't know, Primo or Poppy.
Me personally, bro, I'm just started with the crypto shit. I'm more experienced with the stock, and I started on that too. But the way I look at it is, the way I buy mines. I use a lot of price action. You see, my strategy is a lot of price action, and I got a few indicators. Meaning, like I use the 21 EMA, the 100 EMA, and the 200 EMA. If the price fall under those 3 EMAs and RSI 2, relative strength index, I use that too. If the price under 20, I buy. You see what I'm saying? I buy because 20 to 0, once you get like net 0, that means it's gonna shoot back up again. See what I'm saying? That's what I use. But the way I do it is because I know trading, I just buy to accumulate them. Like right now, I'm heavy on ADA. That's the one that I like. and sold.
Cardano.
So like, I'm buying them just for the long haul. I'm not buying them to trade. I'm buying
Cardano's
them
actually,
for the long.
I would actually give you credit to that. Cardano's actually made some moves. I actually kind of was kicking myself in the foot.
I bought into Mana when it was 32 cents, and there's another coin called BNB coin that used to be the Binance standard coin for buying your crypto on Binance. At one point, it was 50 cents. I think the last time I checked is where it's about, if I'm not mistaken, like in the region of like $400.
It should
but
be
like,
around there. I bought it around like what was like 180 or something like that.
Yeah,
I was late, but I only bought it because I needed to, like, I was using BNB to make those little tokens
to make the trade to make the change on Binance,
change and Binance and different stuff like that. The different wallets to transfer money back and forth. You need BNB or what is it? MetaMask or not? Or
MetaMask.
MetaMask. Yeah. So to have that, so it's like one of those things. It's listen, man. This crypto thing is freaking.
Well, my thing is, if I'm talking to anybody about cryptocurrency and they don't know anything about crypto history, if they don't know the basic, purpose of a token or a coin, if I'm talking about smart contracts and somebody doesn't have enough common sense to know that those are Ethereum based tokens, different things like that, like I'll kind of ask a couple questions, and if the questions don't satisfy my threshold for how comfortable I feel you should be, I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm good on the conversation here, because I don't really need to understand how important crypto is to the future. I'm looking for specific investment goals, and if you understand specific investment goals, then you know exactly what the market adaptability for each token and its purpose is, or what's going to happen if this is something that forks. Like Bitcoin, we know is getting close to the end, so there's going to be a lot of forks to slow down that hash rate so that they can decrease the mining of those Bitcoins to burn them up. Same thing with something like Ripple. Like I bought into Ripple way back in the day when it was like originally about 15 cents, and like the thing is that kind of tell you about the year when people started investing those 2017 2018 prices. So this is someone who kind of has a little bit of experience. They've been around through a couple market cycles. They remember when crypto first topped out at about $25,000. I think it was like the winter and the winter and late winter of 2000. I think it was 17. So like people should be able to understand those historical events. They understand when Binance got shut down to American financiers. So like if people aren't having those kind of portions in their conversation, it's kind of a red flag. You kind of a novice.
You see that with some of these grifters though, like some of these guys in the space. There's no background. It's all emotional. They're trying to get you to hop in on emotional buy just based off the possibility of what you could potentially make, not the probability of what you're gonna actually make. CJOJ, so someone have to explain this cryptocurrency stuff. What is the point of it? You have to actually understand the point of it. Cryptocurrency is very, very important. It's going to be important to you in your near future as we start to become more increasingly digitalized. You need to understand it. However, the crypto, what's happening right now in crypto is that crypto is going through a period of the Wild West, right? When the .com era, where like the internet was just starting to get its thing and websites were popping off, and some of them were making money, like, the Facebooks of the world's coming out, the Googles, all these different companies, and people were looking for that next thing, right? But it was so bad that people were just buying in, and you can have a company called box.com, and as long as it had that .com in it, people will buy it, right? We see the same elements here with crypto right now in this Wild West period. No one's really paying attention to the actual projects that people are actually bringing to have real world usability or real world market adoption. People just coming out with cryptos because it's under the banner crypto. So people say crypto, it could be whatever. The NFTs are under that banner too. So when we're talking about that, we're still in that Wild West where it's where scammers take hold. Scammers are dominating, right? Same thing with the .com. Scammers came on, they took hold, they dominated until we got out of that. New regulations that came out and were in place to kind of make it a little safer. And then obviously the companies that were top dogs and they stood the test of that whole period were there. The same thing we're seeing with the crypto markets, right? You got a few projects that are coming out. None of them, they're all still untested, unproven. We already have some that have been tested. Bitcoin has been tested multiple times now. It's legit. And I used to be the one way back in the day, back in my banker days, bro. I was telling everyone Bitcoin was a scam back when it was like what? It was like $1,600 or something like that per coin. And it was just like, oh shit, this is gonna be a scam, right? And it's gonna crash back. And then look at me now. I'm sitting there like, damn, bro, 60,000. God fucking damn. Maybe if instead of me calling the scam, let me go ahead and like research the shit. So that's what I'm saying. So you understand that you look at those coins, they stood the test of time. They're probably going to be there for a long time. Like Black said, it's probably going to be $100,000 coin, probably $1 million coin worth, right? We don't know, depending on how inflation gets crazy, but it's one of those coins that have been tested. What we're seeing now is a bunch of these little tokens, bunch of these little NFTs that are coming out that they're untested, largely unproven, but people are seeing quick growth and quick rise to, right? And that's the problem. So you want to understand the point of it because you want to understand how to avoid being scammed or fall into these traps or the FOMOs and be able to understand the importance of where crypto is going to be in the future, so that way you're prepared. But yeah, that was very, very long.
Well, I was also going to say, like, mathematically, right? Doubling time matters. All right.
Yeah.
And that's a statistic that a lot of people don't look at. So it's easier to double from one
the
to
rule
two.
of 72.
Yeah, exactly. The rule of 72. So if you pay attention to Bitcoin is pretty costly, and it doubles at the same rate as something that was only a penny. Now that tells you that there's a lot of risk involved, but it also tells you that the potential for, equity and return is damn near infinite.
Yep.
Here's my cautionary tale, though, when it comes to Bitcoin is there's a huge unknown factor of who has some of these giant wallets that have been untouched for 10 plus years. And if that person or people ever decide to cash out, the price will plummet in a minute. And that is a huge red flag to me. That's why, you put a little bit of money in it, but don't put your whole account into crypto. Don't divert. Somebody said it earlier. Make sure you diversify. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely.
It's become super popular, and I follow a lot of like Reddit and Wall Street Bets, and I spend a lot of time looking into stocks. And the mentality now is too many people are out looking for a lottery ticket, and they're willing to put their whole. So you got cats, you got cats out here that maybe have $5,000 to invest or $10,000 to invest, and that's a lot of money to some of these people, right? And they're going to throw it all in on Dogecoin, and then they're going to see the value half in a day, and then they're going to freak out because $5,000 is more than they've ever lost in a day in their entire life.
Exactly,
and it scares the crap out of them, and then they get out, and then what happened? They lost $5,000. So I'm just saying, is put a small amount of your portfolio into cryptocurrency if you want to take that risk. But I would strongly urge to find companies that you believe in and invest your money there. Find those Amazons, find those Apples, find those Teslas, find those companies that you have conviction in, and then you're willing to invest your money in, and you say, hey, I'm going to put my $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, $100,000, whatever it is. And I believe in this company because I believe in this company is going to be here for 5 years and they're going to make a profit over 5 years. That's like some strategic long-term investing.
Well,
people are looking for these lottery tickets. And
I was just going to say what you're talking about. That's more of like a long-term equal equity gain type approach. Even though those companies that you mentioned, like Amazon, the people who are making money now are making small incremental dividends, and they're making small incremental equity gains. Some things have increased because of unforeseen factors, like, the pandemic is causing a lot of, stores to be shut down. So people have to use Amazon. But the people who made the most money on Amazon, Microsoft, Google are the people who got in initially when it was very small. When Facebook first came out, it was a small company. They only let college students have accounts. So nobody knew at the time. People thought that MySpace was going to be the big thing. People thought America Online was going to be the big thing. They didn't think Facebook Messenger would be the normal vehicle of communication. You know what I'm saying? So people, it's all about risk aptitude, and it depends on, how people want to hedge their risk. Sometimes people are looking for a larger gain in the short term. Sometimes people are looking for a long-term large investment. It's the same reason why people invest in, emerging markets, places like Ghana, places like Nigeria that actually are the number 2 cryptocurrency utilization in the world. You know what I mean? Those are wonderful places to put you. And the thing is like, when it comes to that kind of thing, this Duke, talking about bringing it back to the community, you actually can bring it back to the community because if people, they say pay attention to where all the money goes, and we know who has all the money. We'll pay attention to where Jack Dorsey is investing all his money at. He's investing it in Ghana, Nigeria.
And this is.
And
Hold
on.
I gotta comment on this because this is one of the main themes. If we want to talk about finance on this channel, I talk to people all about, right? If you guys want to figure out what the new Wild West is, right? The new gold rush, it's gonna be in these other countries. Some of y'all over here just going out there, you know, these travel brothers in these travel communities, right? Hey, don't come for me. I'm just saying, y'all going over there just for the sole purpose of box. Okay, that's not what it is. You're going out there for the treat, you're gonna get tricked. That's just how the world works. Okay, y'all need to be going overseas to start looking at business opportunities. You start recognizing that as the United States, yeah, inflation it sucks, but your dollar still goes far to in other countries because the rates here is a lot better than you get in other countries. So by definition, if you can figure out how to go ahead and go in, you all have the tools in terms of knowing the infrastructure here, and you know that you can look at all these other countries and look at what infrastructures that they're lacking, right? So if you're a builder or someone who are looking for the next real world gold rush and you want to invest that kind of risk, go overseas. Real talk, these third world countries start in doing infrastructure. Look what O'Shea Jackson's doing, right? When we had that interview, we were talking about what he's doing back in Uganda, pretty much creating opportunities for all the other people in that country.
You see what Sue said? Sue saying the same thing that we touched on about an hour ago. Watch where Pelosi puts her money and buy. And I buy the same. That's facts.
That's facts.
They know what's up. They know what's up.
Do what the powerful are doing.
The hard part is they have a 30-day reporting window, I believe it is. So they don't have to disclose what their financial moves are for, like, they have T plus 30 days to actually disclose what they did. So just an FYI there. Which I think is jacked up. I think politicians should have immediate reporting requirements that they don't have to report. Yeah.
They ones that write the rules, so why would they write the rules against them?
Well, exactly. Of course, they wouldn't write the rules to disadvantage themselves. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're not like, wait, what? Why would we want to close the door on ourselves? Like, fuck that. No, we will keep the door open. Please leave it open. Let me walk through that motherfucker. But this is interesting, man. I want to let's do this. Shit, we'll get into the grift too. Fuck it, we'll get into the crypto grift. We'll make it a great value stream. Hey, John, I see your comment. And I think you're right. Every content creator, to a certain extent, is a grifter. I wouldn't say grifter. I'll say more of a clout chaser. I think clout chaser is the right word than grifter. And I'm a self-admitted clout chaser over here. We about to be in that grifting shit. But here's the thing, right? It's not even because here's the issue with yours, right? It's not just depending on talking points, right? Because everyone can have the same talking points. Say conservative, whatever it is. No, it's about the message, right? And the message. Real talk, these guys, what separates grifters from guys who are doing this, grifters, they abandon the message and go to something else. Like literally, they don't keep the talking points. It's like it's done. Oh, we're not. It's crypto now. All we're talking about is crypto. I'm now a crypto expert. Similar to when we had all these so-called dating experts coming into the space, right? All of a sudden, they went from dating experts. Now I'm a manosphere guy. Oh yeah. I used to be a pickup artist. Now I'm a manosphere guy. I'm going to teach you guys how to be, from keeping rotations to go ahead and start betting your life. And now I'm a life coach all of a sudden, right? This is the easiest freaking thing, right? So they move it and they drop all their ideologies. They drop all that shit and they move into the next thing. That's just how it is. Jack Murphy, same thing when he wrote that article, right? 100 degrees, 80 degrees, not me. I'm not doing that anymore. That's not about me. No, he's trying to run away from that because he's a conservative guy now. He's a grifter. Everyone is coming in and talking about crypto. They're grifters. Say what?
Can you share the screen real quick?
Yeah.
So check real quick. Check this out. This is from Blockworks. Jack Dorsey and Jay-Z created B, which we all know that's Bitcoin Trust. Here's how its board plans to deploy the 500 Bitcoins. So the endowment's mission to make Bitcoin the internet's currency. 22-year-old board member Abubakar Nur Khalil told Blockworks. So this is what they're doing with these Bitcoins. You know what I'm saying? And this is 500 Bitcoin. So we could do the mental math. What was Bitcoin is worth? What, like 40?
It's a lot of money. Yeah.
It's almost close to 50.
50. So that would be
50.
25 with 5 zeros behind it. So what is that?
That should be 200.
Is that 2,500,000? 2,500,000?
No, brother.
It's got to be a little bit. That's more than that.
20. It should be.
Well, no, you know what? It actually should be with 6 zeros behind it.
It should be, if I am mistaken, it should be 20 sign.
30 mil.
About
I did it
25
60.
million.
I did it 60K. I said 30 million. So yeah,
30
25
mil,
million.
yeah.
Okay,
30 with
30
6
million.
zeros behind it, yeah. So that's a lot of money there. So these are Duke was just talking about follow the big people. There you go, right there. That's what they're doing. And I just mentioned Jack Dorsey
was the CEO for Twitter. Just to people, if people don't know who that was. That was Twitter CEO. He just stepped down literally like 2 weeks ago. I know it is because I made some money out of Twitter the other day.
Yeah, you know what? Even look at some of these billionaires too. They're all stepping down, doing crazy shit. Bill Gates stepped down and started buying farmland. All these different people, they're just doing different things. Do what they do, man. People were clowning when this whole thing started happening. People were clowning. What's his name? The founder of Berkshire Hathaway. He's one of the other big billionaires right now. I'm forgetting his name.
See, and this is what Duke was talking about though with that emerging market shit. We're looking to start with Africa initially and then expanding into regions in the global south, which if you have a money market account or anything like that, if you look at the high growth strategy, the aggressive return strategy, it's always investing into these kind of markets. So you got two risk aspects. You got a small economy that's looking to grow as well as cryptocurrency adaptation to explode, jumpstarting those smaller economies. Like you can really make a lot of money. Like this is what's called an exponential or a logarithmic growth formula.
Yeah, no, like people just gotta like wise up and start getting into it, man. So, literally, self-awareness is gonna be key 2022, and we're gonna be here to help you guys get there. I think what was another comment I was gonna make on this? Yeah, I'm thinking about we're gonna make a stream just talking about money too. Like I'm talking about like just because now I'm realizing that it's true. A lot of these managers guys are turned into this crypto thing as a grift, right? Then they start talking about this stuff, and it's more. They're not even. It's not even that they know what they're talking about. They're just selling it, right? So we talk about having this one-day course to teach you guys how to win versus sell, because a lot of these guys are pushing shit on you, right? Now we're gonna teach you guys to understand this stuff about money. We'll get our great value on. Don't worry about it. Get a little tie and suit on. But I think it's important to have this conversation, especially if we've like had this is the second time we're going back to crypto, but it seems like you guys really want to have this conversation about finance, and it makes sense because a lot of these guys who are talking about it either don't know it or they're just selling it. That's it.
Am I too late for the political conversation?
No, we're pretty much keeping it free for all right now for the next like 10-20 minutes. So I appreciate you coming back. Up and knock up.
Yeah.
What up?
But hey, Duke, I gotta roll, so I'm gonna hop out. But yeah, I think it would be good to even talk about just financial responsibility and like what you should maybe put your money before you start investing into crypto. What are some check blocks that you should be hitting before you even start dumping your money in there? Because I think there's something like 70% of the average American can't even handle like $1,000 out-of-pocket expense today. Like, I think we need to talk about that. What's that?
It's $700.
Is that what the number is?
Yeah, it's $700. People can't cover that. People can't cover that in a checking or savings account.
I think before people start throwing their money at crypto or some of these other things, we should talk about, hey, how do you get to the point where you can start investing? Because you need to get to that point first, right? Yeah. So, yeah. No, but I'm gonna hop. I appreciate you all.
No, take it easy, Primo. I appreciate you being here, man. No, I think we'll have a separate stream on that, just talking about money, at least some finance fundamentals. I think that's a big thing that's missing. Finance fundamentals. Y'all got to understand that, because with that understanding of like how money, even just understanding how money flows throughout the economical system, right? How before it gets out there to your bank account, right? What that whole process goes. People don't even realize that, you know, when you go out and take a loan from your bank, that also multiplies money. Right, that's a banks are money multipliers. Whenever you take a loan, when you take out debt, you're multiplying money. That's what it is. So that's new money being created. Because a lot of times the big misconception is, oh, the Fed prints all the money, and the Jerome Powell hits the lever and money goes into the economy. It's like, no. Every time you go get a car loan, that's new money. Every time you go get a house loan, that's new money. The banks create that out of it and they loan it out to you. That's just what it is. And they collect the real money, which is your productivity, right? Because this shit that y'all don't know. The real money is your productivity, right? They go out there, and when you spend in the workforce, they collect that on top of interest, and they pocket the cash. That's literally how they make money. That's literally it. They give you something that didn't really exist in the first place, and you pay it back in real world productivity. And you want to tell me y'all not a slave? Get the fuck out of here.
See, but here's a funny thing, right? Because it's like, if every dollar is being printed out, it's because the Fed is a private entity. It's not, the Federal Reserve is not, it's not from the government. right? It's a private entity, so it prints money. So then every dollar they print out comes with interest. So then in order to actually pay that money, they have to keep, inserting more cash to the system. So which means that the debt will never be paid.
There's never going to be a ceiling. That's why I laugh when politicians talk about, oh, we gotta cap the debt ceiling. We gotta bring a new debt ceiling, and they always raise it. It's because every dollar that's printed into existence, right, or credit, it belongs to someone else. It's like literally when there's a dollar here, you got to equal dollar in credit, and they cancel each other out. You got to, and not even that. You have a dollar here, you have a dollar in debt because every dollar by definition is owed to somebody. So now you got to figure out a way to pay that debt, right? So you need another dollar, which is called interest, right? So you got a dollar here with the debt plus a dollar plus interest. So every time you raise that debt to try to pay that out, it just keeps going, keeps stacking to the point where you got to keep reaching the ceiling. And then what ends up happening is your debt gets too much and it collapses under its own weight. We're almost at $30 trillion. If we
that's called quantitative easing too.
You see what I'm saying?
There's that whole element of it. They quantitatively ease the currency appearances, and they do that for a lot of different reasons: political purposes, valuation purposes, in order to kind of manipulate other countries as well. So that's the thing. I find it so funny when people talk about communism and capitalism and all of these different things. We don't have a free market capital. In a free market capital acts the way that the black market acts. And the black market is there's no outside interference with supply and demand. Supply and demand is raw, pure academic supply and demand with no other variables. When it comes to us, we have to deal with tariffs. We have to deal with taxes. We have to deal with, we don't like this product, so we're going to restrict its selling times. Then there's antitrust laws, just all kinds of different bureaucracy that you got to deal with in order to get a pure price of money. You know what I'm saying?
So it's interesting, right? Because it's like there's flaws in whether you have pure capitalism or versus regulated capitalism, something like that, right? Because everything's corrupt. When you have just free-flowing capitalism, then it makes it easier for, let's say, someone with more money to be able to bypass a lot of the stuff. And let's say, the water in Flint, Michigan, right? It's all poisonous and stuff like that, right? So it makes it easier for the corporation to do certain things. On the back end of it, right? Now, when you have all these regulations that's supposed to be good to help the little man, now the one with the money now can also still continue to buy the politicians and now keep out the new money and out of the market, which is like, for instance, it's very difficult now for a new platform to compete with, let's say, big tech, right? The Parlors, the Rumbles, and the BitChute and all that stuff. And so we thinking that we gonna try to put more regulation on the technology right now. But when you put more regulation on those technology, only means that the big corporation, the YouTubes and all that stuff, they will be the one to be able to afford the cost of these regulation. They can hire more people, and then the smaller guys, they can't compete because it will be too expensive for them to run. So it's the same thing with a lot of these things.
You're absolutely right.
I wanted to push back on the political the conservative and the liberals and stuff like that, right? Because one of the thing that you said was a lot of conservative, they're like they're not that smart, right?
I did say that.
But you could also see you could also use the same argument when it comes to liberals. Liberals are not smart. Yes,
I said that.
And
they're both stupid.
Right.
You're both equally stupid.
But
y'all put Biden here. Let's just be real. And he's not doing that good of a job. Y'all are quiet. So
check this out. This is what's so funny about liberals.
That hard to just look stupid. I'm sorry. I can't take y'all seriously.
This is what's so funny about both sides, right? You got this idiot AOC who used to be a bartender. She has no political experience. And then you got the twin Karens, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Bobart, who what were they, gym teachers and a home economics teacher? So you have idiots on both sides, and literally both sides think that these people were sent down from God to deliver the United States into what? I have no idea, but
check this out, right? Check this out.
You take those people seriously. You just
but check this out, right? In order for the government to actually remain in control, they has to continue to create that division, right? Because the more we are unbalanced with each other, then the more they're able to control the situation. So, but now, you said something earlier that actually that makes sense, that I agree with, because when we're talking to, let's say, from a cultural standpoint, yeah, it seems like conservative wise, they are somewhat idiots, right?
Yeah.
But now when it comes to policies, can you admit that a lot of liberal policies tends to make things worse than it is better?
Oh, absolutely. Liberal policies are detrimental to an economy. Like they're always like, because they go overboard, and that's the thing, especially with these social programs that a lot of countries don't have. Y'all go too overboard, and that's the thing that's killing this country. These social programs, because the thing, the majority of debts that we print off is to go ahead and feed these goddamn, what do you call it? These stimulus checks that you guys are getting. It's feeding all these social programs, the Social Security, which isn't there anymore. All these different programs, right? And that's the biggest aspects of our spending. Because here's the thing: the way the starting point for where these money gets printed is the politicians and you people, not you specifically, but generally the general populace. Because the politician comes in and they have to promise you something free for them to get your votes, right? They have to promise you something that you can get that's beneficial for you. Whether on the conservative side, we're not going to get rid of Social Security, or no, they are, which they're trying to, but they're trying to be nice about it. Or on the right side, they'll come up with something to convince you to give them their votes, right? And then when they do that, well, guess what? They got two options. They can raise taxes to do that, which you're going to come out there and you're going to add in fucking pitchforks and arms because you're raising my taxes. I didn't vote for you for that, right? Free. And then, or they got to print the money, which it's a hidden tax because it's called inflation. You're not going to see it taken out your mouth, but you're going to pay for it some way. So then you buy into the free shit they promise you, and then they pay you back on the back end, or they take your money on the back end, meaning the purchasing power of your dollar just diminishes. Because you wanted free stuff. That's why I tell you, when these guys come up here and they promise you, we got to pay for all your colleges and tuitions, and y'all willingly asking, please pay off my debts for my last mistakes that I made, right? I decided to go to college and didn't know what degree I wanted, so pay off my debts, or go forgive this, or go forgive that. Where the money's gonna come from? When the conservatives ask about this, go ahead.
Yeah. This is the pushback that I was actually wanted to bring about, right? Because like politics is downstream from culture, right?
Yeah.
And like, growing up earlier, we looked at, let's say, conservative. They were like the weird looking people. They were like the fringe, they were like very homophobic and so on and so forth, right?
Is that how you looked at them when you were growing up?
Yeah, growing up.
Because my thing is, how old are you? Are you in your 20s, 30s?
I'm 30. I'm 37 right now. But check this out, right?
So wait though. Yep. I didn't think that LGBTQ was even that big of an issue during that time. That's not something that you really saw, right? So my thing is that we wouldn't be looking at conservatives, quote, funny at that time as a result of, quote, homophobia or anything like that. That wouldn't be a reason why people would look at conservatives funny.
But what I'm saying though, right? For instance, I'm not sure if you guys remember, I think the something Baptist church, they were like sitting on corners, they were like, telling people like they're gonna go to hell based on their sexuality, so on and so forth. Yeah, I mean, there was conservative
funerals, Hillsborough Baptist Church.
The label conservative was looked at as those who are just like try to behave Christian-like, right? The higher moral high ground and stuff. And liberals was more like, hey man, you do what you gotta do as long as you don't impact my life and stuff like that. I'm good. And I remember like liberals met like, we did not like to go out there, bomb countries, and try to be more we were anti big corporations, so on and so forth. Because I remember like Occupy Wall Streets and all this stuff. However, now something started to shift. Something started to shift where it became more of identity politics.
Bill Clinton.
And those who were actually making sense, they started to get pushback from their own, so-called party or liberal party. And then the crazy started to take over.
Yeah.
And that's why you have like, instead of addressing, let's say, over policing and stuff like that, right? Things that policies that would make sense. People will be like, well, you know what? Let's just remove cash bail. Let's just like, you can steal stuff as long as it's under $1,000. And these things incentivize criminal to the point now, these policies that are supposed to quote unquote, stop discriminating against Black people or Black community makes things worse for Black people as a whole.
Well, here's the thing, right? First of all, there's a lot of issues there. One of the first issues is that when you're a nonpartisan person like myself, when I ask people from the left and when I ask people from the right, well, what's your take on how both parties work together to keep each other employed? Because the thing is that if there was one party, the other half would have to go. So there's what's called the deep state. There's what's called the old school Democrats and the old school establishment Republicans. And so and then I don't know exactly.
Would you say Bill Clinton was part of the new school kind of Democrats? Because I think he was the harbinger of a lot of this kind of policies like we're seeing now.
No, not at all. Because well, that's the globalist thing. That's, I mean, if we're talking about globalism, right? Globalism is a kind of economy where you're using business models to ship stuff all over the world. Now, if you're talking about, quote, you know, a mysterious shadow, one world government or any of that kind of stuff, that's another rabbit hole, right? That's speculatory. That's speculatory stuff, right? So if we talk about stuff that there's actual evidence to talk about, right? These kind of parasitic policies have taken place all throughout the history of the United States, and they've come from both sides concurrently. Now, I don't know, you know, in my family has always been nonpartisan. So there was never any kind of, you know, you need to deal with this party, you need to deal with that party. We just had certain understandings of certain things that we needed to look at as far as what kind of policies that we were looking for that would be better for our immediate needs. So my thing is that it doesn't matter what party it is. There's corrupt issues that deal with both parties, and the problem is that when you deal with in these kind of conversations, when you're somebody who's nonpartisan, there's always someone who says, well, you know, I have an issue with this that you said because I have this conservative talking point to deal with it. Well, it's not really dealing with it because we have a forced ultimatum, and our forced ultimatum is we're either going to have a liberal or we're going to have a Republican. And my issue is that I don't like either one. They're both corrupt. In my opinion, they've both done nothing to forward this country. So my thing is that for every issue that conservatives have, there is a mirror issue that liberals have, and it's structured that way so that these people can always have a constant influx and cycling of making each other's term positions as long as possible. Then they max out, and then they cycle it in with a politician like Marjorie Taylor Greene or AOC or somebody like the people that Bernie Sanders with the Justice Democrats has created to cycle them back in. There's no new flow of blood in the government, period. And there's nothing that liberals or conservatives are doing to deal with that. And we're not living in the 1980s. We have a different kind of Cold War going on right now. None of these people are addressing the infrastructure issues that we have as far as protecting our power.
And COVID exposed that too.
Exactly. So my thing is, I don't, as far as those issues go, I want to know what's going to be done now to keep us safe, to deal with our assets, to deal with other cultural issues that we may have, and no one is addressing that at all. And they're purposely not addressing it because they know that we're not going to address those things with each other. If we get on a panel, we just want to talk about how many conservative talking points we know so we can sound like a conservative. If we want to, if we're a liberal, you know, we want to sound like Joy Reid, and I want to sound like somebody who's making, you know, decisions that's moving the world in a better place while taking care of the people who are like me.
See, I understand.
Absolutely.
Like,
can I add one thing to what Rob just said? One thing I wanted to add is that, yeah, you're absolutely right, because one of the things that also, in addition to what you said before, with the dynamics with the liberal or conservative or right or left, it also makes us very predictable to the rest of the world, right? So if China wants to be able to make a move, right, and they know Trump's sitting there getting in the way of certain things, right? Oh, yeah, let's just wait 4 years. Oh, now we got this guy in charge. Now let's go. It makes us super freaking predictable. So not only are we also, because we're being forced to choose between one paradigm or the other, and we're basically forced to cannibalize ourselves, right? The other world is looking at us and like, hey, look at these morons. Oh yeah, we already know what's going to happen within the next 4 years. Okay, now we can then map out our longer worldview vision against what these idiots are doing in the short term. Because if you look at our election cycles, every 4 years, policies change. Well, guess what? We're all short-term thinkers here. It's almost like our policies are molded to fit the whims of corporations here, because that's the exact same thing.
We're a corporation.
The policies that these guys put directly reflect the growth and the downfall of these corporations. So we're a corporate state. Let's just be real. Anyone who wants to sit there and talk about freedom, equality, bullshit, yada yada, I look at you as a clown. I don't care
go
what your
research the
ideals
yellow
are.
fringes.
Do
Go
the
research
research,
them
bro.
yellow
You're
fringes
all,
on the flag.
yeah,
check this out. Like, this is what I mean by this, right? Like, for instance, when I say like politics is downstream from culture, right? So even though we all try to vote based on well, not we all. Most people don't vote based on policy. They vote based on who they think they like, right?
Why?
So that's why you have
like that's the thing. Like who's putting? Yeah, that's true. And who's putting the gun to their head and making them do that?
Yeah. So for instance, right? You mentioned AOC. You mentioned Taylor Greene. So like they are idiots, but because people like them, so it doesn't matter about what policies that they have, right? So people have many reasons why they go through towards leaning one way or another. With me, I look at the cultural aspect of where, let's say, Hollywood is taking place, or or feminism, or how it's very anti-family structure. And I'm like, okay, now I know both parties are idiots. Now currently, which one of these two parties are pushing more for or who actually have the leverage to push more for the extreme policies that will make things more detrimental towards the family value?
Well,
right?
my thing is if that's the case, right? If that's the case, and we're going to say that we vote according to politics, judging from the history that both sides of the United States government have done to black people since the United States was created, my question would be, again, what party has shown evidence of any vested interest in us at all to do anything other than just use us as a commodity? And in my opinion, neither provides a sufficient case with any sufficient evidence. Both political parties benefited from everything that was going on, from any kind of separation of any indigenous tribes all the way down to transatlantic slave trades. So that is bipartisan. That is the Democrats as well as the Republicans. And if you start from those starting points, when the Declaration of Independence was first signed until currently, there has been nothing done to service anything. So if we're going to let politics and culture have some kind of influence, my question is, what is even cooperating with this system? How is that even congruent with the culture that's been created for us here?
I agree with
here's my pushback on that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Duke.
No, I was gonna say I agree with that. Go ahead and say your point. I want to get N1C super chat because I'm reading this and actually because because the policies they definitely have importance. And you guys have
here's my pushback on that, right? Okay, so let's say that you have a chick, right? You can call her anytime you want. No matter what time of the day, 3 o'clock in the morning, she can come through and go and give you that ass, right? Are you going to have any sort of incentive to take her seriously? Versus the girl that somewhat kind of put up a fight that kind of makes you believe like, hey, I got all the options and stuff like that, so I'm trying to see what's best for me. So it's the same thing when we're looking at, let's say, black culture, right? 90% of the time vote one party. So then, therefore, if they're gonna get your vote regardless, what incentive did they have to actually feel? Well, okay, let's say African American vote.
Okay, because I guarantee
I personally don't think black people have a culture.
Yeah, I was gonna say all four of us are all black men on this panel, and we all have a completely different culture. My culture is probably most similar to Poppy, but even my culture and Poppy are completely different on many different levels. Just like I'm sure you and Duke have a completely different culture, and I'm sure every single black person in here has a completely different culture. So, what is black culture? If I looked at a Russian and I looked at a person from the United States who's a white person, would I say, quote, this is white culture? No, we have one individual that speaks with the Cyrillic language. We have another person who speaks English, which is written in Latin letters. What is culture? What is, we're talking about these cultures. Which culture are we talking about as far as culture goes?
Well, as far as culture go, I'm talking about, okay, let's say what we perceive as the black community.
But that's what I'm asking. What
hold on, before you get into that, let me get the super chat real quick because we can turn with that. N1C, shout out to you for the $20 super chat. Shout out to you, brother. My former roommate and friend Nicole Sinkkill was murdered years ago. Her murder has been granted parole. Her murderer has been granted parole recently due to politics in California relating to reform. Served his time, sure, but it was murder. Feel free to Google her story. No, absolutely. California does tend to have these lax laws where, in terms of when it comes to homeless people or when it comes to
New York
in New York, right? When it comes to criminals, it's almost like we're. I'm not. Now, don't get me wrong. Listen, if you're a criminal on a felony level, you shouldn't be allowed to do anything, bro. You shouldn't be. Listen, that's your punishment. Pay your debts to society and move the hell on. I mean, I'm talking about like serious felonies. Like we're talking about murderers. You shouldn't be allowed to vote. You shouldn't be allowed to do anything. You gave up your right the moment you made the decision to take somebody else's life. You broke the rules of society, and you no longer get to participate with it. I don't give a fuck if you've reformed or anything like that. And liberals may disagree with me. They're like, "Oh, dude, you're just well, how would you say that? You don't believe people get second chances?" Yeah, I believe that, but then I believe also taking responsibility for the actions you take. That's your second chance right there. So if you have a second chance to get rehabilitated, then you go ahead and do that, but you got to take the consequences. It's like trust. You ruin the trust of society. It's really hard to get that back. And when you get that trust back, there has to be some goddamn parameters.
Boundaries.
There just has to be. And that's what you have to face. It means that you don't participate in society. It is what it is. And that also serves as a valuable incentives for guys not to hop into that situation too as well.
Okay. So maybe maybe black culture.
All right, real quick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Right,
I gotta address this concept.
Oh, my bad. Go
ahead. Duke, so that means the United States is a candlestick chart to the rest of the world. Bingo. Absolutely. We're one giant candlestick and everyone's looking to know when to buy and when to sell Americans' goddamn fucking policies. Go ahead, Art. My bad. Go ahead. Go through, bro.
All right. Okay. So maybe defining black culture is gonna veer away from the point I'm trying to make. So we can talk about like what is black culture, because I really don't know what black culture is, or African American culture. I can tell hip hop is a part of black culture.
Stop right there, because my question then is, we have to go back to your original statement about politics dictating culture or culture dictating politics. If we don't have a uniform definition of what, quote, this culture is, or quote, who's included in it, then how can we assign all of us, right? We're all different here.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. But here's the thing, right? So let's say that we have a okay, let's just say the stereotype. The stereotype of black culture is we have hip hop that encourage, let's say, black on black crime, right? With our music and stuff like that. And people that tend to make sense are considered as, coons, sellout, or talking white. And it's like we have a demographic that tend to hijack what black people are, or African American.
Who's doing that though?
Well, you have based on the media, based on
who owns the media. So who's putting out those messages? The last stream that we just did on Duke and Don's, we talked about how we don't have any media. Now there may be people, who are out here who are contributing to media by doing stupid stuff like beating up women, shooting people, robbing people, but those are crimes, and crimes take place in every community. If it's the media putting out a message, that's not us perpetuating that message of, we're
hip hop listening to black people portraying the message of negativity, which we are trying to put a different spin to it, a different image to it.
What vehicle are we using to do that? Because we don't own any media. We don't own any news stations. We don't own any TV stations. We don't own any radio stations. Byron Allen has, like weather channels, and BET is not owned by a black person. What radio station do we own? Now, the thing is if we want to talk about hip hop, right, most black people don't even own the distribution, the masters, or any of that kind of vehicle to have that kind of control to put those kind of messages out. So the thing is that just because there's an artist, right, like if I created a song, there's still a whole other group of middlemen and a cascading structure on top of me that gets my product, which we say is what is damaging, which it could have some toxic content into it, onto a wide scale distribution. In order to do that, we got to go through government things like the FCC and the Federal Communication System. So there's all of these layers, right? And I'm not saying that rappers do not contribute to that, because coming up with songs about absolute degenerate behavior is absolutely stupid. But my question is, if we're going to say that it's us doing that, who's spending more money on the hip hop market? Is it black people or is it other groups of people? I'm going to give you a hint. It's not black people that spend the most money on consuming hip hop.
We don't have it. We don't have it. That's why.
It's a middle class white kids.
No, okay, but here's the thing though. Middle class white kid. Look, I can watch a movie and stuff like that, right? And I see the actions being portrayed, and I know that I'm not gonna do it in real life, right? So, but can we say the same thing when we see the rise in the black on black, the black on black crime in our vicinity, and when we have a culture that is more?
What we can say is if that's going on and we're talking about black on black crime, then we can talk about all of the school shootings and all of that stuff that goes on in every community, because crime is a degenerate element of every single community. And when people are in proximity of each other, yeah, exactly. And when people are in proximity of each other, they commit crimes against people within that proximity. That's something that can be proven by using the FBI statistics tables.
Duke, do me a favor. All right. If you actually are you guys familiar with Act Nation? Act TV, Act Nation TV. He's he covers a lot of.
He does a lot of crime TV.
Yeah, he covers a lot of the stuff that's been happening, and statistically, a lot of the crime that's been happening and stuff like that, it's mostly like on the urban area where you have mostly working class, and there's a small there's a small group with people that look like you and I committed the majority of these crimes. Now, granted, right, doesn't mean that black people overall commit most of the crime. It just means like there's a group, like a small group of these people, but because they are black, we refuse to call them out, and those who call them out are considered the coons, the sellouts.
Who doesn't call them out? And then my thing is also, if we're talking about a metropolitan area, those are completely different density areas as far as people within a certain square radius, right? So if we're talking about a rural area, right, where there's, say, maybe like 500,000 feet or whatever, a certain distance, right, and the houses and the families are spread further apart, there's going to be less activity because it's less dense. However, we already know that there's a crime epidemic as it is in the black community. Regardless of that fact, that criminality and people killing people who live around each other, and people tend to live in these pockets where it's people that look like them, they're all doing it. Every community does it. So my thing is that every community does not listen to hip hop, and every community has different dynamics. So we have to figure out the specific dynamics. Comparing is nice, right? Like I could say, you know what, there's so many more people who live in China that are literate in Chinese than there are black people who can read Chinese. We need to do something about this illiteracy rate. No, we need to do something about our relative illiteracy rate, where fourth grade boys are having difficulty becoming literate. And that is an American specific issue going on specifically within that community. And my thing is that there's different dynamics with all of that. There's different dynamics with all of that. So again, this is where we have this problem, because you're still doing what you said in the beginning as far as assigning culture versus politics. And my thing is when we peel this onion back even deeper, there's micro elements of regional dynamics, population matrix dynamics, availability to certain things such as guns. You look at the rural areas, right? One thing about rural areas is that a lot of times they don't have alcohol and liquor stores. New York City just set up a bunch of heroin shoot up stations. They don't have places like that, and it's legal to smoke crack at those places. So my thing is, if you have those kind of things going on,
who put those people in place to actually make those policies that's detrimental to the community which we live in?
Who put them in place?
The people.
Yes.
The people. Now, here's the thing, right? We're talking about, we just went to 13% of the population. It doesn't matter if 100% of black people voted for those people. Guess what? The 44% of white people who make up 70% of the population is still going to overshadow our vote. We only make up 13% of the population. We can't sit here and act like we have all of this power. And then when we talk about the crime statistics, say, this is a small portion. Go ahead.
I was gonna say something, man. I think. Would you say that the best course of action for like the 13% here is to literally then either go overseas to try to find opportunities, or some like places where they can potentially be a lot more successful versus the infrastructures that are built here, because we don't own anything. And as like Art kind of mentioned earlier, with all these other companies, it'd be harder for a newer one to come in and compete against this massive conglomerates that are out here, these media companies that are giants, or these social media companies that are giants, and different things like that. So would you say that going overseas or abroad would be the right fresh start to start building on these infrastructure?
I don't think so. I think it would actually be worse. Because the thing is that what we have here in the United States, if you go anywhere else in the world, it's worse. You know what I'm saying? So most people who came to the United States came to the United States, except for part of the group of people that I'm from. You know what I'm saying? We didn't come to the United States, by choice, but a lot of people did make that choice to come here, and they came here because it was better and more favorable environments for them to be able to be successful. Now the thing is, this goes back to what Duke was talking about earlier, as far as the standards going up, right? Because I have some people who are in my family that are from overseas as well, you know what I'm saying, and they come here and they say, oh, I'm doing good, I have a job. Well, that's not a good standard if you're an American. If you're an American, you want to own a business. If you've been here for a long time, you want to own generational money. You want to have some kind of part of the economy that's cut out, that's self-sustaining for you and your family. My thing is people need to make a decision. People need to make a decision, and that decision needs to be, how important are your differences versus economic extinction? We can bicker about ideologies, we can bicker about religions, we can bicker about all this stuff, or we can say, you know what we need to focus on is objectives. I want to see Art, Duke and Don, and Poppy all successful. Now, Poppy, different culture than me. Duke, different culture than me. Art, different culture than me. I have no interest in attempting to force any of you guys to believe my ideologies. But if we come together and do productive things, like have building conversations like this streams, from this streams, we inspire younger people to create, networks of cryptocurrency things, blockchains, decentralized things started by people like us. That's the thing that matters. And in my opinion, once people get off of, certain things that are triggering for people, and people start getting down to business, the best place for that to happen is here, because here we had the best infrastructure to, once we build up, then, I might be like, yo, I'm invested in the United States because I'm from here, but Duke is my man. Duke is invested overseas, but guess what? I got Duke back on a friendship level. Duke got his cultures back on the culture level.
So then it's fair to say that like the greatest currency is trust in people.
Absolutely. Human relationships. God damn.
We live in a culture.
No, it all comes back though. This all comes back full circle.
Relationships, it's funny, right?
Skills. Wow,
it's funny, right? Because
I'm loving this.
Look, like my grandfather, right? That's my hero, the person that I look up to and stuff like that, right? Because growing up in Haiti, people didn't have money like that, right? So then, therefore, your word was your bond. And you have to trust one another to know that, okay, when I say I'm gonna do something for you, I'm gonna come through. And let's say when my dad, like,
hold on, I gotta cut you off again, Art. You're gonna be like, man, shut up by the end of this. I'm just messing with you, bro. But listen, this is what I'm saying. So you just said word is bond, right?
Yep.
Man, who used to say that every other word back in the 90s?
New Yorkers, man, Biggie.
Hip hop. Word is bond. So this is what I'm saying. Something, we talk about hip hop, something happened with hip hop to where you stop saying stuff like word is bond, and you stop saying certain uplifting things, and now it turns into degeneracy. What happened there? Because I didn't do it. I know Papi Blanco didn't do it. Papi Blanco got similar taste in music to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure Duke and Don didn't. If you listen to his content, he ain't about that. So what happened to where those messages became changed? Because if those people are listening to those, everything is corrupted. So we got to make sure that stuff don't get corrupted. That's see, like my thing is.
Here's the this is why this is why I gravitate towards.
We got to have a great value political stream. We have to have everybody get your great value vibes on, and we're gonna have a great value political stream, because this is that, and you know what, this actually brings up the more we're having this conversation, the more I'm actually thinking, like actually this is needed, because I think this is a piece that's actually, that especially politics and just social dynamics and just societies discussed on a scale like this, as we start to peel back the damn layers, I think fundamentally it's going to help us understand the different aspects of relationships everywhere else, in our families, in our schools, friends, and when we go out in businesses, different things, because the same principles still applies. I think this is the missing piece. No, Black art, y'all, dog. This is dope. Let's keep going.
Check this out, right? This is why I gravitate towards channels like Duke and Don, the lead attorney, and so on and so forth. Because like when the Manosphere first started, right, that had a purpose in it. And then over time it gets corrupted, where it only becomes about like bitches and hoes and stuff like that.
About the
and
money.
Now, and making money, grifting. So then that's the corruption that has been taking place. And now there's a renaissance of people are actually having real conversation. Like you and I, we might disagree in a lot of topic, but the fact that we're not here screaming at each other, that just shows there's a level of maturity that is so needed in this space, and that's gonna teach people what masculinity truly is. Not throwing a fit whenever somebody says something you don't like and be like,
absolutely,
that stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just go at you and do this and do that, and even down to the chat too. People in the chat, people I've noticed that even over time, like people were like, it's pretty balanced here too, and you even see that because the trolls that come in, sometimes they all get converted by just listening and watching some of the conversations that goes on in the chat. So I think that even platforms like this, and you mentioned like the Renaissance kind of platforms, we're actually drawing those kind of people out to us and say, hey, yo, this is we can have these balanced conversations, because that was my biggest worry. Like, who's gonna be, you're gonna get people gonna be wilding out, because people are just so goddamn polarized now. It's so hard to like the goddamn nuance in things is gone. People don't want to listen to that anymore. It's like no. And I'm actually proud to see that there are people out there that are still doing this, and we're able to even have a balanced conversation. No one's raising their voice to each other. No one's back and forth, going back and forth. The only time that we had that happen was JP, and he was going back and forth with Steve the Dean. But then after that, he's a big fan of us now, and he's a bit shorter the show. So like, it's one of those things where it's like, yo, I think if we can show that people can have respectable dialogue, discussions, and we can go back and forth and debate hot topics like this without getting our feelings getting triggered, I think we can change some things, man. I really think so.
I think the reason why I lean the way I lean and stuff like that, right, is like I do understand the nuance, especially when it comes to Black America, right, and some of the past, the tragedy and stuff like that African American had gone through. However, now I try to understand why people do some of the things that they do. Like for instance, right, those who wanna have student loan debt canceled, right? These kids, I sympathize with them because they grew up in an era where their parents kept telling them, you got to go to college, right? So then they accrued all these debts in a profession that is no longer available, and they still have to pay that back. So of course, they're going to vote in a certain way that's going to try to free them from that slavery of a debt that, like, what the hell? So I understand why they do certain things that they do, just like I understand why certain people now turn more conservative, because they're looking at some of the policy, especially when it comes to like in the red pill space, right? Let's say they talk about the divorce rates and, feminism and all that stuff, how it's actually ruined relationship. So then they're going to lean more towards a conservative area, but even though they still remain the same, they still have the same ideology. So they want the world to change, but they still want to remain the same.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that I have with people. Is like, regardless where you lean, you gotta own that shit. You gotta believe what you're saying instead of just like grift and say it just to say it.
And we see this with politicians too, because we mentioned this earlier. Like, this is how this all connects. We're not picking people based off their competence. We're picking people based off who we like. So it becomes a political, what do you call it, popularity contest, and who you can make, who the jester, that can make the audience laugh and clap all the time, right? We go for that, and that's what we do. We make our political decisions off of that. So if we have to really hold a big mirror in ourselves, to ourselves, and say, are we ready for the change that we're trying to demand? Because nothing moves. If you even look at these politicians, they're just trying to feed the need of the big beast in the room, the American people, the guys who want something for nothing. Well, guess what? You're not going to get something for nothing, because everything costs something. Everything does. Student loans, well, you're going to have to pay that back. freaking social
And
programs,
see,
you're gonna have to pay that back.
You just nailed it.
Free.
You just nailed it, Duke. You just nailed it. And see, this is what people fail to understand. And I hope that going forward, people understand this sooner and a lot quicker. We're doing things backwards. In my opinion, we shouldn't even be looking into politics right now. It's always good to be able to exercise your rights and be aware of what's going on, because you're always under attack politically in the United States. There's always somebody looking to take something. There's always somebody looking to get something. Always. So it's always good to be aware. But see, the thing is that when it comes to the United States, the way that it works is that the United States, they service high value communities first. Right. So my thing is, when they say high value community, well, if there's a community of people over here that's lawyers, right? A lot of them are lawyers and bankers. Guess what? They control the laws and the money. So guess what? Those people have a lot of power. And guess what else? Since they got so much money, they're paying for super PACs. So they don't even have to sit around and have these conversations, because they're paying a think tank to do it for them and to create their own politicians. See, we're operating at an individual level where it's not it doesn't make sense to operate individually. Where we should be operating in a collective level, we're not. We're down here using a follow the sheep mentality, instead of where we're down here individually creating opportunities and making ourselves a high value community. If we're a high value community, guess what? We get a hate crime bill. See, pay attention to how much certain groups of people, gender people, make. They make a lot of money. They spend that money on super PACs. It does not matter what side of the audience, what side of the aisle that you're on. Once you've created that where it's impossible for them to ignore your power, whether it's financial, whether it's resource utilization, whether it's land ownership, whether it's whatever, then guess what? Now you have enough power to where you don't have to chase these politicians to do stuff for you. These politicians are saying, listen, we really need your help to get this politician in office. So if you guys can help us with the vote, we'll promise you these policies. We're hustling backwards, and that's got to stop, because we're going to hustle right off a cliff if we don't.
No, that's facts. And you know what? The culture promotes individualism too, to help people not think about, themselves, their communities. Like even me, because I'm the kind of person that I think about giving back to not only my community, to my people. I always that's every Nigerian, at least in our community here. Like we when we make our money, when we do our things, we send some stuff back home, and we sell it, or we try to do stuff for people in schools and stuff like that. We even the skills that we learn, it's all about giving back, right? And then so we even go exactly, Poppy. You said that right. Most cultures are doing that. The Latinos or the Hispanics come here, they make their money, they send some of it back there, and they help build or start the businesses or stuff like that. It's the same thing I'm talking about here. So when we hear other platforms talk about, we got to protect our culture, Black culture, it's like, what is your culture?
I want to say something real quick, Duke, if you don't mind. See, and that's the difference between me and you, and me and Poppy, and me and Art. See, that's what you said, right? For you, right? You would reinvest it back home, right? See, here for us, Black African Americans, we don't have nowhere else to send the money. But the problem is that the equivalent of sending the money somewhere will be reinvesting into our community, because we don't have nowhere else to send it to. You see what I'm saying? Like Poppy can send his money back home. You know what I'm saying? You can send your money back home. Our back home is here. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is though, we still don't follow that model, because we don't invest into where we came from. The model has always been taught. Now, this is one model that we have been taught, is that it's a sign of success when you're able to, quote, move away. You're never taught to like really, okay, so what I did is I had this house. Now I'm going to add an extension onto it. I'm going to add a streaming room here. I'm going to start putting value added, form like Voltron shit on my immediate environment, so that I'm constantly making residual income and different things like that. I'm reinvesting. Now I'm attracting people to reinvest in me. We could attract people to reinvest. You know what I'm saying? And like the thing is that
we're too individualistic, though.
Too individualistic on that level.
Especially the African American culture. It's an individual culture, individualistic culture. It's all about ourselves and what we can get out of it. So now it brings me to a deeper question, and I've had a discussion a couple times backstage, but I think it's time I'm gonna bring it up, because I personally think that African Americans, they need at least an example of someone or people of cultures that look just like them in this country doing it right to emulate that, because I really think that we don't have a concept, or at least we've lost as African Americans that concept of working together, actually pulling together and doing stuff just for the community, right? So if you see, like, so equivalent to the Jews and how they do stuff here, how everything's tight knit, they got their own towns, at their own stores, everything set up, right? It could start like by just even doing that, right? Having that same kind of concept where people are building their own tight-knit community, right? And from those tight-knit communities, maybe this family knows this family over here. Son, you know, you go to this school, you do this, and you go over here. Maybe you go to get in the office or run for office here. Like, getting from that community folks out into different aspects of society. The problem is, we have all these examples that people of cultures that are doing that right now, communities, right? Latinos are doing that. Even what do you call it? Not Hispanics, Jews. I already mentioned that. There are a couple of communities around here that are doing the same thing. They're building their own little tight knit, and they're controlling certain policies because they're together. Everyone but the Black community, and we don't really have, especially I wouldn't say right now, like an example of people that look like us for us.
That's part of the that's not an accident. That's on purpose to keep people perpetually. Yeah, that's to keep people perpetually confused.
I'm like, yo, it has to be.
But here's the thing, right? Like, I agree with you, but you know what a lot of these cultures have in common? Family, the family dynamic, the family foundation. And without family, you cannot build a sustainable community. And when you have the Jews, they have, like, family, so and so is marrying into this family and that family, right? You have the Hispanics, it's the same thing. They have like a family dynamic. And we in this space, which is why I love the new direction the manosphere is going through, is to try to, like, I understand the laws are messed up, and some of the some of the policies makes it more difficult for people to have a sustainable family. But however, now, try to get to the foundation of people's morality, and then with the morality, then you could actually build trust with someone that can take, that can sustain the family structure. Like, for instance, right, I'm married, and of course these laws still exist. If my wife decided to divorce me, shit like that, she could take me to the cleaner, right? But there's still a level of trust to know that, okay, that woman right there, she's a good woman, and I'm gonna entrust, I'm gonna entrust this decision to know that she's not gonna screw me over.
My
right?
question is,
and that trust
Elon Musk,
yep,
Bill Gates,
Jeff Bezos,
what's their family looking like?
They all came from wealthy backgrounds.
No, I mean currently.
Currently, they all
divorced.
Well, the current culture doesn't promote family at all, period. Right, but
I agree with you, Art, because I think the most powerful sources is family. I mean, from family, it forms the basis of a community, and that's the thing. And the biggest difference that's why I sincerely think that African Americans communities here, they actually can't really do it, or they can't do this alone, right? They cannot, because look at the family structures now. It's not there. It's almost non-existent. The new family structure has to be with women and just. It's by design. It's by design, but it comes from recognition from design, right? So, yeah, okay. I would say I wouldn't say design since slavery. I think it's been like a more modern concept because we were married at a higher rate before, even after slavery. It was after post civil rights, post all of that. That's when the marriage rate and the government.
Well, actually, all of it, right? Because everything was completely different. Right, we came from an environment where there was completely different marriage structures, like just everything was completely different.
Yeah.
Right. Like, so, like, basically, what ended up happening was basically like everything got flipped on its head. Right.
Yeah.
So the thing is that at some point chaos always normalizes. Right. In any environment, things dissipate. You know what I'm saying? This happens naturally in nature, and we're a part of nature, so we have no choice but to follow the same behaviors. So at some point things will dissipate, things will even out. The thing that I think that people need to understand again is the main objective, in my opinion, like here's my thing, right? I wouldn't argue with somebody against having a family. Like, Art, that seems to be something that is extremely important for you, right? And I respect that. And I agree that a family is a wonderful thing to have. But at the same time, there needs to be a cultural element of bloodthirst and determination where it doesn't matter if we're at the bottom of the ocean with an anchor tied to our leg and we're the only person left on the planet, because we are who we are, we're going to get back to the top and breathe again. That has to be the determination and the standardized thing about everybody. So if you happen to be a person who, you know, is places family values is very important, well, you know, you'll find somebody, but if you're not able to find somebody, you'll still be able to have the tools and the drive that's necessary for you to be impactful on your own. Because just because you don't have a family does not mean that you don't have to, you know, invest back into the community, or it doesn't mean that you don't have to, you know, do whatever it is that you want to do or your interest first. Like, my thing is that these small tangent things, my thing is, we're in a situation where we need to be looking at the macro picture, and with the results that we get from improving the macro picture, we can tailor our micro functions on our own to our own accord.
See, Sue Mitchell, I got see, because race plays an important thing, because it plays on the most important element, which is tribalism for people, right? And if anything else, man, people are always going to find a reason to try to stick to their tribe. So it says, how about we just support people? Yeah, and race out of it.
That's a good question. How come we don't? Well, let's actually take that question, because that's a great question. How come we haven't had any support from this country? It's not us that put race into it. In order for us to be able to be like everybody else,
everyone else has to see us that way.
We have to make ourselves as formidable, as respected as everything else, as everyone else. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that if you, however you look at it, because of American denial, or because of American neglect, and because of American brutality, we are behind the ball and we're not making the appropriate strides forward. And we're the only group dealing with that. This is the same thing as if, you know, if we're talking about headaches and I have a bottle of Tylenol and I'm passing out Tylenols and somebody has an allergy and they say, well, why didn't you give me a Tylenol? Because you have an allergy. You don't have a headache. You need Benadryl. I need Tylenol. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, Poppy, you've been pretty quiet, man. What's your whole perspective on this? Sorry, we're just kind of taking over, man.
Yeah, no, I was letting y'all talk, man, but which and the part of the race is important, because for me personally, it's very important for me that my kids look like me. You see what I'm saying? So like, I was like, even though that the mother of my kids, she's not Colombian, but she's Jamaican, but she's still black. That's what I was going to say earlier. Like my man Black Light was saying earlier, yes, we all come from different cultures. Make no mistake about it. Like, Duke is Nigerian, you Haitian, I'm Latino. You see what I'm saying? But we under the black umbrella. Make no mistake about that.
So check out Sue's comment. She says, what does the headache have to do with race? What it has to do with is that, and this we all know this. So I don't know why, when it comes to dealing with issues that are specific to black people, that's as if it's anti anybody else. That's never the case. No one's ever saying anybody shouldn't get anything else. When it came to slavery, Jim Crow, sundown towns, everything else that was done to black people, that was all race specific. No one else dealt with that. So the thing is that when it comes to dealing with those specific problems, that's one of the reasons why you go to a doctor. You go to a doctor to deal with a specific problem. If you have a problem with your endocrine system, you go to an endocrinologist. Most of the problems that people have, or most of the different dynamics people have, are their circumstances for being here in this country. Us as black people have completely different circumstances for being here than white people, and that has to be acknowledged on your part in order to have a normal conversation about this. You know what I'm saying? We have presidents who are, you know, in office who sit there and say, you know, the stuff that they say, and it's like you're just completely negating any part of history. So the thing is also, as far as what Sue is saying, who brought up slavery? This is what happens when you get into these kind of things. Like, we're talking about improvement. We're literally talking about doing the same thing that they always tell us to do. We're talking about how to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. But when we start talking about how to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, we're supposed to lace everybody else's shoes too. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. We're talking about building businesses. Not one time has anybody asked for any kind of handout. None of that. These are always the points that get brought up when specific things are done, but nobody says anything about, how come on St. Patrick's Day you're not serving jerk chicken at any of these places? Nobody ever says anything like that. So it's just that, and that right there is the automatic and blatant disrespect that we deal with just simply for dealing with our issues. Like nobody said anything anti any other culture, and this is what you have to deal with.
Yeah, we got to get out of that dynamic. Metal Jake. He said, I asked myself if I'm even welcome here with y'all, even though I enjoy your content because I'm white. First of all, that sentence, bro, you're always welcome. Everyone here is welcome.
But that's him asking that. Like nobody ever said you're not allowed to watch the content.
Exactly. We got. I mean, look at that. We got like Primal. He's white and he comes up here. He was just here. Matter of fact, in real life, Primal's my best friend. He leaves like 15 minutes from me. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
He's white, that's where the conversation needs to be had. That right there, like those comments show evidence. So when those people are like, we don't want to discuss this and we don't want to discuss that, we're not even discussing this. We let Primal on the panel like it's nothing. Sophia, she calls in and you know what I'm saying, she deals with.
We got Nixon talks. Y'all know who Nixon talks. Like Nixon talks comes on here and talks. But no, we're not. It's not like that, man.
But pay attention to who asked those questions. It's not us that are asking these questions. So when people are like, well, these conversations need to be had, that's indicative of who needs to have a conversation. Nobody said, well, Primal, you got to pay like $50 to get on the panel because you just happen to be a Chad. Nobody's doing that.
Metal Jake, we like literally. It seems like you're a new face, and I thank you for being here. One thing you will get to know us real quickly is we don't take things personally. We don't. I mean, there's a guy here that literally made an account about me being about my receding hairline, dog, and we're having a great conversation over here. We don't listen. Unlike a lot of these dudes in this space, I actually live in the real world, and although like being with you guys and putting a show for you guys and all that stuff is great, I'm not gonna take any of this stuff home with me. Like, why? It's just internet stuff, dog. And if you want to take it, but if you want to take it in the real world, then we could take it in the real world. And I got means to handle myself that way. But other than that, this isn't serious. So that's why when I look at guys who make things very emotional about the space or different aspects of the space, you got to look at the mentality, man. Are they really healthy? Are they really have all this stuff going on around here? Because it seems to me the internet makes it easier for hurt people to get on here who haven't worked on themselves at all to go ahead and spread other knowledge that hurts other people. That's what we see. Not enough because real people, if they're happy and healthy, they don't really spend time on the internet world. They really don't. Like they don't come here. It's all this shit's entertaining for them. But the guys who really live here, it's a problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's facts. And another thing that people need to understand is that race is always going to be an issue. So just deal with it. The United States is a multi-racial population. It's a multicultural population of people that are all completely different, living on top of each other. So just because one certain group of people has whatever kind of issues about race, it doesn't take away the fact that everyone has a different race for the most part. Me, again, like I said, these are 4 black dudes on the panel that all have 4 completely different cultures. Then when we move outward, we can be dealing with people that are different race, different gender. These are things that are always going to be there. You just have to understand that you are a human being. I'm a human being. Get over it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that to be mean.
No, that's why I say I'm not shit. I say I ain't shit all the time. And there's a reason why I say that, because it has a reason, man. Right. I say all the time, I'm nobody compared to anybody else.
Well, my thing is
real close attention to people who try to say, oh, I own this, or this is my stuff, or you got this from me, or all this stuff. Like these guys who lead, they're all leading with their ego. Right. All of these people, that's how you can clearly tell. And people ask, well, how do you tell it's so easy? They're telling you right there. It's like you got to understand that me acting like I'm better than you, me coming, I'm not, because I know.
Right, and I just want to address Sue's comment real quick. No, you're fine. Like that, these are you need to be here in one of these kind of conversations. Like it's all good. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody's cool here. We're all good. Me, Duke, and Poppy talk off of YouTube like every day. You know what I'm saying? We had these conversations all the time. But like the reason why,
like that.
Right, exactly. But the reason why I wanted to talk about that, so people kind of understand the importance, is like it's like people don't understand race when you're talking about it in a political sense. So sometimes you have to assign something more tangible to it, right? Like say for instance, I'm in a hospital. Okay, now we all know 13% of the population is black. That means that 13% of the population has the largest chance of having sickle cell, which means that most hospitals need to deal with sickle cell, because sickle cell, for the most part, you had those, you know what I'm saying, people who have Mediterranean origins or whatnot, but they can have sickle cell as well. But the majority of those people are black. Majority of people that have high lipoproteins, cholesterol, heart issues, type 2 diabetes. Unfortunately, a lot of those tend to be black people. So they need to be able to be equipped to deal with those as a result of the population matrix, because we're different. You know what I'm saying? White people tend to get osteoporosis. You know what I'm saying? That's a bone disease where the bones become real brittle and they break. That's an ethnic issue. We all have our ethnic issues because we are all different. And I can't sit there and say, you know what, at this hospital, I'm gonna just give out Demerol. I'm not going to just give out Demerol because everybody don't deal with sickle cell pain. I got to give out a mix of fentanyl. I got to give out a mix of Dilaudid. I got to give out a mix of Percocet. I got to give all these different medications to service all these different people because they all have different needs. And in this country, because this country's identity is a bunch of different people have a bunch of different needs.
Here's where I think
that's a good point, because they try to preach we're all the same here on gender lines, all these different things. It's like, yo, we're different. We need to acknowledge that. We need to acknowledge our differences.
Yeah, here's where I think, like, you know, when it comes to talking about race, so that it gets kind of murky, right? And for those on the outside looking in, it's kind of hard sometimes to differentiate those who are sincere about the conversation or those who actually want to use their skin color as a shield to hide their own behavior. So, you know, it's like any criticism of a black person doesn't automatically mean that that person doing the criticism is somewhat racist or coon or whatever the case may be. And this is where, like, you know, like Black Knight, right? Yeah. You are in the all these noise when it comes to race. You are a anomaly, right? Because you are speaking in a logical sense where anybody can take part of this conversation, and then without having to worry about, like, am I being offensive just because I might ask a question just out of pure ignorance, right? But you might come across like other YouTube space while that is, let's say, okay, pro-black sector, whatever the case may be, and then now they just like overblown this whole racial factor as if, like, well, you know, black people somehow held no sort of accountability of their own action. You know, it's all white people's fault. Like, nobody told you to have like 5 baby mamas. Now they have to take all that money out of your paycheck. Nobody told you to actually do certain actions. Like, I think the personal accountability plays a huge part. And I understand that just because you can be accountable for something doesn't always mean that it's your fault, right? Accountability means, like, okay, I found myself in a situation. Now, how am I going to deal with it? Like, I was born, you know, my mom, you know, a single parent household I was raised. Now I have to learn from my parents' mistakes. So then therefore I know I don't repeat it. Right. And this is the part I believe, like, that's somewhat missing in a lot of these conversations when it comes to race. And yes, everybody plays a role in the situation that we're in right now. Even this culture, this pop and dump culture, this, like, you know, the toxicity when it comes to relationship. I used to be a fuck boy. We all were. We all play a role in this whole, like, you know, you met a chick, you banged the crap out of her, and then you sent her on her way. Now she got like some sort of complex thinking that all men want is booty. Right? And it's like we all play a role in that. So that's where, like, the whole racial aspect, I look at individual and their behavior, and I judge people based on their behavior.
The thing is, though, I think the things like race, religion, politics, they're just that low hanging fruit for us to, like, be distracted and focus on things that keep us separated. Because if you think about it, the same kind of separation, the polarization exists in all facets, right? When we talk about relationship, when we talk about politics, all these different things, it always has to devolve into these two dynamics where you're either for or you're against. And if you're on one side, you're on the other. And then, you know, and then there are people in the middle, and I feel like there's a huge chunk of people in the middle. They're like, okay, but what do I fit in? What if I think of both? Right? What if I think both ideas are nice? Like, am I crazy now? Am I a hater or am I a lover? Right? And that's this is the biggest misconception people had when we're criticizing Fresh and Fit or criticizing some of these other content creators, the Donnie Boys of the world, and all these guys. Right? Oh, you hate them. No, I don't hate these guys. Let me tell you something. It takes too much energy to hate. There literally is. That means I have to be thinking about you outside of the internet. And that's too much work because I got other shit to do. I don't hate you. It's just that literally it's criticism. That's it. That's why I come up here and make a joke out of it and I clown you in the comments because it's a joke. All of this is funny. You guys, it's even crazier the fact that you guys take this to heart because it's like, yo, this exposes a lot. But there are people out there that listen. The people out there in the real world, all right, they see the nuances. And if you actually go out there and have conversations with people, you realize you'll agree more, or at least you can see the other side. But we're not doing that here. And over here, we're actively encouraged to see our differences. What we have to start doing is to actually at least bring the real world aspects of it, meaning sitting down and having a grown adult conversation that's civil, kind of like we're doing with Poppy, we're doing with Blacklight, we're doing with Benaca, and then we're actually hashing out these topics that are supposed to be very triggering, and people can see an example of being hashed out in a way that the Discord is open, like you were saying. That's going to be game changing. And then when people don't understand that, but this world is different from what's out there. We don't talk to people out there enough to understand what the perspective are. We just assume it based off of a couple talking points that we feel strongly about or negatively about. We gotta start doing better. And I think these platforms that have these open conversations and they bring people in, but most importantly, we're not insulting you or making you feel stupid about your decisions or the platforms you made. Depending on how how crazy you're going, the rabbit hole. Hey, Solo TV 84. It's officially 12 o'clock in my time. It's today. If Trump's not president by the end of today, I'm sorry, bro. You owe somebody some money. But, it's always good to have some harmless fun. But, like, real talk, man, y'all got to understand, like, first you separate and actually meet people and talk to people. I tell you guys all the time, when we teach these people skills, we teach these interpersonal communication skills, they all matter because it teaches you those skills to have the conversation, but then also be able to put yourself in somebody else's shoes. So you're not going to get offended because a lot of times, if you guys realize where the place where someone else is coming from, 9 times out of 10, it's usually not from a place of offense. It's really not. If you just take a step back and put yourself in the shoes of somebody else, I'm like, okay, why would this person say this to me or feel the need to say that to me? And then just analyze why you would think that. Just like work backwards. You realize a lot of times, because here's an example I had, man. I went to Hy-Vee. And it was a while back when I was just coming off of college and shit. They pump your head full of all this, somebody, the cops are out to kill you, right? All this racial shit. And I went into the Hy-Vee and they had the rotisserie chicken on there. And I was like staring at it and I was like, I was thinking about buying it, but I'll get real petty when it comes to my food, bro. I was seeing which was the bigger size out of that bunch in the chicken side. So I was looking at him like, all right, which one is it? And this white dude comes up to me. He's like, oh yeah, I bet they look pretty delicious, huh? Like he was just looking at me, right? And right off the bat, bro, I was triggered. I was ready to go at this dude because I went at it from the paradigm of, oh, I'm black. And you must assume that I like chicken and all this shit, right? And I'm a girl at the time because she was texting me, and I was like, "Nah, I'm pissed right now. I can't believe I'm trying to figure out what to do with this dude because like he just said something to me, man. Like I think he was being racist about it and whatnot. I was just in my emotional mind, right? And then she was just like, he could have just meant that because you was standing there staring at the chicken, like you don't know that." And I was thinking I'm like, yeah, that could be true. And you have to think deeper. Like, why did I automatically assume that from a racist standpoint? Like, why did I assume? Because they was right. I was standing there for a long minute trying to figure out which chicken to buy. All right. And the nigga just assumed that, hey, you like it enough that you're standing here fucking trying to decide what chicken to buy. So when he asked the question, I immediately took that negative. But if I would have taken the time, and I'm glad she came at it from that perspective, because that was a different perspective. I didn't take the time to really look at him and put myself in his shoes to see what he was seeing. I was ready to go at him, and I would have been in the wrong, right? So that's the thing. These conversations are important because we teach you these skills. When you start learning better people skills, you can start to see that you're not really different from the other guy sitting next to you or the other person out across the country. You all have pretty similar motivations to get to where you need to be. It's just the pathways you take.
Yeah. See, but here's the funny thing, right? These type of conversation, logical ones, is being taken out of the mainstream. So normal people are not listening to us having those type of conversation to realize like, okay, look, I understand there's racism, but not everything's about race. Yeah. To actually have the middle ground. So it's like everything is both polarized, where you have one group of white people that's gonna be like, oh my God, I feel so sorry for you that you black,
hate
you're
those people.
oppressed and all this shit,
I
right?
hate them.
You got one side, and then you have the other side that's like, man, just put your, you know, why are you doing this? I don't give a fuck. Like you American, you know, like, you know, stop complaining and do something about it.
Yup.
You know, so we don't want to address the nuisance that comes with it, and it's, you know, it's good for that, because when you have like so many sectors of the population, then it's easier to actually sell them whatever you try to sell them.
Yeah,
Right. The divide and conquer. That's how things being played.
That's an interesting point. You said sell because that's what everyone's selling, doing. They're all selling. They're all pushers.
Yeah.
Every from Instagram, what are they doing? They're pushing freaking crypto. They're pushing courses. They're pushing scams. Everybody is selling. We're in a world of freaking selling, but nobody is winning.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Here's why I'd actually like. I don't really care much about race. I'm gonna ask you guys a question. So, my wife is Polish, right? So technically, in American term, she's white. So if there's a race war that just pop off right now, what side am I supposed to be on?
That's conflicting as fuck.
Wait, what happened? I missed all of this good stuff. I had to go walk the dogs real quick for my girlfriend. I missed all of this good stuff. Can you guys recap the last entire half hour for me? No, I'm just playing.
All right. So
with your race, buddy.
Yeah, my wife is Polish, right? My wife is Polish. So according to American standards, she's white, right? So then if there's a race war, like a lot of, you know, channels like to talk about, if there's a race war, what side am I supposed to be on?
Well, here's a better question. What would the United States do? What would Australia do?
Ooh.
What would the UK do?
They will just like put motherfuckers on concentration camps.
Who would they? What would happen?
Well, the one without the military backing, the guns and all that stuff, they're gonna get, you know, screwed up.
They will bump the shit out of all of us.
Who has it? Who has all the military stuff?
Well, we live in a majority white country, so then obviously black people would actually take the, you know, it's pretty common. 30% of the population.
With the exception of China, it's like that globally, isn't it? Yeah. So here's my thing, right? I'm not somebody that advocates for a race war. You know, to me, that's completely stupid, and it shows a de-evolution of humanity. But there's a lot of people that talk about it. There's a lot of people who are still just ignorant and racist. You know, bigotry and all of that stuff exists. In my opinion, what you see currently is, as far as the race war is going to get, psychological. And as far as psychological goes, again, if we're in a position where we even think that, you know, we stand a chance of anything, when the majority of one group of people, if we look at it in that way, owns all of the nuclear weapons. The only, like I said, the only other country that's not, if we're looking at this racially, a white country that has any kind of fortitude to anything, it would be China. You know what I'm saying? And you know, the thing is that who makes the contracts of who's allowed to have nuclear weapons or not? You know, we can talk about some countries who have hidden bundles of nukes that, you know, nobody talks about, that they're not allowed to have, but they just have anyway, right? And who makes the rules and lets those things fly?
But I've noticed though, those are the countries that we can't dominate fully, like North Korea, right? Because if you really think about it,
I wasn't even talking about North Korea. I was talking about one of our allies.
I know.
Okay,
Israel.
Okay. We gotta keep it.
Yeah.
I said one of our allies. We're the great United States. We have many.
Yeah, we have a lot.
But see, this is the all right, you mentioned earlier that you know, like, family is very important to me. This is why family is very important to me, because, like, isn't it kind of interesting when the degradation or the cultural degradation of the West started to occur when family starts to break down more? So then family is the basic foundation of long-lasting communities or civilization and so on and so forth. So then without that, right, without the family aspect of things, black people have a lot of money. We spend like billions of dollars on things that really don't matter. But here's the thing, what you see with guys with money on this space, they spend it on tricking, you know, they're tricking, right? Because they don't
I
have
don't even have my
anything
jewelry on.
tangible. They don't have anything that's like of value. Like, you know, rappers make millions of dollars, but you know, we have like 4 or 5 baby mamas and stuff like that, all pulling you in so many different directions. Then it's hard for you to build that legacy. So
Not
then,
only that, can I ask you this?
I disagree with you.
No, hold on. No, because Fetty Wap, another one. He recently, I don't know if you guys saw that interview he did with Academics. Yeah, that he was talking about how he lost his money and all that stuff like that because he was paying for apartments. He didn't really even know why he was paying for all those apartments, jewelry, all these different things. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's like now when like family tends to motivate me, right? Because it kind of gives me like not gives me a purpose, but it keeps me on my purpose. Like I'm not just gonna quit my job and then just because you know I just don't feel like it because I got responsibility, right? I have, you know, a daughter to worry about, you know, my wife, you know, my mom, and so on and so forth. But when you like this lone roof and you just, you know, I'm making 6 figures and stuff like that, but I got a trick for these bitches, you know, I gotta let them see that what I got. So you end up wasting so much money instead of putting that towards, let's say, you know, your family, your you know, your daughter, or you know, your household. And it's like, so it's we, as you know, as the African Americans, right? We are more consumer based than we are productive based. And to me, it's like when you don't have the family that kind of anchor you down, quote unquote, settle down, then it's easier for you to make a lot of money, but to just spend it just as much, just to blow it.
Especially
I disagree with you a little bit, bro.
But here's the thing.
Hold on one
second.
second.
Go ahead.
Because you say that black people got a lot of money. No, we don't. That's a lie. That we don't got shit. We at the bottom of every economical system ever made, bro. Listen, and hold on, because I be outside. You see what I'm saying? And all the people that look like me, the majority of them, they don't got nothing, and it's a reason for that because we haven't had nothing since 100 years ago. And the only reason all the races got more than us because, for example, let's say if you white, right? You got a little house passing down to the grandson. The grandson passed the house plus a couple of dollars.
But that's the war. That what you're talking about, Poppy. That's the war that's being waged. If we asked about a war, that is the war. If you look under UN definitions of war, economic warfare is one kind of war. The problem with most of us is that we don't realize that war is being waged on us. There's sanctions. I mean, if you look at what the United States government does to Russia, if you look at what they do to Iran, what do they do with Iran? They punished Iran a couple years ago to the it was Iran and Turkey punished them a couple years ago to the point where it disrupted their entire currency system. You see what I'm saying? That's literally what we have going on. So the thing is that we have to turn around, look that in the eye, and say, guess what? We're aware of it. We're going to deal with it. Period.
Yeah, and let's not forget what we did to Muammar Gaddafi too, right? And some of these other countries that decided to say, "Hey, I'm no longer," because we see the U.S. dollar, and some of you guys we were talking about our money a little bit, right? The U.S. dollar is not looking very stable right now. It's not really backed by anything. Let's peg it to gold, right? And then what happened? We went in, overthrew the culture there, overthrew the Shah, or not Shah, the leader there, and he was gone. Same thing with some of these other countries that decided to speak the exact same message, right? You go against the grain, and it's one of those hidden hands. Because they send these economic hitmen to go in and basically say, hey, let's make this deal. It's plata o plomo, right? Kind of like the cartels do, right? What do you want, lead, or do you want to make a deal here, right? No. So that's what happened. So we have to, in a black light, you're right. We have to acknowledge that because we try to. It's one of those things where people try to skirt off as conspiracy or you're not really doing that. Oh, there's not really a coordinated attack. Gaddafi was just a terrorist, you know. He was trying to, you know, let's just say that terrorist. And if you don't think otherwise, you're anti-American. That's right? All these different things. It's like y'all got to get out of that paradigm for a second, right? Hey, CIA, if you're watching, I'm not advocating for anything.
Why you gotta
we gotta call y'all niggas out too.
Well, and then like a better question though, because the reason why they start saying stuff like that is because the question is, why the fuck American give a fuck what's going on over there? It's something in that country they need.
Oil.
That's what it is.
Energy. Now,
exactly.
if you pay attention,
it's a business.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So they create an illusion. Oh, Gaddafi's the worst. You don't care you don't care how they live over there. You don't care if they live or die. You just need to
Right.
go over there to get something. That's
Now,
what
see,
it is. Remember when they say about Saddam Hussein, he was the most dangerous guy in the world. Nigga, how the fuck this motherfucker is dangerous? That took over the whole country in 2 days.
Right. Now, see, here's the thing, right? And like again, you know, I don't want people to get offended by this, but
I don't think we have that. I don't think we have that kind of platform now. I'm
no,
very
I don't
confident.
think so.
I don't even think so. I'm very confident we're able to have.
So
open conversations.
anytime we deal with these kind of issues, right? There's always the I'm white. Well, my answer to that is I'm black. You know what I'm saying? Like the thing is that it doesn't matter if you didn't have a house or anything like that passed down to you. You didn't have a legacy of Jim Crow, which didn't end until 1960, passed down to you either.
Yeah.
What that means is that as a result of restrictive policies in the United States that were put into place by the generation of people before you, who you were able to benefit from, no one was able to benefit from. And Jim Crow and slavery are not the same thing. Jim Crow was nationwide. There was redlining. There was the Department of Transportation running highways through every single economic area that was being built up. And then as soon as there was any economic area built up, people, instead of investing in money or investing in defense, wanted to invest in other things and didn't slaughter the people that came through and burned down Wilmington, North Carolina, and Tulsa, Oklahoma, and all of these different places. They didn't just massacre these people when they came through to burn it down. They let themselves get massacred. So like my thing is that when people, again, we have unique experiences, and white people need to understand that. Our experience is unique from yours. It doesn't matter. You could have been a homeless person on the street with absolutely nothing. You were not subject to Jim Crow, because race and classism go hand in hand. In the 1500s, there was a contract called Asiento de Negros that the Spanish church created to create a caste system, a caste racial system. In India, there is a caste racial system that goes from Brahmin and Atman to other castes associated with skin color, associated with deities from Hinduism. Anywhere where Europeans stepped foot, there was the creation of a visible, tangible, race-based class system that goes from people who have the darkest skin being at the bottom permanently, and them always being at the bottom because of their skin color is the purpose that was put in place. Now, the thing is that you said that you're not at the top because you're white. That may be true, but we're automatically at the bottom because of the color of our skin as a result of systems that were put in place, not just here, worldwide. All of the countries that had any kind of European involvement or integration are still currently in disarray. China just had the issue with Hong Kong. Who owned Hong Kong? It was part of Great Britain. India still deals with the caste system. Southeast Asia deals with colorism and people bleaching their skin.
I call this the.
Let me ask you something.
Hang on, let me just say this. I call this the influences of the old empire, right? The old empire, it's still there, man. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's shrunk a little bit, but the influences are still there. I even look at Nigeria, for example. We just got our independence not too long ago. It's like relatively within striking distance. And if you look to where our cultures and I won't say cultures, not but elements of certain aspects of what we do there in Nigeria, it came from Britain. The original OGs of the old empire that runs all this thing. When we go to talk about America, what happened? America is from people who came from the England who were sent here to be colonizers, and they decided, hey, we're in a whole different island.
And this is the automatic disrespect. This is the automatic disrespect that you deal with. No one has mentioned slavery, and yet you still have these. This is the automatic level of disrespect. No one has mentioned slavery. I haven't mentioned slavery once. Jim Crow did not end until 1960. My dad was born in 1940. He did not, regardless of what your family did with their opportunities prior to that, he did not have the same opportunities to build stuff for me. No one mentioned slavery. Fast forward to 1960, which most of our parents here were born in. That is the era when Black people first got human rights in the United States. We could talk about slavery because that just makes more of restitution, but we're not even going there. we didn't even bring up the eugenics experiment that was done in North Carolina. We didn't talk about in Puerto Rico, where the United States government decided to sterilize a bunch of pregnant women. You know what I'm saying? These are all, and none of this stuff happened to anybody else. So when nobody has even brought up slavery. Anytime you deal with the Trail of Tears, no one says, you know, the Cherokee people didn't have to deal with the Trail of Tears. I mean, it happened this long ago. I mean, why are you still worried about it? Nobody says that. When you talk about, World War II, you know, nobody says, you know, that stuff that, you know, it happened back in the 40s. You know, that's all ghost stories now. Operation Paperclip. No one cares, right? It's only for some reason automatically when we deal with our issues, and then issues that we haven't even discussed. Some African people are not from a legacy of slavery. Some people just came to the United States. So when we're talking about specific Black issues, some Black people don't even they're not even culturally tied to American chattel slavery. So this, but this is the thing. This gets assigned automatically. Like it's like, well, none of your parents were slaves. My father, everyone who is Black, who is alive today, whose parents was alive here, were a victim of Jim Crow racism. They were a victim of Black codes. Every single Black person's family that's alive today. There's 3 centurions still alive in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, fighting for their money because their businesses were burned down and they haven't gotten anything. And Joe Biden and the Democrats went down there and did a clown show and gave benefits to a whole bunch of other people and didn't do anything for the people that they facilitated their entire life to be burned away. And this has nothing to do with slavery. And anytime you talk about this stuff, people just continue to repeat slavery.
It's one of those talking
I got one small pushback, right? And I think it's a question. So I do understand the history, and you are very intelligent, brother, and I agree with a lot of things that you said. But now here's the question. When it comes to policies, how come 90% of people voted for the person that was responsible for the 1994 crime bill, which locked up so many Black people?
I wish I had the answer for you on that one. I have no idea.
Which is why
ignorance and people suffering. It's a mixture of both, right? Because people, people don't have the knowledge to. They basically they can fall victim, and plus the allure of free give me free stuff. It's easy. We're all
now check this out.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all familiar. Can I just say this? I don't know if you guys are familiar with the show, the little cartoon show South Park.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you heard of it? So a while ago, they did an episode called about the Man Bear Pig, right? The Man Bear Pig episode, right? It comes in and then he tears shit up, right? And it come to find out that the previous generation, they had to deal with Man Bear Pig, but they had an opportunity to get rid of it, but because it came at the cost of their creature comforts, right? Like the stuff that they like, right? If they like to watch games or do whatever the hell. So they decided, okay, well, now you get to make a deal with Man Bear Pig, and in order for Man Bear Pig to not come back, you sign away for 5 years, and you get to keep all your stuff, but I gotta come back after that 5 years, and I'm gonna tear shit up again. And then he ended up doing it. He came back, started killing all the other people and whatnot. And then the kids, they're like, all right, well, we need to have I think it was like a Christmas or some kind of party they were supposed to have. And the kids were like, well, we don't want to give up our shit, and they were pissed off at the older generation. And then what they ended up doing? Well, like, hey, I'm gonna sit at the table right now and we'll sign this contract for another 5 years, and then Man Bear comes back, it'll be their problem. It's not ours. So it's like kicking the can down the road. And
but look though, check this out real quick. This is what I'm saying again about the automatic disrespect. Out of everybody up here, Poppy, Dukendon, Art, has anybody said anything about being a victim?
No.
Has anybody asked anybody for? Has anybody asked anybody for any money?
No.
So this is what I'm talking about. Like, if you pay attention to the comments, this is the automatic disdain that people simply have for you talking about your legacy here in the United States. I think this is what people need to understand. Like, you literally have people who, if you were a second generation Holocaust survivor, people would celebrate your story and tell you how great you are and how great your family is. And nobody said, we were slaves, pay us $50,000. at this point in this conversation, that has not come up yet. We're just simply talking
bro,
about our
you already
legacy
know that's
here in the
not gonna
United
happen.
States. But this is what I'm saying, though. That doesn't matter because that never came up in the conversation. No one here has
came out
asked for
during the
any money.
elections, though.
No, but this is what I'm saying. I'm talking about specifically
in this
to this
conversation.
conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No one has talked about victimhood. No one has said give anybody anything free. No one has said none of that. And the thing is what is unfortunate for you, Sue, that you just need to understand is that Black people in the United States are here as a result of being the victims of a conqueror, period. Did I ask you for any money? Did I ask you for your sympathy? Did I ask for anything other than to have a civil conversation with 4 other gentlemen who are the same culture as me to try to figure out political ideas to be able to build economically, to, create opportunities for each other? No. The thing that's crazy is that everything that the critiques are having in the conversation, they're upset despite the fact that we're literally doing in this conversation what they're saying that we're not doing. Art, you didn't ask for one dime. I didn't ask for one dime. Poppy didn't ask for one dime. Nobody asked for anything. We're simply saying, what do we need to do in order to improve things? And for some reason, that's offensive. I don't understand how that's offensive.
Here's a this is all right, from a Haitian perspective, right? Like when I came here to the United States, I was like 13 years old. So, and I had the chance to witness or actually live part of the misery or some of the struggle that's been going on in Haiti, right? And this is where I think me and African Americans, right, we kind of have a bump in head because I'm looking at it like, well, based on Haitian standard, coming over here, right, is a huge upgrade, the opportunity wise, so on and so forth. And I'm looking at it like, wait a minute. So the opportunity is there. How come a lot of you guys are not taking advantage of it, right? And that's a question a lot of foreigners, especially Black foreigners that come here, Africans or whatever the case may be, we ask that question a lot. And Poppy had mentioned something about like Black people don't have money and stuff like that, and which I disagree with. Not because like I don't think like overall and as economically we're at the bottom, but like when I came here, right, rocking like Payless shoes or rocking Payless shoes or like things that doesn't really matter to me, but because my shoes wasn't like $200 or $300, I used to be made fun of. But it's funny because I used to have more money. I used to just like do little jobs here and there, save my money and all that stuff. So, and I think this is the mentality of a lot of foreigners where they're able to have a better economic know-how because they're converting the dollar into their currency back home. Be like, wait a minute.
I think that it's like that. I think that it's like that for all groups of people that come over from seas, because I know people from Serbia, I know people from Bosnia, Croatia, Russia, and a lot of them are used to a more like a frugal way of living. They don't spend their money on as much stuff. Even the women, right? Like they don't buy as much commodities as people here in the United States. And I think all of that stuff, it just might be culture. Like you talked about how we're really into consumerism. Well, that's one of the reasons why our economy is suffering. It's because we have a consumer-based economy. And one of the things that they were trying to do to strengthen the economy when Trump was in office was to bring the manufacturing base back here, because factors of production, if you control your factors of production, that allows you basically to control your money-making machine. And I don't think that people really have that understanding. I think people are starting to get there, but I don't think they really had that understanding. So I think that, over time, hopefully people will learn and take more interest into those kind of things. But what my question to you would be is, what's the average Haitian gross annual income versus the average, quote, African-American average income? Those aren't statistics that I know. I'm just asking, just if you happen to know off the top of your head.
I'm not sure. I have no idea, really.
So then, like, my thing is, if we don't have those exact numbers, we got to ask where we're getting these talking points that a majority or even half per se, or even maybe 45% of Black people aren't being competitive with the market. I think that's data that should be examined. You know what I mean? And I
I
think
don't
that
think we are. I don't think we are as competitive
I
as we
think
should
the
be.
reason why is
And
because
can I
they're
say
in the
something,
same
Poppy? Can I say
neighborhood,
something
though.
real quick? Because it brings back the Black's original argument about the money, and you, because I think Art, you and it was you, Black brought it up, but Art and Poppy, you guys kind of went back and forth. It just
Yep.
goes back to that situation. Our money, we do make money. This
Yep.
Black economy is big. It's billions of dollars. Matter of fact, it's huge, right? But the money doesn't stay within our economy because we don't have
Yep.
the familiar structures to build a network of community to keep that money circulating within our a community long enough before it goes out into the wider community, right? Actually, I think there's an actual statistic on this. Those of you guys who are sharp in the chat, if you guys can pull it up, I think there is like a percentage of how much our rounds of money make in our communities before it bowls out to everyone else.
Oh, I
right?
think that's like that. It passes hands six times or something like that. I think, yeah, Dr. Claude Anderson was talking about that.
So there's the problem right there. We got money. We just lack the structure and the organizational structure to make it happen. To make
my question is for everybody in the comments who has a problem with this conversation that no one has said anything disrespectful about any other group of people. My question is the bootstraps talk. What's the suggestion? Because we're actually having bootstraps talks, and it's like, you know, shut up about this. You know, we want you to talk about something dumb. Talk about Donovan Sharper. You know, entertain. You know, talk about Fresh and Fit. And like the thing is that, you know, it's not always about entertainment. You know, a lot of times when we talk about these different societies, you know, philosophers, Aristotle, Euclid, Pythagoras, Socrates, all these people, they got together and they had talks as well. You know what I'm saying? And they and you know, people like to pride themselves.
We're like the modern day Illuminati because they had to do that shit on the underground, like real talk. And it was just the enlightenment of ideas in a world full of like because art, what you said about a Renaissance kind of platforms like that are coming out right now, I think it's like the necessary the natural treatment, the natural like medication to the world's issue that's happening.
Well,
right
the
now.
Illuminati didn't get founded in 1776.
Exactly, right? just like if like the like cryptocurrency is like the solution to one of these the fiat currency that we have right now, the fiat system, right? There's these natural mechanisms that get birthed out to basically try to swing society or jar it free from the staticness that we're in. And right now we're getting to a period of where everything's getting real static since cancel culture and trigger culture and all these different cultures started way back when. Thanks, Obama. And all the way till now, we're hitting a culture of stagnation. Everything's stagnating. Nothing's new. Nothing's original because people don't want to take any risks. People are just, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Well, the thing that I find ridiculous is that the people who benefit from this country, right, which is all of us because we all benefit from this country, but this country was started by a group of people who were getting their asses kicked in the UK, in England, by the royal family. They didn't want to pay tax and all these other things. So what did they do? They were victims. They ran and they came here and they started something here. So my thing is that we're here. We're trying to start something here. And for some reason, it's like people pride themselves on the same kind of history. But when they hear others talking about trying to do the same kind of thing, it's, you know, it's an issue. And that shouldn't be an issue. If, quote, all lives matter, quote, if we all brothers and sisters, then, you know, shouldn't anybody have a problem? You see how Primal is like, you know, this is productive talk. Now, you know,
I got a question for you guys. Like, what do you think is the right balance of remembering your past, remember your history, versus leaving it behind and actually moving forward to deal with the new reality? What do you think is the proper balance of that?
I'd say 30% reminding your past and 70% focusing on what you got right now in front of you. And people focus way too much on their history and past, so much to the point that they're almost thinking that their traumas and all that stuff. Don't get me wrong, it has a certain effect, but it's not as big as an effect as it is right now, right? It's really not. Ultimately, like, it's just like when people complain about how bad shit is here, me coming from Nigeria, seeing how bad it was over there. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? We still kill each other, but we do it now on religious lines because everyone's black. So what? No, y'all are taking. You see what I'm saying? So it's just understanding where that lies. But yeah, absolutely, people are you're putting way too many emphasis on other people's history. That's why when I come here and I talk about this stuff, you're like, oh, well, you don't understand our particular culture. You're from. I'm like, no. You guys don't have culture. You guys have history, which is what you all rely on, but you guys have zero culture. That's why when you talk about what is black culture, a lot of you guys default to the history, and you guys don't live in the past. You don't. Yeah, acknowledge it, but don't make that your future right now, because right now you ain't gonna have no future if you keep thinking about what happened back there. It's okay to remember where you came from. That is absolutely facts. But don't let that freaking kneecap you. And you see a lot of that, especially because you see that repeated in schools and all these different places. When I was in college, they beat that into you. Oh, right. Racism is everywhere. I got out thinking I was going to get shot by a cop, bro. Like, that's how crazy what my mama watching Rachel Maddow all the damn time, right? Oh, you got to be careful. You a black man in this country. They're going to kill you. So then you can't wear your hat that way. They're going to kill you. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
So do you think that now, because of this, they beating this ideology into, black kids' heads about, racism here and there. So then doesn't that automatically now stop them from even trying? Because, like, well, what's the point?
Yes.
But you got to ask the question, who
beat
that idea?
Dudes preaching these goddamn ideas is the exact same thing. It stops people from actually trying, and they just focus on negativity. My bad.
Well, here goes my thing. This is the question that I always ask, and this is a question. I kind of see it different, but I see where you guys are coming from. But the thing that my question is that the most physically egregious parts of things that we had to deal with in this country, in my opinion, for the most part, for the most foreseeable future, it seems like that's probably gone, right? If we're talking about slavery and different things like that.
Yeah.
There was never, like, really, that I know of, somebody may correct me about my history or whatnot, but I don't think there was ever a war magnitude level slavery revolt where there was a concerted war against the people who were enslaving. So my thing is if during the most dire times a war didn't happen, when we're comfortable and complacent, what are we expecting to happen at this point? Because at this point, we don't have, for the most part, we don't have direct physical threats. We don't have we do at times, but for the most part, we don't really run that risk. So my question is, if those things weren't going on then, if there was no violent slave revolt, right, where slaves just decided to take over a plantation and massacre people. I think that did actually happen in Haiti, and Haiti actually ended up, getting rid of the European colonization. But that didn't happen here in the United States. So since that didn't happen, my question is, now that, things are slightly died down, what's the expectation? What's going to happen if we didn't do anything much during that dire time?
Oh, nothing. And which is why I agree with Duke on this sense, because it's like now the race, the color of your skin now becomes the reason why you don't even want to try, because, like, well, what's the point? I got all these backtrack history that gonna prove to me that the white men don't want me to win.
But here's the thing, though, right? Us four, we're not even going down that rabbit hole. None of us are.
No, we're not.
But here's my thing, though. If you pay attention to how this conversation is being received, it's being received that we're doing that very thing that you're saying that people do, even though we're not doing that. How does that work?
It's them just exposing kind of like their limitations. When people, because I tell you all the time, people expose their limitations. They expose who they are all the time. And not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing. It's just how you think. And thanks for letting us know, because now we know the level of mentality you are. Now you can be open-minded, so we can raise your level of consciousness to see where we're coming from, right? It's just about stop seeing things from your perspective. But that's good, because now we can, because I love seeing that. that when people make comments about or say things and put stuff in your mouth that you didn't say, it's like, oh, that I see where your level of where your head's at. Oh, the white person's against me. That's why I can't get ahead. Oh, I see where your level of limitations are. Oh, if I was talking to women like Kevin Samuels was talking to women, if I had all this stuff that Kevin Samuels did right, I would have gotten there. The exact same kind of mentality, and you call yourself a leader of man.
You know,
Right.
And here's the funny thing, right? Let's say with the backlash that's going on in the chat, right? And when they but check this out, right? The backlash that's going on in the chat right now, and we're having a productive conversation, but because they try to you know, some folks, I don't know, I haven't read the chat, but some folks might try to, like, you know, have us fit in to this concept of black people act like victims. So that's why now whatever we're saying is like, but they're comparing us to the group
to what
of
they've heard,
to what they heard about, and it's understandable because
Well, what have they heard? Because they haven't said anything about it. It's almost back to that whole Jack Murphy rabbit hole. Because Jack Murphy didn't want to, you know, he didn't want to explain the whole cuckold letter, and everybody has just said their own. Everybody has just said a bunch of stuff that we're not doing and hasn't mentioned anything that we have did. They're saying that we're, you know, you're a victim. Okay, well, what did we do? What did we do about being a victim?
This is why culture is so important, right? Because like we are changing the whole mentality of like how people perceive black folks. So we're not talking as like we're a victim. We're talking as like there's an issue, we're discussing it, and everybody have like different opinion on what the solution is. Like mine is like, okay, family. Yours is probably like economic. You know,
it's
literacy.
the automatic degradation of anything that you say. The automatic degradation. It doesn't matter that you're Haitian. It doesn't matter that Poppy's Latino. It doesn't matter that Duke is African. It doesn't matter that, you know, I'm a mutt. You know what I'm saying? Like none of that shit. None of it matters. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is
the conversation.
You're a victim. Stop being a victim.
And that's the thing, because people. Here's the thing, because Art brought up a good point, right? And I almost compared to. Almost compared to, remember that we had that conversation about that dude that you know, deleted his ex-wife and girlfriend and whatever when we had that comment, we had the women come on board and they had the conversation and we're going back and forth and things like that, right? A lot of them, they came with the preconceived expectations that we were gonna have some of the same or similar talking points all the guys that Manister had, right? And what did they came? They came in with the quickness, the anger, and read the box, right? Until they realized, hey, calm down, sugar. All right, this is that kind of platform. We're gonna have a discussion and we're gonna be civil about it. And even when people were telling us in the chat, mute them, we didn't need to. We showed how to have a civil discussion on shit that people can get on touchy subjects, right? And let's have it smooth, and then walk out us still disagreeing, but we're coming out with new perspective, different opinions of each other, right? And then we're leaving, even to the point where like, oh shit, I didn't know y'all actually have this kind of conversation.
But see, all right, it's understandable. Like
having people like in the chat who come in with those similar preconceived expectations of no, these are guys talking about politics. No, victimhood.
You just mentioned black and this victimhood all of a sudden. You know, like I was just actually about to ask Poppy about quinceañera. You know what I'm saying? Because that's some black Latino shit. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, because I said black, some white person is offended because they think that if you say black, it's some victim shit. Like,
but
nobody says
funny thing,
we just got our difference. We just got our difference.
Just to close off that point, and then Art, you can go ahead. It just shows that we're proving without having to like overly sell it that we can have conversations, and not only can we have good conversations, but we prove that we have the people skills and the mental able to read the situations to be able to navigate these conversations, navigate these touchy subjects, and understand how to oh my God, we're displaying it right here. But when you see other platforms, what do you see? You see yelling, screaming back and forth, and everyone leaves dug further in their own sides without giving you perspective, right? That's why I say the number one rule, right, when you're in sales, don't make this person that you're trying to win over, don't make that person feel stupid for the decisions that they made. That's why like controls, you're welcome here. All these different things, you're welcome here, because you sit down, listen to the conversation long enough, the message is going to sink in, and hopefully that changes. You see what I'm saying? But this is why that we're displaying that not only we're saying that we have those people skills to do it, we're actively displaying it on every single show, including discussions like this one. We've hit multiple touchy subjects.
Oh yeah,
touchy subjects that a lot of people would get triggered, but it was so smooth.
Absolutely
smooth.
And see, like, and I'm telling, and like we
sorry,
do
go ahead,
this.
go ahead.
No, you good, Art. We do this all day long. Like I said, me and Poppy be going back and forth about shit like all day long. Like it's just what we do. Like if no new information comes, if there's no comparison to information, and you know what I'm saying. Like my thing is that I'm not out here trying to offend anybody, and I'm not really easily offended. You know what I'm saying? Like there were some things that Art said that I don't agree with. There's some things that I said that Art don't agree with, but I'm interested to hear his perspective though, because I want to understand why we don't I want to understand why we don't agree, and I want to try to see if there can be some kind of even ground, because at the end of the day, this is a small planet and we all share it. You know what I'm saying? So
no, and
well,
I never
our perspective tends to come from our personal experience, stuff like that, right? So your experience is different from my experience, and so does everybody else. To think that you're supposed to be like a monolithic group, and to me that is absurd. Where it's like, bro, like,
I say this all the time. We're not a monolith. The manosphere is not a monolith. The black manosphere is not a monolith. The greater manosphere is not a monolith, bro. There's splinters.
And to finish my point, right? Like, we are somewhat like kind of fall, victim to this notion of like, prejudging others, right? And that that prejudice comes from a level of pattern. Like for instance, before I trust my wife, I put all women in the same category until somebody proved me wrong, right? And it's the same thing as in, like, when you're talking to people, like they come at you already with their guards up and not knowing what to expect, but their perception is based on what their experience was with someone else that looks like you, right? So it's like, okay, now we're having discussion and we're not talking about slavery. Nobody's trying to act like a victim here. We're just having different perspectives. So now the people that come with a misconception, like, oh, they're going to try to act all victim now, they realize, there's 4 different type of, perspective in here. They're not agreeing with each other all the time. They agree with some stuff. You know what? I'm going to stick around a little bit. I'm going to be quiet for now. I'm going to stop talking my shit in the chat, right? Until, be like, I agree with him. I don't agree with him. But you know what? That's going to put a little bit of change in their perspective on how they see black people.
Boom. I see this all the time. Let me, because you reminded me of the experience I had when I was in the car business, right? So there was these guys. There were a couple of guys, obviously rednecks. You could tell no experience with black folks whatsoever, sitting in front of me, dude. And they were traveling through, but they decided, okay, because right over here, the dealership that we had, the truck that they wanted. First of all, they already prepped to buy it. It was us and then one other dealer. They were going to stop up to do it, but they were already going to make that decision. And we're going back and forth. And the way they viewed me walking up and even just talking to them and having the conversations, it came down to certain things where they thought I wouldn't understand or I wouldn't be able to, like, assimilate, not to say assimilate well, but really keep a good conversation, keep them engaged, and actually have common interest enough, coupled with certain experiences, to be able to carry on a conversation where they're sitting there like, holy shit, like, goddamn, I come here thinking that this dude is probably just gonna be one of those slick, one of those trash. Right now, I'm gonna be like, it's like, yo, this person is like genuine. He knows about this topic, and he's not giving the answer because we touched on politics, right? And we talked about certain political comments, and you could tell when they tried to bring it up, it was just like, all right, and so the way I think is where certain people need to, kind of like the guys who were bringing up victimhood and stuff like that in the chat and all that, like, so when we talk about protests, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't agree with protesting. What? Wait, what? No, it doesn't solve anything. We're just out there screaming and yelling. I believe in hitting them with the pockets, right? So instead of protesting and all the money we're taking that, how about we go ahead and start voting people out of office? How about we start, putting some monetary pressure on some of these companies? I would do that. And they looked at me like, yeah, that's something I would do. I actually agree with that. Yeah, that's actually smart. Like, yeah, I don't agree. It's like, yeah, you see what I'm saying? We're on the same page here, man. That's the thing. But they leave with a different perspective because we're not a monolith. We're not the whining, screaming people you see on TV talking about, oh, let's get these handouts, or all these other platforms you see on social media. Oh, where's mine? Where's mine? We're not that. I'm perfectly fine getting my own, dog. I'm perfectly fine understanding, okay, these are all these other racial groups are doing it, and they're securing power within this country. Wait, why are we not doing the same thing? No, let's do that. Stop wasting time protesting, making signs. Making signs, that's lazy. That's dumb. That takes no thinking whatsoever. And people can come in there and chant whatever the hell you want them to chant, right? Because they don't know what the hell is going on. They're clueless.
Listen,
But
a wise man
actually
once
hitting
said,
them where the pockets hit, it's a different thing, bro. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah. A wise man once says, people fear what they don't understand, right? And when it comes to this whole racial division and stuff like that, right, it goes both ways. Because the people that talk the most crap about white, like the black folks that talk the most crap about white people, are not around white folks. They don't hang around white people. They only probably see them at their jobs and all that stuff. It's the same thing. The people that talk the most crap about black folks don't hang around with black folks. And which is one of the things that kind of pissed me off a lot sometimes about, especially lefties, right? Like, if someone is racist and they like let you know straight up they're racist, I can deal with that. Right?
That's good. Now I know who
like,
you are.
You're an asshole. I know not to deal with you.
Yeah.
Cool. Right? But for those who are like, that has the bigotry of low expectation, that pissed me off a lot more. Be like, oh, you can't do this because you're black. Oh, poor you. It's like, bitch.
Those are the real racists. That's it wasn't Muhammad Ali. Who's the
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X. The Fox. No, it wasn't
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X.
Okay,
I thought Muhammad Ali said the
it was
he did that
X,
speech at the University of California, Berkeley.
Yep. He was basically saying, "Hey, listen, man, the wolf, he'll let you know straight up. He's a wolf. You already know he's a big bad wolf. You can hear him howling from a mile away. You know that motherfucker's coming, and he's coming. You know what he wants. He wants blood, right? But the fox is
smiling at you.
The fox is sly. He's gonna come in there and say, "Hey, listen, man, I ain't like that wolf. I know I got the same, features. I'm not like that dude. I'm cool. I can see I'm chill. I'm your friend. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a threat. I'm smaller than that wolf.
You guys are better
and
than
while
me.
They lull you to sleep and you're asleep, that's when the fox comes in and eats the children or eats you. It doesn't matter. It's waiting for you to basically be disarmed. Right. So when they tell you things like, oh, don't worry, you're only going through that because you notice how some of these liberals do this too, right? Oh, you're only going through this because of slavery. You're only going through this because of this. Oh, no, it's not your fault. This. Fuck you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Stop. You don't know.
And this one might
in the food chain of life, you know what I'm saying? In this human animal kingdom that we live in, because humans are animals, I do the same thing that any other genus species does. As long as there's, somebody that can quote prey on me, I always make myself aware of my environment, period. Nobody gets a free pass. So again, like we said, if it was good when Primal said it, if a past history is very indicative of present results, then I take that into my calculation with every individual that I meet. No one gets a pass. I don't give a shit what year it is. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is I'm automatically assuming that the people who look like the people that created the United States and ran this country the way that they ran it for so long are then, until proven otherwise, just like the court that was set up, until proven otherwise, I keep the guards up. I make sure that, everything is straight, there's no issues anywhere, because the thing is I tend to disagree. I think that all racism is the same. And I think that there's even types of racism that we don't see. Like, for instance, right, when people say, I'm going to act like a black person, and it's a non-black person that says this, how come they don't never just decide to act like Neil deGrasse Tyson? You ever notice that? Like, no one ever says, you know what, I'm gonna sit here and talk about particle physics all day, and that's how I'm gonna be a W word, a WIGGR. That's what I'm gonna do. Nah, they don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever says, you know what, I think instead of acting like Tupac and tattooing Thug Life on my chest, I'm gonna act like John Brown today. You know what I'm saying? I'm just do that. I'm gonna just go around and act like John Brown. Like,
we're also we're also to blame with that as well too, because when someone, let's say Neil deGrasse type, come through and talking his smart shit, then people looking at you like, yo, why are you talking white? Why are you
but that's
acting?
The whole thing that you just said about fear, people fearing what they don't understand. If you're talking about, string theory and, the possibility of nothing not being an actual concept, Neil deGrasse Tyson is your guy, if that's the kind of stuff that interests you. The problem is that we have to incentivize intelligent interests being our interest.
Yeah.
Which is why we here. in this platform, and we're changing the way the manosphere operates.
And I think we're because no, and I think adding this kind of element to the discussion and especially into the mix, I'm actually just now realizing how important that is. Like, it just sit here, we could talk about dating, we can talk about modern women, we could talk about in additional sales and all these different things. But just now, even having this conversation and us even exploring it deeper, and then finding out that some of the same principles that we've been talking about on this channel also apply. No, this actually absolutely makes sense. Yeah, this should make sense how politics is downstream from culture, and culture is part of the reason what we rail against right now.
My spidey sense is my spidey sense is telling me that this was the plan all along.
Right?
Oh, you know what's interesting, right? Here's my observation. Isn't it kind of funny when now black people, well, black men will start making, good money and shit like that? All of a sudden, it's like all these red pill talking point coming through, no, perspective, like, anti-marriage and all this other stuff. It's almost as like, it's almost like they don't want us to have a legacy.
Exactly.
Well, another thing is, that's fact. That's facts.
Dog. How many times do I say that? How many times do I say the smartest people in the world are the families that have built infrastructure that stand generations? Like, I'm talking about, like, literally the old empire you're trying to beat. Rockefellers, all these guys, right? They understand that. Listen, if you want to live forever, it's not through you trying to find some magical pill that's going to give you it's through your DNA, through family, through your legacy. You're supposed to build something with your family, so that way you're basically employing them for years to come. That's what happens. Right. And then when you die and live on, whatever you've built and left off, they can say, that's what my daddy did. That's what my mama did. That's what my family did. This is my family house. This is my family business. We're going to keep this thing going. And this is how you build it.
Important.
This is legacy is important. So all these guys that are telling you pump and dump, listen, I used to do that, bro. But then it's one of those things where you realize we're all victim of that. But you realize that, hey, man, all this shit, it sounds good and dandy. I can indulge myself in the world's and earthly pleasures. But at the end of the goal, what is this all about? What am I gonna do now? I gotta leave something here because I'm only a mortal, dog. I'm gonna die soon. I'm gonna die one day. So what am I gonna leave? You see, people like to live their life not acknowledging their own mortality, man. You are not going to be here for long. We're not going to be young forever. Stop thinking that way. Stop thinking selfishly. You have to start thinking about beyond yourself. How are you going to leave this world better than you entered it? And that's through your family. But then you also have to teach those principles, those core principles to them. All this just stacks up upon each other.
Pookie Ray comments are funny as hell, man.
I even like his name.
Man, them comments are hilarious.
He says, what's the value of legacy when the Antarctic doomsday glaciers spot to? What? Hey,
he's right though. You know what I'm saying? There's other shit that's about to happen too, like Yellowstone and all kind of Apophis asteroid coming. And then, but another thing that I wanted to say too,
that's the world though. Everything in this world is trying to kill you. The fact that you're alive means you exist in hell. That's just what it is. I've never seen, listen, all I know is I've never existed on any other realm or any other plane before I was birthed into this world where I see people suffering. I see people, indulging in all these worldly sins. We live in hell, dog. So just admit that. Now let's try to build our own slice of heaven while we're here, not only for ourselves, but the people we leave behind. Do we want to live them in the hell that we were born in here with? Or do we want to live them with our little slice of heaven that we worked so hard to create? Let's stop being selfish. No, like real talk. That's what's killing society. It's the selfishness. Let's start getting out of here and start thinking about what other people are doing out there.
Yeah, that's facts. And then the thing, and I just wanted to address real quick, Pink Camel's comment. It was something about
this one
getting out, being around other people, or something like that. About the guard up or something like that. No, this is how unobservant people are. And I'm not saying this to pick on her or anything, but this is literally how unobservant people are. I always greet Poppy in Espanol. You know what I'm saying? I'm always like, hola, ¿cómo estás, señor? You know what I'm saying? Like, mi familia, you know what I'm saying? And, it's just funny, like, that brushes off. What's really funny is when Nixon Talks comes in here and I'm like, Zdravo, you know what I'm saying? Dobre den, brate. And like, so then it's like, you need to experience and be around other people. Like I literally not only just greeted somebody in Espanol, but I actually greeted somebody in Serbian language, Russian, Cyrillica, you know, Baltic language. And it's just like, you need to be around other people. You know what I mean? Like I literally just spoke in 2 completely different languages that are not even using the same letter.
You're getting around people.
Right. And like it's just like that's just the diversity in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Then I got a whole family out here, like a cousin that lives in Germany, and it's like, where do people come with these assumptions that because of what their experience is, you know, you may not know what somebody else's experience is. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure, I don't know if Nixon is still in here. He's probably drank this stuff called Slivovica before. You know what I'm saying? And I've had it too. You know what I'm saying? And like the thing is like, you have to be around other people and learn other things. It's just so interesting, man. Like nobody ever goes into a Chinese restaurant and says, you know, this is a Japanese egg roll. Why is this on the menu? But again, you got to ask yourself the question. We're sitting here talking, and you know what I'm saying?
Black, this goes hand in hand with I'm gonna have to bring this to Angry Man for a second, because Angry Man's in a space, and I got to tie it to the Mass Fair at some point, because Angry Man exemplifies some of these kind of mentalities, right? Because on that stream that he so graciously took down, right, and he actually said this on other streams too as well, where he calls guys like Kevin Samuels who look at other opportunities outside of the space or to get on as opportunists, right? And you see, he almost uses that as like some kind of a pejorative, right? Now, don't get me wrong, opportunists can quickly become a moral issue when, okay, am I opportunist against someone else's suffering or pain or whatever it is? But ultimately, it's one of those things where you want to seek opportunities to get to where you're closer to your goal. So why are we looking at that as a bad thing when someone else is trying to look for opportunities to get somewhere? Why aren't we looking at that as an opportunity itself to learn from how they got to where they from where they are to where they need to be, and emulate some of those aspects into ourselves? But I don't just see that with Angry Man. I see that with guys like him that I grew up with, that he reminds me of, who are still in the neighborhood doing the exact same thing, smoking the same old cigarettes, doing the same old nonsense they were doing back when we were in high school. Ain't shit changed. The biggest difference is they clown me for talking white or adapting not my platform, but myself to visit these different groups, while they became stagnant and stayed to themselves. And they called that lame. They called that weird. They called that geeky. And now you're still in the same spot where I can go into different aspects and talk to different people, and I'll be fine. If you put me in a different element, I'll know how to adapt.
I never really understood. Like I never really understood the talking white thing. I never understood that because, well, I never understood it because, like, the question that I would always ask is there anywhere where there's black people on the planet where English is the indigenous language?
But you know why they say that?
No.
It's because
like,
but like white people is smarter than no. That's when they say that bullshit.
Right. Well, there's that, and like, I mean, our language isn't English, so anytime we're speaking a European language, we're gonna sound like the people who are from Europe. You know what I mean? So like, it doesn't matter what kind of vernacular you have. You know what I'm saying? Like people always say, you know, let's take off the ER and stuff like that. Well, there's places like Boston and places like New York where there is no ER because we have different vernaculars and different regional dialects and different things like that. So, you know, I mean, like, what does that mean actually? If somebody says you're quote talking white, if you're speaking the English language, if you're speaking the Spanish language, if you're speaking any other language than a language from Africa or something, or if you're not speaking Chinese, Mandarin, or any of those languages, then you're speaking a European language. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
so
no, not even just that. I call it just speaking properly, dog. Like just even just talking black, that's Ebonic. Like in Nigeria, right? You have normal English, right? And then you have broken English, and broken English is usually spoken to by the villagers, and it's like a really it sounds like broken English.
It's a
like,
dialect. It's like how we have down in Louisiana where there's French mixed with English. You know
exactly. So it's a broken down form where the words are less formal. You can get away with doing different things. You see what I'm saying? So that's the exact same thing here. You have proper way of speaking, and then you have Ebonics. Ebonics is not a proper way of speaking. It's just how it's a subset of what of English or proper speaking, but it's not the proper way. So when you have someone speaking straight to you, right, to them it's talking white because that's outside. That just shows you how in their own culture, in their own mix, and lack of going out they are. Because it's like, yo, no, other people speaks properly, and that's fine. Okay, what about you meet a guy who comes from the UK or is born there, right, and he speaks the king's what is it, the king's or the queen's language? Is it king or queen? Which one is it? He speaks
Probably
the king's language, right?
Yeah.
He's speaking the king's language. Is he talking white? Right? Because he's a black man, something like James Bond. Is he talking white? What is that? What is that, people? We got to get out of this kind of mentality. It's so limiting. When I hear stuff like that, thank you for showing me where your mindset's at,
I
brother.
pay attention if somebody is talking right. Are you talking the right shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, you talking money? You talking something productive? You talking education? I don't care if you're talking white. I care if you're talking right. You can quote talk right or talk white and still be talking wrong. You can be talking a bunch of bullshit that I'm not interested in. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm more concerned with the content. I'm more concerned about the conversation. You could barely speak English, but if you're saying something, you know, that's productive or something that I'm interested, shit, let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I try to listen a little bit better so I can hear you. And like, I think that's more the mind state that people need to be on. And that, again, that goes back to incentivizing productive activities, things like this kind of conversation and building something up from here. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Nah, we definitely got to keep this going. We're gonna plaid some stuff. Hey, but this has been a mega marathon stream. It started with Jack Murphy, where we just ended with but I think this is a much needed conversation though. Like, real talk, because here's the thing: conservatism in politics, I'm just not realizing, is very intertwined into this manosphere space. So we're gonna talk about it. Let's just not handicap ourselves to only talking about just half the population, or not half the population, but half the situation, right? Let's also intertwine that into the mix too as well. But the elements of not from the like some of these guys in the master space, Trump 100% all day. It's like, no, you're an idiot. Still TV 84. He's not going to be president. But that kind of thinking, and just actually have deep dive conversations into the like mentality, the psychology, and the behaviors of people, and then apply. Because if we really, and you guys notice, I was some of the points that you'd make, black light and art that you would make on this, I apply it to the manosphere space because a lot of this stuff is so similar. And I think we start wrapping people's minds around that, and so that you can open your mind to see, hey, listen, a lot of this stuff is more connected than you think. It really is. Yep. And I think this is a very important discussion to add that as part of it. But anything else you guys want to add?
Man, this was a great conversation.
Stream?
Thanks for letting me. Art, it was a great conversation with you too, bro. Much respect.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You too, man. I appreciate it.
We gotta keep doing this, man. We'll set something up next time. We'll probably do y'all want to make it a great value? You just want to keep it casual?
We're just talking, man, because that's the thing with great conversation, because it just flows wherever it goes and stuff like that. You come up with stuff that's like out of this world, and it's awesome, man. That's the difference between being educated and being intelligent.
Yeah.
Right. Because I come across so many people with so many degrees and stuff like that, but when they speak, it's just like it's gibberish. They're not making any sense. And it's just pure garbage versus someone with like a regular high school education, but have so much common sense and be able to dissect something in the most basic understanding to the point it's like, wow. Right. I love this stuff.
And there's smart and there's intelligence, and we got to differentiate between the two, because you could be smart, but then intelligence is at a whole different level, bro. Because you can go to school and it's easy to just follow the rules and follow the line and color within the back boundaries, but it's a different story to be able to think outside the box, to be curious, to go out and venture out, to be fearless. That's a completely different mentality, and it takes critical thinking, and it takes the willingness to go out there and explore. And we see this out there in ideas, out there in dating, all different aspects, man. And we're going to do this. Hey, you guys were paying attention to the poll that we had put up, right? We said, should Do It and Don do a great value political show? 70% of you guys said yes. So as the person that listens to the audience, yes, we will do another one. It's just figuring out the days, but I think that's something we can all do on the back end there. But with that being said, I appreciate the panel for being here. I appreciate all you guys for being here. You guys who are stuck with us for this long marathon stream. Duke, receding hairline, thank you so much. I appreciate you. If you can sponsor me for a box of Rogaine, I would try it. Let me know. Nullify, Pookie and Ray Ray. That's a cool name. Pink Caramel, Black Light, Dante, all y'all, man. Lex, Dave Fitness, I appreciate y'all being there. CJ, OJ, all of y'all, and some of y'all that I missed. Sue Michelle, man, I can't shout all y'all out before this is over, but thank you guys so much for being here. And for those of you guys that want to see more, that have watched all the way to the end, please go ahead and like, subscribe, and the bell notification so you get notified when we're going live. And with that being said, people, I will see you on the next video, which is tomorrow.